SRIRAM's IAS, serving the nation since 1985. Ab offline ho ya online, we are the lifeline.
Hello students, welcome to SRIRAM's IAS. Welcome to this discussion class of ANUBHUTI All India Mock Test. This was an open test conducted by SRIRAM's IAS. And thank you for coming in such a large number to attend this test. And this is the discussion of that test. I'll be taking Indian polity, and respectively all the other faculties will be taking different subjects. Now let us begin with Indian polity question number 1, because the question paper starts with Indian polity. We have tried as much as we can to keep the pattern of this question paper according to the trends of Union Public Service Commission Civil Service Examination, and I hope you have liked it. Thank you very much for attending it, and also write in the comment section if you like any of such papers to be conducted in future. Also, do give us the feedback about this particular paper. Thank you very much. Now, let us start from question number 1. With reference to the election of president in India, consider the following statements. So, there are two statements given. Let us consider these two statements. The value of vote of each member of Legislative Assembly. So, they are talking about the value of the vote. And we are talking about the presidential election here. Legislative Assembly is determined by the population of the respective state as per the latest census. So we all know that only the elected member of the Legislative Assembly are included in the presidential election. When I say states, it also includes the Union Territory of Delhi and Pondicherry. The elected member of Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha are also included in this presidential election. So only the elected members are included of the legislative assemblies and of the parliament. Now, in order to understand the value of vote of each MLA, the formula is very simple. The population of a state divided by the number of member of legislative assemblies, only elected ones, not the nominated one, okay, multiplied by 1 upon 1000. In simple terms, this is the formula to bring out the value of one vote of a member of legislative assembly. Now, अब ध्यान से देखिए, अगर उत्तर प्रदेश के किसी MLA का वैल्यू निकालना है वोट का प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में, तो पॉपुलेशन में उत्तर प्रदेश की पॉपुलेशन आ जाएगी और नीचे नंबर ऑफ एमएलए उत्तर प्रदेश की असेंबली में कितने इलेक्टेड एमएलएज हैं वो आ जाएंगे, मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 1 अपॉन 1000. तो अगर आप देखेंगे एमएलए की वैल्यू उत्तर प्रदेश में एक एमएलए, दूसरा एमएलए, तीसरा एमएलए, सबकी वैल्यू सेम होगी, बट दैट विल नॉट बी ट्रू फॉर मध्य प्रदेश. यहां पर मध्य प्रदेश के किसी भी एक एमएलए की जो वोट की वैल्यू होगी वो उत्तर प्रदेश के किसी भी एक एमएलए के वोट के वैल्यू से डिफरेंट होगी. जस्ट फॉर द बेसिक्स. वैल्यू मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के वोट्स की भी निकलती है. कैसे निकलती है? टोटल नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टेड मेंबर्स ऑफ लोकसभा एंड राज्यसभा, नॉट द नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स, ओनली द इलेक्टेड मेंबर्स. ये डिनोमिनेटर में रहते हैं. ऊपर क्या रहता है? वैल्यू ऑफ all the votes of all the member of legislative assemblies from all the states, only the elected members, okay, वो यहां पे रखते हैं. टोटल वैल्यू उसको बोल सकते हैं अपन. ये निकल गई आपकी वैल्यू मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के वोट की. बट जो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है यहां पर कुछ और है. इट इज आस्किंग समथिंग रिलेटेड विद द लेटेस्ट सेंसस. तो क्या ये प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में कुछ भी होता है, ये लेटेस्ट सेंसस पे डिपेंड करता है क्या? अगर आप ध्यान से देखें तो ईयर 2001 में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट आया, दैट वाज द 84th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट एक्ट. अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस 84th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट एक्ट, census of 1971 was taken, which was fixed by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act in 1976. This census of 1971 continued till 2000, okay, and from 2001 till the year 2026 the same census was freezed. Now 2026 आ रहा है, डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन वापस बैठने वाला है. डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन बाउंड्रीज को चेंज कर देता है डिपेंडिंग ऑन द पॉपुलेशन बाउंड्रीज ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज ऑफ द मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्स एंड द मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली. तो अगर बाउंड्रीज चेंज होंगी अकॉर्डिंग टू द पॉपुलेशन, द नंबर ऑफ सीट्स अलॉटेड टू ईच स्टेट्स इन द पार्लियामेंट विल ऑल्सो इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज. बहुत बड़ा इशू हो रहा है अभी. सदर्न स्टेट्स आर सेइंग दैट वी हैव बीन पीनलाइज्ड बिकॉज वी फॉलोड द पॉलिसी ऑफ पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल. हमने तो पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल कर लिया, हमारी पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल्ड है, बट नदर्न स्टेट में पॉपुलेशन इज बूमिंग एंड फॉर दैट रीजन the representation of northern state in the parliament is increasing compared to the southern state. If the same formula is used by the delimitation commission in 2026, now this is the big current affair issue you must remember. But coming back to this statement, as per the latest census, this does not happen as per the latest census. अभी तक 1971 का सेंसस चल रहा था. भारत सरकार ने अभी कुछ नहीं बोला है. हो सकता है सेम सेंसस को आगे बढ़ा दिया जाए, हो सकता है 2011 का सेंसस यूज कर लिया जाए. एनीथिंग कैन हैपन बट नॉट अकॉर्डिंग टू द लेटेस्ट सेंसस एंड फॉर दैट रीजन द स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट. Coming to the second statement, the value of the vote of each member of legislative assembly of the northeastern state is same except for Assam. अब अगर इस फॉर्मूले को आप ध्यान से देखें तो नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट की जो स्टेट्स हैं उसकी पॉपुलेशन डिफरेंट है. अगर पॉपुलेशन डिफरेंट होगी तो वोट की वैल्यू भी डिफरेंट आएगी. सो हाउ कैन यू से दैट दे आर सेम फॉर ऑल द states of northeastern India except Assam? They will be different, and for that reason this statement is also not correct, and hence D will be our option. I hope you are getting this question. Now coming to question number 2, consider the following statements. The Union of India is a broader expression than territory of India. अगर अपन देखें ध्यान से, article number 1 of the constitution declares India as a union of states. So what is the definition of union? Union constitutes all the states in India which is having a federating relationship with India. Federalism भी है इंडिया में. अगर ध्यान से अपन देखें, although India is a union of states, but Indian polity is also federal in nature. That is why India is called as quasi-federal. Although the power is shifted towards or tilted towards the center, but it is also a federation. The constituent states have a democratically elected, constitutionally elected government in India. Okay. So Union of India को अगर आप ध्यान से देखें तो it constitute the states. But Territory of India को देखें तो इसमें 2-3 चीजें आ जाती हैं. Territory of India में states भी आते हैं, Union territories भी आती हैं, और ऐसी कोई भी टेरिटरी जो किसी भी समय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा अक्वायर कर ली जाए, वो किसी भी तरह से अक्वायर कर सकते हैं, खरीद के भी कर सकते हैं, कब्जा करके भी कर सकते हैं, किसी भी तरह से. एनी टेरिटरी अक्वायर्ड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एट एनी पॉइंट इन टाइम इज ऑल्सो इंक्लूडेड in territory of India. So definitely territory of India is a wider expression than Union of India. I hope you are getting. Now statement कह रहा है the Union of India is a broader expression than territory of India, which is a wrong statement. It is the territory of India which has a broader expression than Union of India. The Union of India does not include Jammu and Kashmir. Now we all know in 2019 Article 370 was abrogated and Jammu and Kashmir was declared as a union territory. Now we have already seen the Union of India is the union of states, not of union territory. Okay, and for that reason this statement is correct because the Union of India does not include Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, now the territory of India does not include Kerala. This is a wrong statement. Kerala is very much the part of India. It does not belong to oceans. It belongs to India. Okay, it's a very beautiful place and it's an integral part of India, just like Jammu and Kashmir. So this statement is also not correct. So only statement number 2 is correct. B is the correct option. Coming to question number 3. Consider the following statements about ad hoc judges in the High Court. So there are ad hoc judges in the Supreme Court, there are ad hoc judges in the High Court. When it comes to Supreme Court, the Article 127 talks about ad hoc judges. Okay, and when it comes to High Court, Article 224A mentions about ad hoc judges. So Article 127 was there in the original constitution as well, whereas Article 224 Clause A was inserted later on in 1963 by 15th Constitutional Amendment Act. This was done later on, so it was not in the original constitution. इसने एक clause भी लगा दिया, when the total vacancy is more than 20%, the total vacancy of the judge in a high court is more than 20%, then only ad hoc judges will be asked or requested to come and join the panel. I hope you are getting it. So the original Constitution of India contained provisions for their appointment. No, it was added by 15th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1963. Okay. Their perks and allowances are determined by Chief Justice of India. No, they are determined by the President. So this statement is also not correct. The third, the detailed procedure of their appointment is outlined in Article 224A of the Constitution. So what is written? Detailed procedure. It mentions, it does not give detailed procedure. Memorandum of procedure is something. Memorandum of procedure which was developed by the Supreme Court. The rules which was developed by the Supreme Court through several judgments. Advocate on record judgment was there. On the basis of that, memorandum of procedure have came up which outlines the detailed procedure, but not Article 224A. And for that reason, this statement is also not correct. All the statements are not correct and none is our answer. Okay. Let us move to question number 4. Question number 4 is also a question on Indian polity. So we are using the same question paper which we have given you. जैसे ही पॉलिटी के क्वेश्चंस खत्म आएंगे, दूसरे सब्जेक्ट के चालू हो जाएंगे, तो मैं इस पेपर में जो भी पॉलिटी के क्वेश्चंस हैं वो सब आई विल टेक अप. क्वेश्चन नंबर 4. Consider the following statements, given statements regarding the Delimitation Commission. अब ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है because the Delimitation Commission किसी भी समय अपॉइंट हो सकता है. It is a temporary body established by the Parliament to redraw the boundaries of parliamentary and assembly constituencies. This is a correct statement. It is a temporary body. यूपीएससी का क्वेश्चन भी था पिछली बार, कब कब आया है, अलग अलग समय पे 4 बार आया है. ठीक है, 1972 में लेटेस्ट था, उसके पहले 62 में, इसके पहले 52 में, अब 2002 में आना था बट नहीं आया. अपन ने देखा ना, 84th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट एक्ट ऑफ 2001 से फ्रीज हो गया 2026 तक. जो भी मैकेनिज्म था, यूजेज ऑफ 1971 सेंसस वाज फ्रीज्ड. अब लेटेस्ट सेंसस के बेसिस पे डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन पार्लियामेंट दोबारा बना सकती है. एक ऑप्शन और है पार्लियामेंट के लिए, वो ऑप्शन बहुत सिंपल है, that again for 20 or 25 whatever number of years it can freeze the same mechanism again based on 1971 census. It can be freezed. So this statement is very well correct. It's a temporary body. हर समय नहीं बनाते, हर सेंसस के बाद नहीं बन रही है. Okay. The commission's recommendations are binding and cannot be modified by parliament or state legislature. Again, this is a true statement. This is a correct statement. Now, if you see the composition, it is appointed by the president, a retired Chief Justice of India as the head of this Delimitation Commission. Along with it, it has several members who are senior bureaucrats in the government of India. It also has the Chief Election Commissioner as a member of it. Along with it, if you see, it also involves people of different political parties in it, of different states. जिसको भी डिलिमिटेशन से किसी भी तरह का प्रॉब्लम है, किसी भी तरह का उनको एक सुझाव देना है, they are also included in that commission. तो एक मल्टीफेसिटेड बॉडी है. अब इतनी मल्टीफेसिटेड बॉडी की रिकमेंडेशन बाइंडिंग ना हो तो फिर कैसे चलेगा? Binding hai. It is binding. It cannot be changed by law or even by the Supreme Court or the High Court. The Supreme Court and the High Court does not interfere in the decision made by the Delimitation Commission. Neither it can be changed by the law made by Parliament or state legislature. Both the statements are correct and C is our option. Question number 5. Consider the following statements. The Constitution of India restricts members of Parliament from holding any office of profit under the central government. What do you say about this? For the member of Parliament of the center and the member of legislative assemblies in the state, both are restricted by the Constitution to hold any office of profit. It's a correct statement. The Constitution of India promotes the principle of separation of power between the legislature and executive. Now, this kind of question are usually asked in the question paper in the UPSC examination, जहां पर आपको ये बताना होता है कि statement 2 और statement 1 सबसे पहले तो देखना होता है whether both are correct or not. Once you have found out that both are correct, then you have to see whether statement number 2 explains statement number 1 or not. Okay, so let us see. Statement number 2, the Constitution of India promotes the principle of separation of power between the legislature and executive. Of course, it does. Separation of power is the basic structure, is a very important proposition, composition, provision of the Constitution of India. Okay, and now whether statement number 2 is explaining statement number 1 or not, because there is separation of power between legislature and executive, there is also office of profit provision in the Constitution. Okay, this office of profit restricts the member of Parliament who are the member of legislature branch or the organ of the government to be included in the executive, to sit into any office. Of course, the ministers are exempted from this, because we also have a parliamentary form of government where the minister, the council of minister, the cabinet minister, everybody are coming out from the legislature. This is called the responsible form of government. Members are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. They are coming from Lok Sabha. The ministers, the council of ministers holding different portfolios, including the prime minister, is the member of parliament. This principle of collective responsibility is there. But the office of profit, the ministers and the other posts are exempted from it, but the office of profit must not be taken up by the member of parliament or the member of legislative assembly, and it in a way promotes the principle of separation of power, and hence statement number 2 explains statement number 1, and hence A becomes our option. Both the statements are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement number 1. So this was question number 6th. Now if you see from, it was question number 5th. From question number 6th, gross domestic product and other things are starting. This is Indian economy. So we are directly will go to question number 55, from where the question of polity are again starting. Let us just go to question number 55. Thank you very much for your patience. It takes a little time. We are almost there. Since this question paper was also made in Hindi for the benefit of the student and to give the student the real experience of the UPSC examination, especially to the candidates who are appearing in the UPSC examination for the first time, the number of pages are more because of the inclusion of Hindi, but in one or the other way it helps candidates to understand the question better. If you are unable to understand anything in English, you can very well read it in Hindi and try to understand its meaning. So, question number 55. Let us start from question number 55, which is again a question on Indian polity. Which of the following provisions can be amended by simple majority of both the houses of parliament? सिंपल मेजोरिटी की बात की गई है. अमेंडमेंट 368 के तहत दो तरह के होते हैं. एक तो मेजोरिटी ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट ऑफ द टोटल हाउस एंड along with it the majority of the 2/3 of the member present and voting. जो दूसरे तरह की होती है उसमें ratification of state is also required, but simple majority does not have any specification about the number of members who should be present in the house. बस quorum से ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. 10% of the total membership is quorum. To run the house 10% of the membership is required. उस दिन की प्रोसीडिंग्स होने के लिए अगर 10% मेंबर हैं तो वेल इनफ प्रोसीडिंग्स हो सकती है. सिंपल मेजॉरिटी इसके ऊपर 10% के ऊपर कितने भी लोग अगर मेजॉरिटी वोट कर दें, फॉर एग्जांपल टू सिंप्लीफाई द मैटर 455 इज द टोटल लेट्स से स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द हाउस ऑफ लोकसभा. 10% अराउंड 55 मेंबर इफ दे आर प्रेजेंट, proceedings of the day can start. And let's say total if there are 60 members on that day, by simple majority if you have to pass a legislation you only need 31 people, more than the member present and voting. So 31 member भी एक law को pass कर सकते हैं. That is what is simple majority. दूसरे तरह की जो मेजॉरिटी, दूसरे तरह के जो अमेंडमेंट होते हैं आर्टिकल 368 के अंडर में, उसमें टोटल मेजॉरिटी of the membership, total membership, majority of the total membership of the house, total membership of the house. What is the total membership of the house? 545. Accordingly, how much you need? 273 at least, because 272 पे तो मैच ड्रॉ हो जाएगा. यू नीड वन मोर पर्सन. सो दिस इज द टोटल मेंबरशिप, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ टोटल मेंबरशिप ऑफ द हाउस. एंड एट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो नीड 2/3, द मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द 2/3 मेंबर्स प्रेजेंट एंड वोटिंग. उस दिन वहां असेंबली में देयर मस्ट बी वट एवर नंबर ऑफ मेंबर्स हु वर प्रेजेंट एंड हु वर वोटिंग, the 2/3 majority of that. Now that is the rigid way of amending the Indian Constitution. एक और rigid way है जब आप आर्टिकल 368 में ही चेंज करना चाहते हैं, या सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट्स की पावर्स में चेंज करना चाहते हैं, या फिर आप अलोकेशन ऑफ सीट्स को बदलना चाहते हैं राज्यसभा में, then the ratification of the half of the states are also needed by simple majority. Why? Because it is concerning the federal feature of the constitution. That is why ratification of half of the members of half of the states is also required. For example, passing of GST with the inclusion of article 269A in the constitution required a constitutional amendment where a total membership, the majority of the total membership was required, plus 2/3 of the members present and voting, plus ratification by half of the state was required. So I hope you are getting the three kind of amendment processes in India. Now this question is on simple majority. Okay, now they are just asking which of these can be done by simple majority. Creation or abolition of legislative councils in the state, of course it can be done by simple majority. Salaries and allowances of the president and governor can be changed by simple majority. Admission or establishment of new states can be done by simple majority. Article number 3 में through variation, through anything, the central government, the parliament can change the boundaries of the state, can make two states bifurcate into one state bifurcate into two parts, can join two states together, can change the name of the state, can do anything with the state, and the advice of the state legislature is not bound on the parliament. So that is very important to understand. Overarching power of parliament is there when it comes to changing the boundaries of the state, or increasing or decreasing the area of the state, or changing the name of the state. जब state को ही आगे पीछे कर सकते हैं तो council of state, legislative councils in the state को तो of course they can very easily do by simple majority. So all the three options over here can be changed, can be amended by simple majority, and hence D becomes our option. Question number 56 is on Chief Election Commissioner, Election Commission of India. Okay. The Chief Election Commissioner is not eligible for reappointment after retirement. This is true statement, so that he does not favor any one political party to get the post-retirement benefits. This conclusion is very important, that he should not be eligible for reappointment after retirements. This is a true statement. The Chief Election Commissioner can be removed from office in the same manner as the Supreme Court judge. This is also true. The removal of Supreme Court judge happens on the ground of proved misbehavior and incapacity. There's a whole process which takes up, which is taken up by the Parliament. By majority, a resolution is passed by both the houses of the Parliament in the same session, and then only a judge is removed. And on the similar lines, on the similar fashion, the Chief Election Commissioner is also removed. To remove a Chief Election Commissioner, it's a tough process. The Election Commission has the power to deregister a political party, but does not have the authority to derecognize political party. Actually, it is the opposite. The Election Commission can derecognize a political party. For example, some party was a national party. It can derecognize it to be a national party. That simply means after the derecognition, that party which was a national party will no longer be a national party. Okay, but it cannot deregister. It can do this only in exceptional cases of fraud or cheating at the very beginning when the party is getting registered. But in a way, if you see, Election Commission does not have the power to deregister a political party, although it has the power to derecognize a political party, and hence this statement is not correct. Now, Chief Election Commissioner is removed in the office in the same manner as the Supreme Court judge, but when it comes to the other election commissioners, they can be removed on the recommendation of the Chief Election Commissioner by the President, not in the manner as the Supreme Court judge is removed. So that is an important information, added information for you. So only two statements are correct. A is the answer. Consider the following statement. The Supreme Court can strike down any law that violates the Constitution. Of course, Article number 13, if you see, gives the power to Supreme Court to declare any act, law, null and void, or any provision of the law as null and void. Now, that also applies to pre-constitutional laws and post-constitutional law. That simply means any act, any law which was made before the commencement of the Constitution on 26th of November 1950 and after the commencement of the Constitution in after 26th of November 1950, if any provision of those law, any provision of the particular act which was made by the Parliament, if it violates the fundamental right, then it can be declared void by Supreme Court. This power is given to Supreme Court under Article 13, clause number 1 and clause number 2. Clause number 3 of the same article defines what law means. So this statement is correct. Coming to the second statement, Parliament can regulate the power of judicial review through constitutional amendments. Now, too many things have happened, whether this word amendment was included in the definition of law or not. 71st Constitutional Amendment Act, not 71, sorry, in 1971, the 24th Constitutional Amendment Act came and added clause number 4 into this. Okay. It also has a great implication. Then Keshavananda Bharati case also has a great implication on these things. So it is a very complex question. The power of the Parliament on one hand to amend the Constitution and the power of the Supreme Court, the power of judicial review of the Supreme Court, they are always on the lockerheads. There is always, the problem of independence of judiciary on one hand and executive interference on the other hand. So in order to understand this statement, you have to understand this word regulate. Now sometimes it is said that regulate have negative connotation. But think about a situation where, although we all know that Parliament can amend the constitution as it wants without touching the basic structure of the constitution. It should not interfere with the basic structure of the constitution, and it can amend the constitution as it wants. And the definition of basic structure is too wide. Everything, almost everything which constitute the basic tenets of the constitution is included in it. So can the Parliament regulate the power of judicial review, which is also judicial review? Okay, this is also the part of the basic structure. Now there are two things. One is enriching something and second is abridging something. Preamble, for example, is also the part of basic structure of the constitution. Basic structure was introduced in the Keshwananda Bharti case in 1973. Amendment was made to the preamble in 1976 by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, and two words, socialist and secular, were added. Now you can very well see that the basic structure of the constitution, which includes preamble, was disturbed by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act in 1976, way after the Keshwananda Bharti case in 1973. But this amendment was not abridging the basic structure, was not abridging or curtailing or reducing the importance of preamble, but rather it was enriching the preamble by including two important words such as socialist and secular in the constitution. Also the word integrity was included. So you should be very smart when you watch what Parliament can do. If Parliament is enriching the constitution, it is adding one more fundamental right, it's allowed. Keshwananda Bharti judgment, the judgment relating to the basic structure of the constitution, does not say that the Parliament can do nothing with the basic structure. Of course it can enrich the basic structure, but it cannot curtail it. That is important. It cannot reduce it, reduce the value of it, reduce the volume of it. Nothing of that sort can happen, but can be enriched. Okay, now coming back to this particular statement. Does Parliament have the power to regulate the power of judicial review of the court? It all depends on the word regulate here. If the regulation is enriching, then it is okay, then it is allowed. If the regulation is abridging, then it's not allowed. So this statement is a very tricky statement, and it only depends on the situation, it only depends on the times we are living in, it only depends on the steps which are taken by the Parliament. Either it is abridging or it is enriching. So okay, but this is an objective type question and we have to mark one statement as true. So there was confusion in this particular statement, and for that reason, either if you mark C or you mark A, both will be correct. Okay, both of them will be correct. There are several questions in UPSC also which becomes controversial every year. 2 or 3 questions whether statement B is correct, statement 1 is correct or not. So option A is correct or option B is correct. This kind of debate is going on after the prelims examination everywhere. Okay, so one question in this Anubhuti test also, which has given you the chance or the opportunity to debate, to look into the constitutional provision rather deeply. So if you mark A, that's correct. If you mark C, that's also correct. Question number 58. With reference to the framing of the Indian Constitution, consider the following statements. The Constitution of India was adopted on 26th of November 1949, but it came into full effect on January 26, 1950. to commemorate the anniversary of the Purn Swaraj resolution. Now we all know Purn Swaraj resolution was a very important resolution, which was, the date of this resolution was actually this 26th of November in the year 1930. To celebrate this, we celebrate, sorry, I made a mistake. The date was 26th of January 1930. Now in order to celebrate this particular date, we have kept this date on which the Constitution was enforced, and for that reason we celebrate Republic Day every year. This statement is correct. The drafting process of the Indian Constitution took almost 3 years, making it the longest constitution making process in the modern history. This is also true, and that's why both the statements are correct. 59th. A law enacted to implement directive principle of state policy, what can it do? Must not restrict any fundamental right. It can restrict the fundamental right. There are provisions. If you see Article 31C, it is clearly written that in order to implement Article 39, clause number B and clause number C, if the fundamental right under Article 14 and under Article 19 are violated, that should not be challenged in the court of law. So statement 1 is not correct. Must not violate the basic tenets of the Constitution. Of course, must not violate the basic tenets. This is also, this is a true statement. Not the, must not override the progressive legislation. Can override a progressive legislation. Why not? If there is a progressive legislation and at the same time you also have a directive principle of state policy against it, then the directive principle of state policy will be given more weightage. So this is also incorrect, and only 2 is correct. So only 1 statement is correct here. With reference to the scheduled languages under the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution, consider the following statements. Scheduled languages can be used in the legislature, judiciary and administration of both the union and the state government. This is a true statement. It can also be used in the judiciary if the president allows for it. You know, in several high courts, requests can be made to use Hindi, English and also the any of the scheduled language which is there in the 8th schedule. So this is a true statement. This is correct. Although if you see, law is practiced in English language in India in Supreme Court and High Court, but scheduled language under 8th schedule are allowed. The government is constitutionally bound to promote the spread and development of all scheduled languages equally. No. Article 351 talks about promotion of Hindi language, but it does not say anything about the promotion of all the scheduled languages equally. So we cannot mark this statement as correct. The addition of a language to the 8th schedule requires a constitutional amendment. This is correct. Through constitutional amendments, it can be, the languages can be added in the 8th schedule. So 1 and 3 are correct. B is the statement. So again, we have to find out the polity question, and it starts with question number 81. Just a moment, we are almost there. Yes, we have reached here. So the current portfolio system in the Indian polity, where a member of Council of Minister is made in charge of one or more departments of the government, was introduced by the Council Act of 1861. The Council Act of 1861, where the Viceroy's Executive Council and the members in this Executive Council were given different portfolio. This was a factual question. When you read it, you will understand why and what kind of changes this particular Council of India Act made. Consider these commission. Okay, how many of the above mentioned commissions recommended reorganization of state on the principle of one language, one state? So it was not done by any of these. It was not done by any of these. The Fazl-Ali Commission, 1953. Dhar Commission of 1948, the JVP Commission of 1948, none of this has recommended one language, one state. One state can have more than one prominent language in it. That is the basic reason. So none of the above is the answer. Question 83. Which of the following articles contained in part 3rd of the Constitution prohibits the state from favoring, patronizing and supporting one religion over other? Now if you see article number 25, it gives the right to the citizens to profess, propagate and practice their religion. So surely 25 is not the answer. Article number 27. Now this seems like an answer which stops from favoring the government, from favoring, patronizing and supporting one religion. The taxes are paid cannot be used for one particular religion or for a favoring of activities of one particular religion. 29 gives cultural rights to the minorities and 14 is equality before law and equal protection of law, and for that reason B becomes our answer. Censor motion, very important. Too many questions are asked from Parliament last year. So probability is this year also these things can be asked. The following statement regarding censor motion in the Parliament. A censor motion must specify the policies or actions of the government that it criticizes. Yes, of course, this is true. If you are bringing censor motion, the minister should know why they are criticized. You must at least specify the policies and the actions of the government which you are criticizing. It's a true statement. The passing of the censor motion in the Lok Sabha automatically results in the resignation of the government. Now, censor motion is not as important as the no confidence motion or the failure of the money bill. So, this is not the correct option. It does not automatically result in the resignation of the government. Third one, the censor motion can be introduced both in Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha. This is the mechanism of Lok Sabha. Again, the principle of responsible government in the parliamentary form of government comes into question here. And for that reason, the censor motion is only introduced in Lok Sabha. So, this statement is also not correct and A is the correct option. So, from here again, economy is starting. So, I have completed my Indian polity question. Next faculty is going to come up and take up all the other question of all the other subjects. Thank you very much for joining me and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, welcome to SRIRAM IAS. We are making a discussion on ANUBHUTI All India mock test. I'll be looking into the important questions that was asked for the environment section. Before that, you have come across important sections like history, economy, polity. Now, looking into the important question that was asked in the environment. So, the question number 21, right? This is a question number. Consider the following sources. The first is volcanic eruption, second is photosynthesis by plant, and third is decomposition of organic matter. Now, what is asked in this question? It is asked, which of the following act as a source of carbon in the carbon cycle? Now, if you use some basic common sense to this question, you can easily use the elimination technique. How? Photosynthesis by plant, it actually shrink the carbon and it releases the oxygen. So, if this is being eliminated, right? I'm not appreciating on the part of elimination, but it is working here, right? Now, this particular all thing are being eliminated. The correct answer is A. See, volcanic eruption definitely come up with the carbon, and decomposition of organic matter also come up with some of the carbon. So, the correct answer here is A. Now, the second question is about consider the following statement, and what is the statement given? That is fresh fruit, contaminated beverages and windshield wiper food. Which of the following act as a source for methanol poisoning? Now, if you look at this particular question, now it is very important for you to just go by the logic. See, when it comes to fresh fruit, definitely it has certain amount of attrition, right? The methyl poisoning is possible here. Now, is it possible? Yeah, it is possible in the fresh fruit. Second is contaminated beverages. It is also there in the contaminated beverages where you can have a methyl poisoning. Third is a windshield wiper fluid. Yeah, some amount of chemical which is being infused in it can likely to lead the methyl poisoning. So, in this, the correct option is D, that is 1, 2 and 3. Now, moving ahead with the other question. That is question number 23. This is again very important and relevant. UPSC has been asking questions on the national park. So what is this statement all about? The question asks you, this national park is recognized as the nature heritage site and also hold the status of tiger reserve. First, it hold the status of World Heritage Site. Second, it's a tiger reserve. Third, it's a biosphere reserve, right? And additionally, it is home to a range of flora and fauna, including the endangered golden langur. Now, things become very easy for you to comprehend that this is nothing. This is a Manas National Park, where it is located in the state of Assam, right? So, it's an easy one. If you have read, you can easily just come up with the answer. Now, moving ahead with the question number 24. With reference to the functions of Central Pollution Control Board, which is known as CPCB, consider the following statement. Now, before I come to this statement, you need to understand that UPSC is asking questions on these bodies, which is exclusively into the regulation of environment, right? Earlier, there was a question from the NGT. Now, they might ask you this. So, let's have a look at the statement which is being framed. The first statement, it is responsible for maintaining and cleanness of the stream and wells by preventing and controlling the water pollution. Now, if you read the entire functioning and objective of the Central Pollution Control Board, you can make out that this is the correct option. Now, the second option is it works to improve the air quality and prevent, control and mitigate the air pollution across the country, right? Now, this is again true. The third is it is tasked with certifying and assessing the specific air quality monitoring sensor and analyzer. Now, if you look at particular body, this is nothing, then they are nothing to do with the when it comes to the part of certification, right? We have other bodies called BIS and part taken into consideration, but definitely the Central Pollution Control Board has no say when it comes to the part of certification or assessing, right? Now, what would be the correct option? We have eliminated option number 3. So this, the option which is not here is 3, right? The correct option is A. Now, moving ahead, we have done till 23. We'll be moving ahead with other questions. Yeah, we have done till question number 24, right? Yeah. Now, the question number 25. This is again from the environment. What is this question? This question is asking you about the community reserve, right? We call it CR, community reserve. It is asking that the community reserve are recognized as a protected area under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Absolutely correct. Anyone of you have read the community reserve, it is very easy to comprehend that this is a logically and correct one. A specific area within the national park can be designated as a community reserve. Now, again a point of question that is asking specifically within the national park. It is not confined that will be specific to the national park. It can be in any specific area. The third, the community reserve are the type of establishment on the private community owned land promote to participate in the conservation effort, right? So, what would be the correct option? The correct option here is like 1 and 2, you can look at the part, right? So, the correct option here is C. I'll just mark it for your understanding. This is the correct option. Now, moving ahead with the other questions, there were total of 13 questions from the environment. So, we have done almost 5. Now, moving ahead to the other questions of the environment that was asked, I'll simply jump down to the question number. We have the question number that is coming for 40, right? Just allow me a minute, I'll have a check with the numbers. Yeah, I think we are here almost. Yeah, the both mediums are provided for Hindi and English. Whatever you are comfortable with, you can proceed accordingly as per the language comfortability, because this is what has been given in the examinations, the bilingual paper. Now we are coming to question number 40, right? Yeah, we are here, the question number 40. This is with regard to the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act 2016. Consider the following statement. Now just read out the statement what is there. it provides the legal framework for compensation and loss of the forest and ecosystem services due to diversion and the forest land of the non-fishery purpose. Now, if you look at the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act, it was solely done to ensure that things and legal framework are put in place, right? That is why the act was required. Now, second, it provides that the manner in which net present value fund are to be utilized by the state and union territories, right? The third, it mandates the afforestation that it should be carried out in the specific area where deforestation has been occurred. Now, you need to concentrate in this statement. It mandates where afforestation should be carried out only in the area. Now, this word only is something which is absolute here, and this is incorrect. It does not specify the specific area, but it can be done in any other area. So this is absolutely not the correct option here. We have only 1 and 2. So option A is correct here, which is option A, right? You look at the detailed explanation out of it, so do have a check. I'm just giving you a brief idea how you need to come to the conclusion. What are the things you need to check before you are marking any of your answer in the OMR sheet. Now, moving ahead with the question number 41, consider the following items. Now, these are the list of items that is mentioned. The first item which is mentioned is tobacco. Then we have putinea, milkweed, and iris. You can better, basically you can write it iris flower, right, to have a better understanding. Now, what is being asked? How many of the above can be used as a bioindicator to monitor the pollution? Now, looking into all this part, tobacco, definitely for the correct answer here is all 4. Why? Because look at the tobacco, the part of tobacco productions on the plant actually take into consideration with the part of particulate matter. जो PM particles होते हैं, वो कितनी ज़्यादा impact कर रही है leaves को, वो वहाँ से भी आप देख सकते हैं. Now, same goes for these two, putinea and milkweed. They actually take into consideration for the part of ozone layer. जो भी infrared rays, that is coming way, ये यहाँ से होती है. And iris goes for the same goes for the pollution. The pollution coming out in terms of methane, any other part will be taken by the iris. So all of them are actually act as a monitor. So the correct answer here would be D. Now, moving ahead with the question number 42, consider the following statement regarding the wetland. Now, wetland is something which has been frequently asked in the examination, right? And the question which has been the frame is, ferns and pet forming wetlands that depends on the groundland and take thousands of years to develop, correct? The bogs, rivers and water are the nutrients from the groundwater. It is not from the groundwater. It is very basic. It is from the rainwater. It's not from the groundwater. It is from the rainwater. So be very specific. So this is absolutely not the option. Bogs and ferns are both permanently saturated wetland. Yes, this is correct. Now, the correct option for this is C, that is 1 and 3. Hope you are able to comprehend how we can come up with the answer. If in any case you are finding that elimination technique is working, do apply it, but it will certainly not apply in most of the cases, right? Now, moving ahead with the other question, we were in 42, now we'll move to 43. In 43, what is the question that is being asked? It is following pairs. The species name are mentioned. You have to consider. First is pangolin. It roll into the tight bell and defense mechanism. You must have come across many videos, or even from the shape of the pangolin, the shade that this actually have, the purpose is to defend itself. The second is jellyfish. Imitate the appearance and movement of other animal. Now, this is not for the jellyfish, right? This is for octopus. This is for octopus, right? Now, we have axtol, which is ability to generate the limb and pair for its herd. Yeah, definitely it is also called the walking animal, right? Walking fish. It is also called as walking fish. So make sure if anything is being asked, you are able to remember it. Walking fish bhi kehte hain ise. Now, what is the correct option here? Definitely the 2 is not the correct one. The option 2 that is given, the serial number 2 is not correct. The correct option only is 2, that is B, only 2 is correct here, right? Now, moving ahead with the question number 44. With reference to PFAS, which is perfluoride and polyfluoride substances, consider the following statement. What are the statement that has been given? PFAS are commonly used in manufacturing of non-stick cookware, waterproof clothing and fire-fight foams. Absolutely correct. You have come across a term called Teflon. Term is Teflon, right? I'll write it. Now, Teflon is where it is being used for a non-stick purposes, so this statement is correct. Second, due to its either strong and chemical bond, PFAS can persist in environment for decades without breaking down, right? Correct. The third is short-term exposure to PFAS has been scientifically proven to cause neurological disorder. No, it has not yet been proved that it can cause neurological disorder. Yeah, certain part of disorder, the immunity disorder, even for the digestive disorder, this might be case exceptional, but certainly it is not for the neurological disorder. So the correct option here, if you rule out the option number 3, which is absolutely not there, the correct option here is A. Now you can utilize basic common sense to eliminate the part of statement which is given, and you can easily come to your answer. Now moving ahead, the question number 45, that is, which of the following applications are actually aerosol used, right? कौन-कौन से applications पे aerosol use की जाती है? Thermal insulated spacecraft. First, before I come to explain all this statement which is mentioned, you need to understand aerosol has been used frequently in the industries because of its abilities, right? When you will read the explanation in the answers, you will find the detail and elaborate part is mentioned over there. So the first is thermal insulating and spacecraft. Second is oil spill and cleanup. And third is soundproofing in building. Definitely it is used for all three. It has the ability where it is acting as an absorbent, right? Absorbent bhi hoti hai, soundproofing mein bhi use karte. There are various other purposes of the aerosol in various industries, right? Now, moving ahead to the other question, we have the question number 72. 70 or 72 we'll check. Then we'll move ahead with 2 more questions are left for the environment. We'll have a check on that. Just allow me a minute. Yeah, we will be looking into the questions. 62. Yeah, that is the reason. At the same time, you also should have look at the part of the discussion, the answers which has been given to you, so that you are able to relate it, right? You are able to relate it and you are coming to a conclusion that what has been asked and what are the explanation to it, right? Now, let me check with the particular part. And we have 2 more questions to go in the environment section. The question number 70, right? What is this? The 29th conference of parties, that is of UNFC, which was held in Baku, Azerbaijan. Which of the following is a outcome? The first is establishment of new annual target of $300 billion by 2035 to support developing countries. Absolutely correct. You must be coming across the news. If you are reading the newspaper, you must be familiar with the agreement that has been signed. Finalizing of the rule book of the national carbon credit under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. Yes, this was also done. Third is agreement to phase out all fossil fuel subsidies by 2030. This is not absolutely correct because the consensus on this was not made. So this is not the correct option here. Eliminating the 3, you are only left with option 1A, that is the correct one. Now the last question of our discussion, that is question number 90. I'll be coming to that question. Just allow me a minute. Yeah. And the last question of our discussion is question number 92. Which of the following plants relies on the specific bird species for its pollinations from an exclusive ecological relationship, right? Now, if you look at the explanation which is mentioned, these three are already mentioned. The correct option here is yucca, that is T. So, for this particular section of environment, I round up to the part of section that was necessarily required on the discussion. We'll be coming up with more other sections like science and technology, another section which is left out like current affairs. You'll be getting through each and every segment of the Anubhuti All India mock test. I hope this session is making a meaningful part of the discussions to you. This will be definitely enriching along with the side if you're making the part of exception, making a practice to it, reading out the explanation in detail, making the explanation as a notes format is again important for you to ensure that you are not missing any important point which is there for your particular for the examination. So I wish you all the best and thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome again to the discussion of the अनुभूति टेस्ट 2 of श्रीराम्स IAS. जो टेस्ट आपने दिया और जो डिस्कशन आप देख रहे हो, this is very extensive and I know that you might have got tired or you perfectly have been enjoying this because this is very much informative and the faculties all have added value to the questions itself. Now, without wasting time, we will start with the geography, but in geography also again you need to make running notes because there will be a lot of value addition in the concepts. Per se, if I talk about the questions in geography, they had conceptual mix with the factual data also. Now understanding, we will first go through the geography questions. We will go through the conceptual questions first and then at the last part of it, we will discuss the mapping questions. There are 5 questions from maps and rest of the questions of geography will be dealt in detail so that you make the mapping notes separately on a loose sheet and then you add it to your atlas. Or one more thing you can do is you can keep your atlas with you and then start the mapping questions. I'll give you a 1 minute break in that time. Now, beginning with the discussion. The geography discussion starts with question number 11. And question number 11 is about the most important concept, polar vortex or polar jet stream. Just remember that this thing is always in news because this thing creates a sub-freezing temperature in the American regions and the European regions. Because if you remember that this polar jet stream is mostly responsible for the polar climate. Now, understanding the statements, this polar jet stream is stronger during the summer months in the northern hemisphere. One thing, it is stronger during summer months in the northern hemisphere. Next, the stronger polar jet stream leads to colder winters in mid-latitudes. Third thing, it plays a significant role in the formation of extratropical cyclones. Now, understand polar jet stream and how does it happen. Very basic understanding. 2025 जनवरी 8 2025 की ये न्यूज़ है जिसमें it was about that polar vortex is bringing sub-freezing temperatures to some of the southernmost points of USA. अंडरस्टैंड, बहुत ही ईजी है प्रिपरेशन करना इफ योर आईज एंड ईयर्स आर ओपन. नाउ अंडरस्टैंड द स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2. It says stronger polar jet stream leads to colder winters in mild or mid latitudes. So in this news also it says that southern points of USA which are mid latitudes are in southern parts of USA. Do you think that this is the reason, or the reason behind this is a stronger polar vortex or a weaker polar vortex? The reason is weaker polar vortex, not stronger polar vortex. Why weaker polar vortex? Now understand. And one more thing, keep a note of these places, that is Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, so that if you come across a question in which such terms and such cities of USA are asked, per se these cities won't be asked in the question that where are they located in the southern part or northern part. This won't be asked by UPSC, but yes, you should know that Texas, is it located in the southern region or the northern region of USA, because the news itself talks about the cities of this. One more thing we need to understand, that is about polar vortex and polar jet stream. See, how does it work? Polar vortex or polar jet stream is a flow of air circulating the North Pole. Understood? Now, if this polar vortex is strong enough, and when does it get more stronger? In winter months. Why? Not in the summer months. Understand? It says in the summer months in northern hemisphere it gets stronger, but it actually gets stronger in winter. Why? And in summer months it gets weaker in the northern hemisphere. Now understand, once the polar vortex gets weak, the flow of air which was perfectly circulating the Arctic will now start deviating up and down, and once the polar vortex breaks, it will bring in the cold airs from polar to the mid latitudes. That is what is asked in first two statements. The last statement of the question speaks about that it plays a significant role in the formation of extratropical cyclones. Yes, it does so, because if you remember that extratropical cyclones are mainly driven from what? Mainly driven from the air masses and frontogenesis particularly. And if you understand a bit about polar vortex, you will get to know that frontogenesis is the main thing which will come out of a polar vortex. Understood? Because there are polar fronts, there are cold and warm fronts at the polar region which basically deal with this polar vortex. Understood? Now, in the extratropical cyclone, remember, if it is cyclonic flow, that is, if it is anti-clockwise flow, the jet streams will start diverging, the air will start diverging. And if it is an anticyclonic flow or the clockwise flow, the air will start converging. Remember the two differentiations between these extratropical cyclones. Further, remember that the colder front and the warmer front, this is the basically frontogenesis which is actually triggered more by the polar vortex or the weaker polar vortex, which creates this extratropical cyclones. This question was understood. The answer to this question should be statement 3 only is correct and the two statements are not correct, first and second. Chalo, next question. Understand this question. It says that consider the following statements regarding weathering of rocks. Weathering of rocks, we know what is weathering. It is actually the breakdown of rocks. This breakdown can be physical, can be mechanical, or can be chemical in nature, or can be biological also. Now, understanding physical weathering or mechanical weathering is the most effective in humid regions with high temperatures and rainfall. First. Second, chemical weathering is dominant in areas with high temperatures and abundant moisture. It says that chemical weathering is dominant in areas where there is high temperature and abundant moisture. Now, remember that moisture is a condition which is necessary for what? Chemical weathering. Because these solvents basically deal with something, the rock or the constituents of the rock will dissolve into something, and then only there will be a chemical reaction in which the components of the rock will change or the chemical formulation of the rock will change. Statement 2 is correct. Third, biological weathering is an independent. In geography, there we rarely find that something is very much independent, because geography in itself and all the phenomena of the geography are interconnected, whether that is climate or whether that is oceanography. Both of them are, climatology and oceanography is interlinked. The currents are driven somehow by the winds and moon also, the gravitational pull also, the core, everything is interlinked to each other. Per se, biological weathering is independent process and does not involve physical or chemical weathering. What do we mean by biological weathering is particularly that the weathering which is driven by animal or plant activity. But remember, this might have a component of, suppose, an animal who helps in breakdown of a rock. The breakdown shall happen with physical or chemical weathering, or the you can say waste of an animal might be acidic in nature and that might help, or the waste, or you can say liquid waste of an animal might dissolve some part of a rock, which means that biological weathering shall not be considered that it is independent of chemical and physical weathering. Rather, it can lead to chemical weathering or it can lead to physical weathering. So the statement 3 is wrong. Coming back to first statement, it says physical weathering is most effective in humid tropical regions with high temperature and rainfall. Physical weathering is most effective in humid temperatures. Remember that physical weathering requires wetting and drying, exfoliation, salt crystallization and frost weathering. When we talk about high temperatures are not basically the prerequisite need for physical weathering. Understood? Physical weathering can happen in low temperatures also and high temperatures also. Therefore, statement 2 is correct. Statement 3 is wrong. Statement 1 is wrong. What we come to conclusion is option B is the correct answer. Understanding the chemical weathering, it refers to 4-step process, that is oxidation, hydration, carbonation and solution. In the biological weathering, we see that there can be weathering by vegetation, animals or by humans. Done? Now, this question is again a bit, you can say a bit difficult question, because you need to understand the factual analysis behind the soils. It says that alluvial soil is highly fertile but deficient in nitrogen and phosphorus. Black soil is rich in organic matter and highly porous. Now, if you remember that there is a simple definition of black soils in NCERTs which says that they are self-plowing soils and they are clayey in nature. If a soil is clay in nature, that means once the moisture enters it, it will form the clay and it will not let the moisture pass through it deep down in the deeper horizons, which means that this statement is in itself wrong. It says that they are highly porous. They are not highly porous, rather they are clayey in nature. Laterite soil is commonly found in areas with high rainfall and is suitable for plantation crops. Laterite soil is commonly found in areas where there is high temperature and is suitable for plantation crops. Let's understand the difference between alluvial soils and the laterite soils first, and then we will come back to the question. Because if you see that laterite soils, where are they found? Where are laterite soils found and where are the alluvial soils found? Remember, we see alluvial soils in the Gangetic belt. ठीक है, गंगा ब्रह्मपुत्र बेसन is the region जहां पे हमें alluvial soils देखने को मिलती है. One thing, remember, these soils are rich in nitrogen, they are rich in phosphorus. ठीक है, they are rich in phosphorus because this is the region which produces most of the food grains in India. They are deficient in nitrogen but deficient in nitrogen and phosphorus both. Alluvial soils are highly fertile, but they are deficient in nitrogen and phosphorus. Cut. So done with this question. Next question पे आते हैं. Next question is about alluvial soils and laterite soils and black soils. This question talks about and asks that this cut. So done with this question. Next question is about the soils, and this question talks about the alluvial soils, black soils and laterite soils. Per se, if you remember that there is a definition of black soils which is in NCERTs, and it says that black soils are self-plowing soils and they are clayey in nature, which means that a soil which is clayey in nature shall not be porous because it will form clay once it comes in contact with moisture. Therefore, this soil won't be porous. It won't be highly porous. Rather, laterite soil is highly porous. The first statement and the third statement talks about the constituents or the presence of nutrients in the soil. Alluvial soils, they are highly fertile. Yes, they are highly fertile because we know that they are the soils which are enriched by new alluvium every year once the river floods. Next, leave it whether they are deficient in nitrogen or not. We will discuss it. Next, laterite soil is commonly found in areas with high rainfall and is suitable for plantation crops. If you remember the areas and the regions of India or the world where these soils are found, you will easily get to know that yes, the two statements are correct. How? Now understand. Laterite soils are found, these alluvial soils are found in the Gangetic basin, Ganga Brahmaputra basin. इस basin में हमें alluvial soils मिलते हैं. ठीक है? These soils or alluvial soils or khadar soils, they are created by Indus and Ganga and Brahmaputra. Further, they have potash, they are rich in potash and lime, but are deficient in nitrogen and phosphorus. Second, if we talk about laterite soils, these are found in this region. Laterite soils are also found in this region. Laterite soils you can find in this region, whether that is the Tamil Nadu part, the Gujarat, Rajasthan part, and then here the Odisha belt. Now, these laterite soils are important for, here you can find the laterite soils also. Just a moment. Laterite soils are found in here Meghalaya plateau. You can find it here in the Tripura and Meghalaya and Manipur. Further, laterite soils can be found in here the Odisha Chhattisgarh belt. Laterite soils here in Tamil Nadu. Again, you can find laterite soils in this region of Gujarat, Rajasthan. Fine. Next, when we talk about the alluvial soils, they are found in this region of Ganga Brahmaputra region, because we know they are basically the alluvium which is deposited by these rivers in this region. Talking about laterite soils, they are rich and they are better and you can say they are supportive of plantation crops. They are porous, they let the water seep in, and which means that these regions shall have plantation crops, and you know that these regions do have the plantation crops, whether that is the tea plantation or the coffee plantation is found in these regions. Done with this? Next, I want you to remember, because UPSC has been asking questions on application part of various topics, and I find that soil is such a topic which has been in news lately, in the last year also and in earlier years also, but there has never been a question on the quality of the soil. Understood? For buildings, for residents, whether that is from the earthquake shocks or any other, whether that was the sinking of Joshimath or whether that was the volcanic tremors which Delhi felt. Now understand this, basically the sandy soil is usually, it does not retain the water, it offers quick drainage, and it is basically effective for all the foundations and all the structural damages. This maintains stability, this prevents waterlogging and structural damage due to moisture. Therefore, if you want to build something, you can prefer sandy soil. Clayey soil has a tendency to expand and contract, which makes the expansion and contraction cycling of this clayey soil makes that there is efficient need of structural and advanced planning for this clayey soil. Understood the difference between the two? Third, there is a balanced mix of salt, sand and silt in loamy soil, which is stable and it does not shift. Therefore, this soil is also better for a stable foundation. Done. Then comes the bedrock, the rock basically which is strong or volcanic in nature or granite in nature. It has a good load bearing capacity, it does not slip or it does not move around or it is not unstable in nature, which makes it the most you can say unmatched, which has unmatched strength and makes it more valuable for a foundation and ideal for construction. It is just a value addition in your conceptual clarity about soils, so that you come to know that how we can prevent the human damage while dealing with the urban planning or while dealing with the planning at larger level, whether it comes in geography or disaster management both. This concept has not yet been dealt by NCERTs or UPSC per se, but yes, you should have a bit idea of this. Done with soils. Next, and also from this map you can also refer to other soils like the mountainous soils. Where are they found? Forest and mountain soils, where are they found? You can see that we find these here, and a bit in the southern regions. Further, go across the arid and the saline and alkaline soils also. Next question talks about, consider the following statements about the climate. It says summers are hot and dry while the winters are mild and wet. Okay, again a question which UPSC has preferred to ask multiple times. In 2023 also similar type of question was asked, okay, about Mediterranean climate. Now understanding the question, the precipitation mostly occurs in winter months. Clearly mentioned in NCERT that precipitation occurs in winter months in the Mediterranean climate. Very clearly mentioned. This type of climate is found on the western coast. Remember, it is found on the western coast, two of the continents between 30 and 45 degree latitudes. Remember, see again, if you remember the diagram which is mentioned on the NCERTs, you will very well answer this question. Understand, this type of climate is found on the western coast of the continent. It means it is found on the western coast of the continents and is located between 35 to 45 degrees. That is, this is the region jahan pe ye located hoga. That is the southern side of the continents, and on the western margin of the continents, this is also known as west margin continent, west margin climate, and this climate is usually the Mediterranean climate. 35 to 45 degree latitudes. 35 to 45 degree latitudes, you will find a moderate type of climate. Usually, there are some exceptions जहाँ पे hot temperature आपको देखने को मिलेगा in the deserts, but rest of the areas you will find moderate type of climate. Now understand the question again, bit of value addition so that you remember the concepts very clearly, and if you find a question on climate, you can be easily able to solve the question. Moderate climates whether that is Mediterranean, subhumid, humid subtropical or marine west coast climate. These climates are found in this region which is between the tropics. Okay? One thing. These types of climates. But when it comes to marine west coast, remember this itself, the name itself says that this will be found in the western side of the continents, western coast of the continents. Suppose in this region you find this marine west coast climate. Why? Because we know that there is this drift current which brings the equatorial hot waters to this region, which keeps the oceans and bodies or water bodies of the North Sea and other water bodies in this region. It prevents them from freezing. Done with this? That is one thing which you need to remember. Second, tundra, ice caps and polar climates, they will be found only in three areas, whether that is a highland. Highland, you will remember maps, in your maps you will remember mountains, and there you get to know that highland temperature is in the higher altitudes. Next is ice caps. Wherever you find ice caps like Himalayas or Everest, you will see that okay, that could be a tundra type of climate or it could be a polar type of climate. Tundra we find in these regions where you do not find vegetation. It is basically between the higher ice caps and the top of it where there is no vegetation and all, and between the grasslands. Done. That's it. Tropical wet and dry. You need to remember that these two types of temperatures or these two types of climates, you will find it between the tropics only. Okay. But remember, there will be high humidity, more precipitation in tropical wet and less precipitation in tropical dry. Understood? Chalo, next. One more diagram which I want all of you to remember, that is this diagram. Okay. This diagram basically solves around 70% of the questions from climate, that which type of climate is on which side of the continent and what kind of zone it is, whether it is cool, warm or hot zone or equatorial zone. If it is hot equatorial zone, it will have hot, wet equatorial climate. If the continent, on the western side of the continent, you will find hot deserts, you will find Mediterranean type of the climate, and you will find west margin British type of the climate, as we discussed in the earlier map also. Here you find deciduous forests, here you find forests and shrubs, desert vegetation. Per se, there you find the vines cultivation, the cultivation of vines, grapes and rest of the vines. Similarly, take a note of this diagram, make this diagram and remember it. Next, consider the following statements. Now, this question is something in which you need to remember that how actually is galaxies formed and what are the steps, because UPSC has asked, I guess, in 2 years, there were continuously questions from this topic, the formation of star and formation of black hole and supernova. Per se, in 2024, it asked a question on the chronological order of the formation of stars, okay, the birth of star and then other things. Now, understanding this very well, basically just to understand this, I'll just highlight over here that how actually these galaxies form. Galaxies basically start with a gas, a mix of gas, hydrogen and helium. The mix of this gas starts and concentrates in somewhere in the space. Within this mix of hydrogen, helium and other gases, there is dust, the interstellar dust. This dust along with hydrogen and helium together form the nebula. These nebulas, inside these nebulas, there emerge or there get the concentration, because every atom, every smallest molecule in the atmosphere, in the space has gravitational pull. In these nebulas, what happens is they start to form small clumps. Done. These small clumps with increased density and increased pressure will start forming into larger bodies, and then the density will increase and their temperature will increase, their formation of light will increase, and they will turn out into stars. Okay? Now understand, how does a star form? The main sequence is the star will first begin as a red giant, then planetary nebula, and then there will be a white dwarf. But this should be a low and medium mass star. White dwarf is a low and medium mass star. However, a high mass star will start with a red super light. Then it will turn into a supernova. And later it will form a neutron star or a black hole, where there is very high mass of this star. Understood? यहाँ तक clear है? ठीक है? Nebula per se, remember, nebula basically emerges from a supernova explosion. ठीक है? Nebula के अंदर क्या होगा? Supernova explosion होगा, and this explosion can happen in the interstellar gases also, or there can be nebula which can originate from the material which is between or in the dying star, material which erupts out of a dying star. ठीक है? This will lead to nebula, and then nebula के अंदर क्या होगा? हाइड्रोजन एंड हीलियम का concentration and then fusion and then mix, then only there will be the formation. However, you need to remember that यहां से जब नया स्टार बनेगा, जब यहां से नया स्टार बनेगा, उस स्टार के अंदर होगा फ्यूजन ऑफ हाइड्रोजन एंड हीलियम. Understood? Hydrogen and helium cannot start fusion or fission in the space itself. Understood? Clear? Now, going back to the question again. It says that galaxies start to form by accumulation of majorly helium gas in the form of a nebula. True statement, बहुत ही आराम से हमने पढ़ लिया इसको. The stars are localized lumps of gases within a nebula. Very true statement. Fusion of hydrogen into helium is one of the causes of the formation of a nebula. This fusion happens in space. As I said, this fusion happens inside a star, not the space. Done? Therefore, only the two statements are correct, that is 1 and 2 is correct, 3 is not correct. ठीक है? चलो, next question. Question number 72 talks about the temperature of closed seas and enclosed seas. Now, very well, keep your eyes and ears open so that we understand that how basically this will turn out, or this question will turn out. I guess the image would be a bit less visible, but yes, just try to manage with this. First we will discuss the question, then only we will go to image. Now understand, the temperature variations of enclosed seas. These are those seas which basically are enclosed by land on all the sides. Okay? Now remember, enclosed seas located in low latitudes, it means latitudes near the equator, have lower temperature compared to open seas. Now tell me one thing, the temperature near the equator would be always higher. Very well understood. Temperature over land would be higher than ocean. Therefore the water body which is enclosed within a land will have generally high temperature than the open water body, because in the open water body the surface temperature and the surface layer of water will start circulating and it will mix each other, and then the temperature will decrease and it will have a moderating effect on coast also. But at the same time, an enclosed body will not have that opportunity to have its temperatures low in nature. Rather, the temperatures would be high in the enclosed bodies. Very well, this statement goes wrong. Enclosed seas situated in high latitudes near polar areas have higher temperature compared to open seas. Again, the water circulation will not allow this. Rather, in the higher latitudes, the land will be more colder than the open sea. If the land is more colder than the open sea, it means the water body which is enclosed within the land shall be more cold than the open sea. Therefore, this statement is also not correct. Answer is D. Done? Chalo. Some of the seas which you need to remember, where are they located? And basically UPSC also asked once a question on these seas, and in which Sea of Okhotsk was also there, that arrange them from west to east, Barents Sea, Kara Sea, Leptiv Sea and Sea of Okhotsk. One thing. Second, where is Yellow Sea? Where is Philippine Sea, Celebes, Forest, Coral and Tasmanian Sea? Arrange them north to south. Remember one thing. Third thing, also you need to remember that North Sea के ऊपर question आया हुआ है, which are the countries which share border with North Sea. One more thing you need to remember. Third, Sargasso Sea. इसके ऊपर भी UPSC ने question पूछा हुआ है that there is a specific kind of weed which usually you can find in Sargasso Sea and other seas also, but yes, Sargasso was asked. So then again Bering Strait के ऊपर question आया हुआ है, where is it located and what else about this? What are the seas which are basically enclosed in the northern hemisphere? Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aral Sea, Caspian Sea, and I guess mostly these are the seas which are highly enclosed, and the Great Lakes of America. All the seas over here, they are not landlocked seas. Aral Sea is a landlocked, Caspian Sea is a lake but connected, Black Sea is very well connected by Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, Bosphorus Strait basically into the Marmara and then into the Aegean Sea. Rather, you should also remember that where White Sea is located, and that's all from the seas of northern hemisphere. Done? Chalo, next. Next we have a question about clouds, and basically this question is about albedo. And UPSC has also asked question on albedo. Now the question says that cloud cover affects how much sunlight is reflected. Because yes, cloud cover, if it is thinner cloud, it will reflect less sunlight. If it is a thick cloud, it will reflect more sunlight. And this denser cloud or thicker cloud will reflect more sunlight and there will be colder temperature on the earth. Very well. Therefore, the albedo of thin cloud and thick cloud varies. This will have higher albedo and this will have lower albedo. Very well understood. Ice covered areas reflect more sunlight than forests. बहुत ही easy statement. जो area जितना ज़्यादा brighter होगा वो area उतनी ज़्यादा reflectivity उसकी ज़्यादा है, वो उतना ज़्यादा reflect कर रहा है. Therefore, ice will have more albedo than forest because this is darker in nature. Understood? Lower albedo leads to higher surface temperatures. The lower albedo leads to higher surface temperatures. A complex statement, but remember, very easy to understand. If the albedo is low, which means reflectivity is less, it means that it is absorbing more sunlight. If it absorbs more sunlight, it means that it will heat up more. The temperature of that surface will increase because it is absorbing the sunlight. This statement is also correct. So, the lesser albedo is with water, the less albedo is with water, then forest, then sand, then old snow, then new clouds or old snow or ice, and highest this albedo is with the fresh snow because it is totally white, and the average albedo of earth is around 29 to 30. Next, very important question about coal. Gondwana coal formed around 250 million years ago. Is older and has a higher carbon content. Yes, the coal which is more older will have the higher carbon content. Very well understood. Than the tertiary coal. Okay, tertiary coal formed earlier. It is younger and it formed far later than the Gondwana coal. It is more younger than the Gondwana coal, and therefore it will have lesser carbon content, which is a true statement. Jharkhand has the largest coal reserves in India. It is basically Odisha which has the highest or largest coal reserves in India. Lignite is a low grade coal. Yes, anthracite is the highest grade coal. Is primarily found in Tamil Nadu. Yes, lignite, and Tamil Nadu is the largest reserve holder of this lignite. Therefore, we have statement 1 is correct and statement 3 is correct. 2 statements are correct. It is not Jharkhand, it is Odisha. The coal reserves of India, they are located primarily in this Jharkhand, West Bengal and Chhattisgarh area. Then you find coal in Bihar also, and in Jammu and Kashmir you find anthracite coal. Ladakh, Himachal, majorly there are most of the regions of India where you can find coal. Gujarat also you can find lignite coal. In the Goa, Karnataka and other regions also. In the northeast you find the bituminous coal. Understood? Chalo, next. Which of the following correctly describes the role of humidity in various geomorphic processes? Geomorphology में humidity का क्या role है? Humidity, high humidity accelerates salt weathering in arid regions. Remember, high humidity in arid regions, is it possible? And it leads to formation of taphony. Taphony is a very interesting and beautifully carved out rock. Its formation, I'll show you a photograph of it. Very well, beautifully honeycomb style carved out sand. But is it in the per se in the desert areas, or is the high humidity possible in desert areas? No, it's not possible. Next, low humidity prevents chemical weathering. Low humidity से chemical weathering कम होती है, but it increases the freeze and thaw activity in cold climates. Humidity कम होने की वजह से freeze and thaw activity बढ़ जाएगी. Humidity ज़रूरी है freezing के लिए. Humid होने के बाद ही, पानी होने के बाद ही freeze हो पाएगा. Humidity variations have a negligible impact on soil creep. Understand? High humidity reduces karst formation by inhibiting carbonation in limestone areas. High humidity से karst formation बनती है, ना कि कम होती है. The answer to this question shall be, it says that low humidity prevents chemical weathering but increases freeze and thaw activity in cold climates. Yes, cold climates में basically होता क्या है? Cold climates में they will face what? Freezing and thawing. But remember that low humidity, if the humidity increases in cold climates, which means that if there happens more precipitation on the day of snowing or on the day of raining, you won't find freezing of that water or snow. But in the next day, when clouds get clear and the precipitation stops, then you will find that the temperature goes minus and sub-zero, and which leads to freezing and thawing of the rocks, and then you can also find that this leads to weathering of rocks also. B is the answer of this question. Now understanding two more things, that is taphony, karst and soil creep. Taphony is a formation which is aeolian in nature. Basically the winds, they start abrasion of these walls and they pull out the sand out of it. The erosion which you can find in these cavities is basically the taphony. It's a honeycomb structure which is made on the rocks. One thing. Second, what is soil creep? Once the soil is basically drenched into the water and there is too much of precipitation on the hill slope, it will start sliding and gliding. This soil once slides, all the structures, the poles, the fences on this soil, basically they were earlier vertical upright. They will start sliding backwards. Why? Because the soil below them is creeping downwards, which leads to all of them or all the structures on the soil tilted, and this leads to pavements to crack. Because soil is moving away, all the pavements which you might have laid over for walking and all, they will start cracking out because the base of that soil is creeping outwards or inwards. Done, it is flowing outwards. It's gliding or sliding. Done, the railing will tilt, all the other things will tilt. That is the creeping of soil. I guess there was a question on creep also, soil creep once in UPSC. Next we have one more, I guess, this remote is not working. Yes, karst features. Karst topography, you need to revise this from your GC Lyon, that karst topography basically works in those regions which are limestone regions and where there is high humidity. There you can find karst topography. Basically there are different landforms which are found and which are made, per se the caves and the stalactites and stalagmites which are being asked by UPSC earlier also. Doline, ponor or disappearing stream, and you also remember that the polge and difference between doline and polge. Remember these, remember what is the majority, what is the region where you find Yuvalas, or where is this region where you find karst topography dominating all the other topographies. Basically those regions which are highly humid, they affect on the limestone more than the other regions. Then you find that once this region gets eroded, this region once gets eroded by the water through karst topography, it will leave the landforms like karst towers, karst cones and resurgent streams. The caves in karst towers also can be found in this karst topography, and this all is driven by high humidity only, which was mentioned otherwise in the question. We are done with the questions here. Lastly, we have a concept of thermocline. Thermocline is the area where there is a rapid decrease in the temperature of water with increasing depth. Why does it happen? Because if you see the surface temperature or the surface layer of the water bodies, it will get heat up by the sunlight coming from the sun. Okay. But remember that very less amount of this sunlight will enter the lower levels or lower layers or lower depths of this water, which means the temperature in these regions, in the upper layers, the temperature in the upper layers can be higher, for example say 20 degree, but in the lower layers once you enter the depths of it, it will start decreasing. Therefore, there are concepts with thermocline that it will vary in different temperatures and different latitudes. The higher latitudes, there will be less difference or less difference in temperature. Why? Because the surface temperature in the polar regions will be equivalent to the temperature which is at the depths, because it's not heating up by the sunlight. However, in the torrid regions or in the temperate regions or in the tropical regions, you will find surface temperature raising around 20 to 30 degrees, but once you cross this thermoline or thermocline, you will find that the temperature below this thermocline will again start decreasing, and it will start decreasing rapidly, and it will come to a temperature of 4 degrees, which is maintained till the bottom of the ocean. Now, thermocline layer is absent in the polar waters because there is only a slight temperature in the change in the temperature, which I already discussed. The rate of decrease of temperature polewards is higher in the northern hemisphere as compared to the southern hemisphere. The rate of decrease of temperature polewards is higher in the northern hemispheres as compared to southern hemispheres, which is true. Now, the question number 91, you just need to remember one more thing about it, that is this thermocline will change its position, and you can say the gradient of this thermocline will change as per the seasons also. In winter season, you will find very less divergence from this point to this point, because the 4 degree temperature will be maintained at the bottom of the ocean, while as in spring months the divergence will increase, and or you can say the gradient will increase. In the summer months, the gradient will be very much steep in nature. Similarly, in the regions of polar regions, the gradient will be 0. the line will be straight, there will be very less difference or zero difference from the surface temperature and the bottom temperature. While as in the temperate regions or tropical regions, you will find that there is a gradient which is maintained. ठीक? This was question number 93, I guess. This was question number 91, and the answer is B. That is, the first two statements are correct. Rapid decrease in the temperature of the water with increasing depth. ठीक है? Next, there is the rate of decrease of temperature polewards is higher in northern hemisphere as compared to southern hemisphere. Only the two statements are correct. ठीक है? Done. This question basically is about the organization at international level, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which assesses the scientific information related to climate change. It operates under the joint sponsorship of which two organizations? यूनाइटेड नेशंस एनवायरनमेंट प्रोग्राम के ऊपर यूपीएससी ने बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस इससे पहले भी पूछे हैं, डब्ल्यूएमओ के ऊपर भी क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है आई गेस एक बार, और दिस हैज बीन इनटू वन ऑफ द ऑप्शंस ऑफ पीवाईक्यूज. आंसर इज ए. आईपीसीसी वाज अ you can say initiative, a panel which basically discusses and deliberates on the research which is done at the international level by all the scientific bodies. It collects the data and then assesses it. After all the data interpretation by this body, it concludes the assessment reports on climate, whether the climate change is aggravating or it is moderating. Therefore, this reports, there are I guess 7 or 6 reports by now, which you should also remember that the 6th report talks about melting of glaciers, it talks about the rising temperatures, and it says that by 2100 the climate change, if not controlled, the 2 degrees Celsius of temperature, if not controlled, it will be impossible to reverse it, or it is irreversible after that time. This IPCC was jointly is jointly sponsored or is an initiative jointly by WMO and UNEP. Its bodies, IPCC, Plenary Body, Bureau and Executive Committee, these are the bodies which take majority of the decisions, and IPCC Secretariat basically helps these bodies to maintain the works. There are 4 groups and 3 groups and a task force which deal with different kind of works, whether that is the physical science basis or adaptation, vulnerability and other functions. That is how this body works. Done. Next, Mawsynram. The wettest place on earth receives heavy rainfall due to. Why does Mawsynram receive highest rainfall? Just a moment. Okay, Mawsynram, the wettest place on earth, receives heavy rainfall due to the presence of tropical cyclonic belt. It is not on the belt, rather Mawsynram basically is a you can say a location where actually this is more impacted by the Bay of Bengal branch of the monsoon. ठीक है? Bay of Bengal branch. There is orographic uplift caused by the Khasi hills. ठीक है? One thing that it is brought by most of the moisture which can be possible by what? By monsoon Bay of Bengal branch, because this leads to more moisture. It has to travel a longer distance to go to Mawsynram. Next, there is orographic uplift in the Khasi hills. Yes, this statement is also true, because this statement will add up to the rainfall which is already received by Mawsynram. from monsoon. So there is one more added influence or added you can say advantage to the place, that is why it receives a rainfall of more than 200 centimeters. The influence of subtropical jet stream. This subtropical jet stream is not per se in the monsoon or in the upper areas of monsoon drum, but this subtropical jet stream should be higher than this, because this subtropical jet stream is the one which attracts the winds from southwest direction, southeast direction. The high sea surface temperature in the Bay of Bengal. Higher sea temperature or higher sea surface temperature in Bay of Bengal will lead to winds going backwards to the Bay of Bengal, not coming to the land. There is higher temperature in what? In the land area, which draws the vacuum, which creates the vacuum, due to which the winds from the ocean with higher moisture laden winds coming towards the land, the Indian subcontinent, which is the basic or prima facie for what? For the monsoon to occur. These are the regions which you have to just glance through and understand that where can we find the most wettest places of the earth, whether that is the South America and Central America, whether that is the Western Africa, Southeast Asia, and the region of India, the northeast region of India, where you can find the most wettest places of earth. Understood? Amazon and Mawsynram. And per se there are equatorial forests over here also. Remember this region itself is desert in nature. There is no rainfall at all, very less rainfall, less than 100 centimeters or less than, you can say 50 centimeters rainfall at some places, and all year long they are driest places of the earth which you can find over here. Rest we have around 50 to 60 or 75 centimeters of rainfall in these areas. ठीक है? Understood? चलो. Next, in India also you need to remember that which are the regions where you find the most or you can say highest precipitation. More than 2000 millimeters of rainfall or 200 centimeters of rainfall can be found in northeast regions, one thing, in the western Ghats, and in some regions of the southern Himalayas. Now understand why there and understand their consequences. Basically, once the March and May month or the April month ends, May month starts, you'll start scorching that there is higher temperature in Delhi, and all the people will start going to the upper hill stations. But due to high rainfalls, the landslides will increase. The frequency of landslides will increase in these regions, and that is what led to UPSC ask a question that what are the reasons behind landslides in Himalayas and Western Ghats? What are the main reasons behind them, and what is the main difference? What is the main difference between the two? That is it. Next question. Okay, we have rivers and their tributaries. Now understanding this, consider the following statements. Very well asked question. Basically, particularly this pattern was introduced by UPSC in 2024 paper. A river Shyok, Mahananda and Chambal, three rivers, but you can say that Mahananda and Chambal, they are basically a part of Ganga river system. Their origin, Shyok is a tributary of Indus, yes. Mahananda is a tributary of Ganga. Chambal is a tributary of Yamuna. True. Next, Shyok originates from Rimu glacier. Chambal originates from Satpura. Now understand. Again, you don't need to ask yourself where does Chambal originate. Just remember the occurrence that first it comes Vindhyas, and on the southern side of Vindhyas it is Satpura. So therefore the origin of Chambal or any other river which is from Satpura shall not go upwards, because it will face the rift valley between Vindhyas and Satpura. Understood? Then any river which is originating from Satpura shall go into the rift valley, and it shall drain into what? Into the Arabian Sea or the Gulf of Kutch or Gulf of Mannar. Understood? Therefore, Satpura should not be the answer should be Vindhyas. ठीक है? Therefore, 1 and 2 is correct and the pairs in 1 and 2 are correctly matched. Shyok is a Indus का tributary है ये. Per se, if you remember that, UPSC asked a question in 2022, I guess, that what is north of Nubra? Nubra के north में क्या है? The answer was Siachen Glacier, and Shyok basically is the first right bank tributary of Indus River, and then comes Gilgit, and then comes the, you can say, it is basically called by different names, whether it is Khurram or Swat. Basically there is this Swat valley in Pakistan on which it's named. Then comes Kabul, Tochi, Gomal, and then the river draws into Pakistan. Again, on the western side or on the left side of this Indus, you can find the first tributary joining it on the left side is Zanskar, and then all other tributaries just revised through the maps only. And coming to Ganga river system, you can see that Mahanada, it originates from these Darjeeling hills and then traverses towards Ganga. Further, Chambal river originates from Vindhyas. Chambal river on its left side is joined by Banas. On its right side, it is joined by Kali Sindh, Parbati and Sindh. Then this Chambal river, Sindh is a tributary of Yamuna, not of Chambal. The three tributaries of Chambal are Parbati, Kali Sindh and Banas. This Chambal goes to Yamuna. Done? Chalo. Next. Consider the following statements: Portugal, Italy, France and Spain. How many of the above countries have a coastline with Mediterranean Sea? Portugal, Italy, France and Spain. These three do share a border with Mediterranean Sea, but not Portugal. Just remember that this is the sea which has been mostly asked by UPSC in all its PYQs. ठीक है? Like most number of, if you talk about the frequency of any of the geographical feature which was asked by UPSC, the highest frequency would be of Mediterranean Sea, because this has been historically important, this has been geographically important, this currently holds importance because this is the main sea on which those countries are located which are basically a buffer between the erstwhile Soviet Union and present the capitalistic, you can say the capitalistic countries, that is the European countries and Western countries. Therefore, this sea in itself becomes important. Now, understanding the countries which are located on the borders of Mediterranean Sea: Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt. Understood? Metal. Then on the northern side, we have Spain, we have France, then we have Italy, we have Croatia, again we have Albania, Greece, not Bulgaria, rather we have Turkey. Understood? बस इस चीज़ को याद रखना है, इन दोनों regions को याद रखना है. On the eastern side of it, we have here, I guess there is Lebanon, there is Jerusalem, this you can say Israel, and there is Jordan is not sharing border with this, rather Lebanon shares border with this, not Jordan. Done? Saudi Arabia does not share border with this. Egypt does share border with this Mediterranean Sea. In Mediterranean Sea also, you need to remember that it is connected to Atlantic by Strait of Gibraltar. Then at the first it comes Alboran Sea. Next it comes Balearic Sea, Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian Sea, Aegean Sea and Levantine Sea. Done. In the Mediterranean Sea itself, we have islands like Balearic Island, Sardinia, Corsica, Sicily, Crete, and lastly we have Cyprus. Cyprus is itself a country separate from all other countries, which is an island country located inside the Mediterranean Sea. Done? Remember this map and do revise all these countries before going to the exam center. Lastly, we have deserts of the world. This question tests your analytical skills. Patagonian desert is a hot desert in Argentina. Taklamakan is a hot desert in China. Atacama is a cold desert in USA. Analytical skills, why? Because if you remember the location of this desert or just a go through of map, you will remember that whether that is a hot or cold desert. These two are cold deserts, not hot deserts. Atacama is located in, not in USA but in Chile. We have the Atacama Desert, which is located in Chile. We have the Desert of America, we have Sahara Desert, Gobi Desert and Taklamakan Desert located in China, a cold desert. Again, Australia and then other deserts are also there. Therefore, the answer should be none, that is D. Done. Lastly, we have one more question, I guess, last question of this. That is, consider the following countries which are in the part of Maghreb region. Cameroon won't be a part of Maghreb region. Rest, Algeria, Libya, Mauritania and Morocco, they all are region, or they all are the countries of Maghreb region. What is Maghreb region? Basically, this is the region, see, per se, remember the word Maghreb means west. Maghreb means west, the region where the sun sets. Understood? That is Maghreb. Maghreb region is the, you can say, northwestern region of Africa. It has some of the countries like Western Sahara, Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia and Libya. This Maghreb region was continuously in news, popped up, I guess, twice or thrice in the year. That is why the question was asked. Done with the questions. I wish you all the best. Thank you for joining in here into this discussion. Jai Hind.
A very good evening to all of you. So myself Utkarsh Shukla, your current affairs faculty, will be dealing with the current affairs questions from our Anubhuti test 2. So let's start and decode the current affairs के questions कैसे आए थे. पर से मेरी side से yes, it was quite easy paper. So it says the very first question from the current affairs that recently highlighted in global news. ठीक है, कोई global news में highlighted है. For its historical and cultural significance, it's Angkor Wat. तो यार सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है, ये कंबोडिया में है एंड इट इज अबाउट हिंदू एंड बुद्धिस्ट टेम्पल्स. तो जहां पे भी मिलेगा आपको ध्यान में दीजिएगा. तो फर्स्ट ऑप्शन इटसेल्फ हिंदू बुद्धिस्ट टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स लोकेटेड इन कंबोडिया. सो ये न्यूज में भी था रिसेंटली और ये कल्चर का भी यूपीएससी का वन ऑफ द फेवरेट एरिया है. तो आर्ट एंड कल्चर के पर्सपेक्टिव से भी ये क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो आंसर विल बी ए विदाउट एनी सेकंड थॉट. तो एक जो अच्छा यूपीएससी का एस्पिरेंट होगा, मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि करंट अफेयर्स आपको ये बताता है कि और किस एरिया में फोकस करना है. तो आप ये तीन ऑप्शंस भी अपने रिसर्च कर लीजिएगा कि कौन सा ऑप्शन किस टेम्पल को दिखा रहा है. ठीक है. देन क्वेश्चन नंबर 32 पे चलते हैं हम. देन इट सेज विद द रेफरेंस टू वन नेशन वन सब्सक्रिप्शन. तो ये वो स्टेप है हमारी गवर्नमेंट का जिसमें हमारा सब्सक्रिप्शन बार बार नहीं लेना पड़ेगा जर्नल्स का, और सारे रिसर्च डॉक्यूमेंट्स हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको एक ही साथ मिल जाएंगे. तो इन दिस केस सो लेट्स स्टार्ट. ये इनिशिएटिव किसका है? देखो, डिसीजन तो यूनियन कैबिनेट ने लिया है वेरी रिसेंटली. कहना कि आपको बार बार जर्नल्स पढ़ने के लिए डिफरेंट चीज़ों का सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं लेना. सरकार ने एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया और वहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे सब्सक्रिप्शन एक साथ अवेलेबल करवा दिए और सरकार उनको पे कर रही है. तो इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल के थ्रू सब्सक्रिप्शन की जो कॉस्ट है वो कट कर दी गई है सरकार की साइड से. तो व्हाट इज इट? इट इज़ अ इनिशिएटिव ऑफ ऑफिस ऑफ प्रिंसिपल साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र. तो रिसर्च का काम है यार, तो ऑब्वियसली कुछ साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र का ही काम हो सकता है. तो इट कैन बी अ केस दैट इज ट्रू. So yes, it is first. ठीक है. Then it talks about the entire subscription to process will be centrally coordinated. Obviously central का काम है तो centrally coordinate करेंगे ना, तभी तो एक single platform create हुआ है. ठीक है. By InflipNet, that is information and library network. तो यही वो प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसपे सारे सब्सक्रिप्शन एक तरह से हमारे आ रहे हैं. तो सेकंड क्वेश्चन भी, हमारी सेकंड स्टेटमेंट भी करेक्ट हो गई. बोथ private and central institutions are eligible to join one nation one subscription phase 1 of the scheme. certainly not. 3 phases में ये स्कीम आ रही है आपकी. ठीक है. तो जब 3 phases में स्कीम आ रही है, सबसे पहले जो हमारे tier 1 कॉलेजेस हैं उन पे फोकस होगा. फिर सेकंड बाकी स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज पे फोकस होगा, ठीक है, टीयर 2 टीयर 3 कॉलेजेस भी। थर्ड में आएगा आपका प्राइवेट। तो फेज 1 ही अटपटा लग रहा था देखने में, स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके, और फेज 1 में ही प्राइवेट को ले आए तो क्या फायदा। और प्राइवेट में वो बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं जिनको मतलब प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, दी अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं यार वो, अगर उन्हें 40 सब्सक्रिप्शन भी लेने हैं, ठीक है। तो इट्स अबाउट फर्स्ट एंश्योरिंग इक्वालिटी, एक्सेसिबिलिटी टू द आर गवर्नमेंट स्टूडेंट्स, ये हमारा कंसर्न है, ठीक है। चलो, तो आंसर शुड बी 1 and 2 ओनली, दैट इज सी। तो थर्ड तो माइनस हो गया, तो दो हमारी स्टेटमेंट सही थी। देन द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन दैट इज देयर फ्रॉम द करंट अफेयर्स, इट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 33। तो देखते हैं 33 क्या कह रहा है हमारा। ओके, तो कह रहे हैं कि L69 ग्रुप है एसोसिएटेड विद विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इश्यूज। तो सबसे पहले आपको पता होना चाहिए कि यार ये है क्या, न्यूज में काफी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज आती है। ये ग्रुप रिलेटेड है यूएनएससी के रिफॉर्म से, ठीक है, और आपको ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि इंडिया इस ग्रुप का मेंबर है, ठीक है। ये हम क्या कह रहे हैं, ये ग्रुप ऑफ 32 कंट्रीज है। 32 कौन सी कंट्रीज हैं, 32 डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज, ठीक है। 32 डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज हैं जो हमारी मिल के इस ग्रुपिंग्स में कर रहे हैं। और इसका क्या काम है, सिंपल एक काम है इसका कि यूएनएससी में रिफॉर्म्स लाने हैं। तो रिफॉर्म ऑफ द यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, इसका हमारा वर्क है। तो मैंडेट इट इज ट्रू, आंसर विल बी बी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 34 पे चलते हैं। इट सेज, अच्छा इस टाइप के क्वेश्चंस बहुत यूपीएससी पूछता है आपको कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करने के लिए। कह रहा है ग्रीन स्टील टैक्सोनॉमी। तो अगर आपको याद होगा टैक्सोनॉमी की हम एक तरह से नेमिंग वगैरह से रिलेटेड हो जाती है कई बार, और स्टील भी है, ग्रीन का मतलब कुछ कार्बन से रिलेटेड होगा। पहले तो ना रूट वर्ड्स पकड़ लो, चाहे हमें आता हो चाहे ना आता हो। अब देखो यूपीएससी कंफ्यूज कैसे करता है, हमको ये जरूर ध्यान में रखना है। तो कह रहा है क्लासिफाइंग फिनिश्ड स्टील प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ड ऑन रिसाइक्लेबल कंटेंट। भाई अगर रिसाइक्लेबल हो तो मैं ग्रीन पे थोड़ी दूंगा, ग्रीन में तो मतलब मेरे को या तो एमिशन कट चाहिए या मैं ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करूंगा। रिसाइकल इज समथिंग मेरे को लग रहा है सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी से ज्यादा रिलेट होगा, और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को हम ग्रीन इकोनॉमी के लिए तो नहीं बोलते ना स्पेसिफिकली, हो गया कुछ तो अजीब है ये, तो जो कंफ्यूज क्रिएट कर रहा है। तो यहाँ पे अभी मैं छोड़ देता हूँ। अब कह रहे हैं कैटेगराइजिंग फिनिश्ड स्टील प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ड ऑन कार्बन एमिशंस पर टन ऑफ फिनिश्ड स्टील, पर टन ऑफ फिनिश्ड स्टील, फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट्स, तो कितना एमिशन हो रहा है। ये कुछ कुछ जो मैं अभी सोच रहा था, जो हमारे रूट वर्ड्स लेके जा रहे हैं वहां पे हमको हिट कर रहा है। तो ये तो सही हो सकता है, ठीक है। थर्ड, लेबलिंग फिनिश्ड स्टील प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ड ऑन कार्बन एमिशंस फ्रॉम एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी इन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स। एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, ग्रीन एनर्जी और एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी का कोई रिलेशन नहीं है, एक्स्ट्रा एक टर्म देके आपको कंफ्यूज कर रहा है। तो ये तो पक्का कटा, ठीक है, तो वो भी कर रहा है। अभी डी और देख लेते, आइडेंटिफाइंग फिनिश्ड स्टील प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड ऑन कार्बन एमिशंस, ठीक है, होना चाहिए। फ्रॉम स्क्रैप मटेरियल यूज ड्यूरिंग द प्रोडक्शन। भाई स्क्रैप मटेरियल तो दोबारा रिसाइकल एंड ऑल वाली बात हो गई, तो ये सिमिलर बात हो गई, यूपीएससी कंफ्यूज कर देगा ऐसे। तो नो नथिंग, तो आंसर विल बी 34 का बी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट हम बात करेंगे, कह रहे कि एक चीज है जिसका नाम है नेफ्रिथोमाइसिन, ठीक है, देखने में कुछ दवाई जैसी लग रही है यार, सोफ्रामाइसिन सुना होगा ना आपने। रिसेंटली सीन इन द न्यूज इज एसोसिएटेड विद विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग। अब हमको पता होगा तभी हम ये क्वेश्चन कर पाएंगे जब हमने न्यूज़पेपर ढंग से अपने पढ़े हैं, ठीक है। तो क्या कह रहा है, इट इज अप्रूवल एज ए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन एंटीबायोटिक ट्रीटिंग ड्रग रेजिस्टेंट बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शन। यहाँ कुछ दवाई की तो बात की है, अब एंटीबायोटिक है फॉर ट्रीटिंग ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस। ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस काफी ज्यादा न्यूज में है, ठीक है। इट्स यूज इन द कैंसर थेरेपी एज एन एक्सपेरिमेंटल ड्रग टारगेटिंग ट्यूमर सेल्स, ये भी दवाई से रिलेटेड है, अभी कंफ्यूजन में ही रहते हैं। इट बैन ड्यू टू एनवायरमेंटल टॉक्सिसिटी अफेक्टिंग एक्वेटिक लाइफ, ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं आया अभी, ठीक है। द क्लासिफिकेशन एज अ हर्बल ऑल्टरनेटिव टू द कन्वेंशनल एंटीबायोटिक्स। अब यहाँ पे 2 बार एंटीबायोटिक्स आ रहा है, तो मतलब यूपीएससी ये दिखाना चाहेगा या पेपर सेटर ये दिखाना चाहेगा कि इन दोनों में से कहीं कंफ्यूजन होगा, इन दोनों में से एक ठीक होगा। तो अगर मुझे नहीं भी आता, वैसे तो इसका आंसर ए है क्योंकि मैंने तो पढ़ रखा है, अगर मुझे नहीं भी होगा तो मैं ए और डी में से मार्क करूंगा। और डी में क्यों हटाऊंगा, अगर हर्बल ऑल्टरनेटिव होगा तो ये भाई साइंटिफिक नेम जैसा इसका नाम क्यों रखेंगे, तब तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए ना, सिंपल सा लॉजिक है, ठीक है। दिस इज व्हाट इट इज, तो आंसर विल बी योर ए। चलो तो अब चलते हैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 37 पे जो हमारा करंट अफेयर से रिलेटेड है। वो कह रहा है कि विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग बेस्ट डिस्क्राइब शॉर्ट सेलिंग। तो शॉर्ट सेलिंग क्या होता है, जब मार्केट में मैं शेयर खरीदूं नहीं बल्कि ब्रोकर से कहूं भाई सुनना मुझे दे दे उधार, मैं आपको शेयर वापस कर दूंगा। तो ब्रोकर तो लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए लेके बैठा है, कहता है यार मुझे अभी तो बेचना नहीं, मुझे 5 साल के बाद बेचना है, तो ठीक है मेरे नाम पे तुम्हारे शेयर हो गए, तुम जो मर्जी करो। अब प्राइस पीक कर रहे थे, मैंने उसको बेच दिया, और जब प्राइस डाउन गए तो मैंने दोबारा खरीद के ब्रोकर को वापस कर दिए। तो दिस इज व्हाट शॉर्ट सेलिंग इट इज। सिंपल सा कंसेप्ट है, तो जिस कंसेप्ट में ये लग जाएगा वो आपका ऑप्शन हो जाएगा। सेलिंग शेयर्स एट लोअर प्राइसेस, मैंने बोला ना लोअर प्राइसेस पे, विद इंटेंशन ऑफ बाइंग देम बैक। इंटेंशन है क्योंकि मुझे उस ब्रोकर को वापस करना है ना। जनरली हम बोरो ही करते हैं इसमें, शेयर खुद नहीं खरीद सके, क्योंकि वापस खरीदना ही है मुझको, तो आई विल बी इंश्योरिंग द सेम। ठीक है, एट हायर प्राइस टू मेक अ प्रॉफिट, दिस इज योर आंसर। ठीक है, तो आंसर तो मेरे हिसाब से ए चला गया, बाकी ऑप्शंस पढ़ लेंगे। कभी भी यूपीएससी का पेपर सॉल्व करते हुए हम आंसर्स को छोड़ेंगे नहीं, आंसर्स पढ़ना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है दोस्तों। ठीक है, अब ये कह रहा है सेलिंग शेयर्स एट हायर प्राइस, ठीक है, एंड रीपर्चेसिंग देम लेटर ऑन लोअर प्राइस टू अर्न अ प्रॉफिट। ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है। अगर देखो आप इसमें दिक्कत क्या है, इंटेंशन है भाई यहां पे बाय करने की। ठीक है, और यहां पे क्या कह रहे हैं 37 पे श्योरिटी, तो मतलब ऑलमोस्ट सेम चीजें हैं, बट मैंने क्या बोला मुझे बायबैक करना ही पड़ेगा, तो आंसर मेरा क्या जाएगा बी। ठीक है, ऊपर सेम चीज हुई लेकिन यहां पे इंटेंशन था, यहां पे श्योरिटी है, और क्योंकि मैंने किसी से बोरो कर रखा है तो मुझे वापस देना पड़ेगा। अब आगे भी पढ़ लेते हैं, क्या पता आंसर फिर चेंज हो जाए। दिस इज हाउ यूपीएससी कंफ्यूज, बहुत बारीकी से पढ़ना पड़ेगा आप लोगों को। रैपिडली बाइंग लार्ज वॉल्यूम ऑफ शेयर आर्टिफिशियली इंक्रीज देयर प्राइसेस, नहीं ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है, ये तो रग वगैरह हो गया। साइमल्टेनियसली बाइंग एंड सेलिंग शेयर्स इन डिफरेंशियल मार्केट्स टू टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ प्राइस डिफरेंसेस, नो ऐसा भी कुछ नहीं है। तो आंसर जो है बी, क्योंकि यहां पे सर्टेनिटी बहुत ज्यादा दिख रही है मुझको। ठीक है, डन। 37 के बाद जो आपका करंट अफेयर्स का क्वेश्चन है वो है क्वेश्चन नंबर 46। तो चलो देखते हैं 46 क्वेश्चन क्या कहता है हमारा। ओके, वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन, वेरी वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन। ये कह रहा है सन टेम्पल कौन सी कैटेगरी का हेरिटेज साइट है भाई बताओ। वो कह रहा है मिक्स्ड। सन टेम्पल भाई रिलीजन, टेम्पल, कल्चर होगा यार, मिक्स तो नहीं होना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। अब कंचनजंगा नेशनल पार्क, कंचनजंगा में इशू है भाई, यहां पे नेचुरल लिख दिया इन्होंने, यहां पे अगेन बायोडाइवर्सिटी भी है, कल्चर भी है, तो दोनों होगा तो मिक्स तो नीचे आना चाहिए, तो ये दोनों तो गलत दे रखे हैं। इसका होना चाहिए कल्चरल, इसका होगा मिक्स्ड। अजंता केव्स ऑब्वियसली आर्ट एंड कल्चर में पढ़ते हैं, तो कल्चर से रिलेट हो गया। ये तीनों चीजें न्यूज में थी इसलिए हमने इसको कवर कर ली, तो आंसर विल बी कल्चर। अब एक ही इसमें से सही है, तो 46 का आंसर क्या होगा 1 ए मतलब 1 ओनली, सिंपल सा लॉजिक। ठीक है, 46 पे चलते हैं, क्वेश्चन नंबर 69 जो हमारे करंट अफेयर से आया है। करंट अफेयर्स इज ए इजी थिंग, अगर आप लोग रेगुलर उसको पढ़ रहे हैं ना, तो करंट अफेयर से आसान अफेयर किसी का हो नहीं सकता आपको। ठीक है, तो करंट अफेयर्स पे आते हैं। तो ये कह रहा है कि थोड़े हमारे वेसल्स वगैरह दे रखे हैं। ठीक है, वो कह रहा है आईएनएस अरिहंत, सुनने में तो लग रहा है कोई सबमरीन टाइप की चीज है। कह रहा है इंडिया फर्स्ट न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल सबमरीन, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल लोडेड है और न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड है, तो ये तो आपको याद रखना पड़ेगा, डिफेंस में रट्टा लगाना पड़ेगा। तो फर्स्ट का तो ठीक हो गया। अभी सेकंड आईएनएस तुशील, ये भी रिसेंटली कमीशन हुआ है। ठीक है, अभी हुआ इनका कमीशनिंग। स्टेल्थ फ्रिगेट, मतलब स्टेल्थ का मतलब होता है स्टेल्थ बॉडी, जो मिसाइल्स वगैरह सह पाए और काफी स्पीड से भी जाए, तो फ्रिगेट में स्पीड भी है, मिसाइल्स वगैरह की वार सह भी सकती है, तो सेकंड भी ठीक है। आईएनएस विक्रांत 2022 में हमारा एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर हुआ है, तो अगर आपको कुछ भी नहीं आता, मैं कहूँगा थर्ड तो आप भूल नहीं सकते, तो आपका आंसर आइदर डी जाएगा या सी जाएगा। तो अब मैं ये कहूँगा क्योंकि फर्स्ट न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड है भाई, अगर सेकंड थर्ड होती तो रट्टा मत भी लगाते चलेगा, फर्स्ट है वो तो पता होना चाहिए ना अपने को, फर्स्ट भी नहीं करेंगे हम, तो आंसर विल बी डी। ठीक है, अरिहंत की स्पेसिफिसिटी क्या है कि वो फर्स्ट है हमारा, ठीक है। तो 69 का आंसर अपना जाए डी। अब इसके बाद जो हमारे क्वेश्चंस है, क्वेश्चन नंबर 96 और 98 जो हमारे करंट अफेयर से रिलेटेड है। सबसे पहले चलो 96 इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम हमने शुरू किया, ठीक है, वाइब्रेंट विलेजेस प्रोग्राम। तो क्या है इस प्रोग्राम का महत्व देखते हैं। तो किसी विलेज को वाइब्रेंट कैसे बनाया जाएगा, प्रमोशन ऑफ टूरिज्म एंड कल्चरल हेरिटेज। जब ये प्रमोट करेंगे कल्चर तो वहाँ पे टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, आएंगे, पैसे देंगे लोग, वहाँ की इकोनॉमी ग्रो करेगी। तो भाई वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट हो या कोई भी चीज़ वाइब्रेंट हो, वाइब्रेंट तो तब तक होगी जब जेब में खनक हो, यार पैसा दिखे। तो पैसा तो आ रहा है यहाँ पे, अब पैसा आएगा तब जब आप कुछ काम करने लायक हो। तो आपके पास स्किल होना भी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप साथ साथ चलेगी। वाइब्रेंट विलेज कैसे होगा, जब वहाँ के विलेजेस को हॉस्पिटैलिटी की कैसी नॉलेज है हम वो सिखाएंगे नहीं, ठीक है, इट शुड बी देयर। तो स्किल सेंटर शुड बी देयर। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज इंक्लूडिंग एग्रीकल्चर। तो कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज हमें डेवलप करने की बात की गई है, ठीक है, क्लियर है। दिस इज व्हाट द कंसर्न इज, ठीक है। एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस। अब यार एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन विलेज लेवल पे, जस्ट इमेजिन किस टाइप का एजुकेशनल, यार प्राइमरी स्कूल ठीक है एक विलेज में, हायर सेकेंडरी मुश्किल हो जाता है यार, सेकेंडरी भी ठीक है। क्या आप कॉलेजेस बनाओगे, नहीं पॉसिबल है हर विलेज में ये करना। तो इतना रिसोर्स, और वो भी ये कहाँ पे है, ये बॉर्डर एरियाज में डेवलप कर रहे हैं हम, ऐसा नहीं है कि हर जगह कर रहे हैं। अब यहाँ पे हमारा सारा कंसर्न ही यही है ना कि यार इतना तो खर्चा नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो जहां जहां 4 है काट दो। आंसर होगा या तो 1 2 या 1 2 3। तो 3 तो कॉपरेटिव्स है, क्योंकि विलेज का एक वाइब्रेंट करने का तरीका ये है, विलेज में हम कॉपरेटिव्स बनाएं। गांधी जी का भी विजन यही रहा है, ठीक है, कि कैसे हम सब साथ मिलके हारमोनी के साथ आगे बढ़ सके। तो विलेज का प्रोग्राम है, तो विलेज में अगर ये वैल्यू नहीं होगी कॉपरेशन की तो क्या फायदा उसका। तो थर्ड तो इंक्लूड करना है, तो आंसर विल बी 1 2 एंड 3, दैट इज 96 का और आंसर विल बी बी ओनली, ठीक है। चलो, so last question of the current affairs that we have to see, that is question number 98। तो कह रहे not an objective of पंच मिशन। पंच मिशन जैसे हमारा आदित्य L1 था, या XPR गया, ठीक है, या पंच मिशन, ये नासा का, ये सारे मिशन रिलेटेड हैं सोलर साइड पे, ठीक है। और सोलर साइड में भी नासा के ने तो आउटर मोस्ट लेयर में क्या होता है, आपका एटमॉस्फेयर होता है। अब एटमॉस्फेयर होने से क्या होगा, जो सोलर एनर्जी है उसके बारे में पता कर सकते हो, रेडिएशंस के बारे में पता कर सकते हो। दिस इज हाउ द थिंग्स आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, समझ रहे हैं आप लोग। तो अब हम देखेंगे इसमें से कौन सा मैंडेट पूरा नहीं कर रहा। टू कंटिन्यूसली ऑब्जर्व एंड ट्रैक सोलर विंड्स कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन। तो भाई इससे तो सोलर वेदर के बारे में पता लगेगा, तो ये तो सही है, नॉट के लिए तो नहीं कर सकता मैं। टू स्टडी द मैग्नेटिक फील्ड्स ऑफ डिस्टेंट गैलेक्सीज। भाई यहाँ पे बहुत क्लियरली हमें क्लियर है कि हम तो अपना सूर्य देव के और कर रहे हैं, जो भी कर रहे हैं, तो इट्स मोर अबाउट सन, ठीक है। तो इट इज सन, तो ये तो गलत है, तो आंसर मेरे हिसाब से बी होना चाहिए। बाकी भी देख लेते हैं। टू इंप्रूव स्पेस वेदर प्रेडिक्शन एंड प्रोटेक्ट अर्थ सैटेलाइट बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन। तो सैटेलाइट बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन इंक्रीज करने की हम यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, सैटेलाइट बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन को एनहेंस करने की बात कर रहे हैं। अब इससे क्या होगा यहाँ पे हमारा कंसर्न, ये हमें सिर्फ इतना दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि अगर आपको डॉकिंग का एक्सपेरिमेंट याद हो तो वो सोलर विंड्स की वजह से ही हम टाइम पे डॉकिंग नहीं कर पाए थे, 2 बार डिले हुआ था। तो इसका मतलब जो हमारा सोलर है वो कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम को इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है अर्थ की सैटेलाइट बेस्ड, तो सर्टेनली इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा, तो उसको जीरो आउट करना है। तो ये भी हमारी सही स्टेटमेंट है पंच मिशन के लिए नासा के। टू इन्वेस्टिगेट फोर्सेज एनर्जीज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर एक्सीलरेटिंग सोलर विंड्स एंड CMEs, दैट इज कोरोनल मास इंजेक्शंस। तो अभी तो बात की है, तो ठीक है, वेदर तो हमें स्टडी करना ही है सन का, तो ये भी सही है। तो आंसर एज डिस्कस्ड विल बी बी ओनली। पूरे का पूरा करंट अफेयर्स मैंने आपको रिवाइज करवा दिया। दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, ठीक है, डन, ठीक है। दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड फ्रॉम द करंट अफेयर्स। होप यू एंजॉयड इट। चलो बाय बाय, टेक केयर, ऑल द बेस्ट।
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू श्रीराम्स आईएएस। आज के इस सेशन में आपने कंटिन्यूसली डिस्कशन देख रहे हो, आपने पॉलिटी देखा होगा और बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स का जो अनुभूति टेस्ट 2 में इस बार आपने अटेम्प्ट किया होगा और आपने इस टेस्ट में देखा होगा कि एक लेवल का ये टेस्ट था और यूपीएससी के पैटर्न को मैच करते हुए क्वेश्चंस को बनाया गया था। अंडरस्टैंडिंग behind the PYQs has been very well implemented in the test. Particularly जब हम इकोनॉमी की बात करें और इकोनॉमी के क्वेश्चंस को देखेंगे तो आपको ये समझ आ जाएगा that how much important is it to interlink the concepts and then frame a particular question and understand that how the concepts are interlinked and interchanged and then the answer of the question changes accordingly. And I'll also point out in this session, I want all of you to make the running notes also, whatever we discuss in this session. Further, that you need to keep your eyes open when I point out that this question was asked by UPSC in this manner. So keep that open, keep your eyes and ears open so that we traverse through the PPT very easily, very smoothly और जल्दी जल्दी इसको ख़त्म करते हैं ताकि आप भी अपना रिविजन और आगे बढ़ा पाए और अनुभूति का जो नेक्स्ट टेस्ट आने वाला है अनुभूति 3 उसमें पार्ट लें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा। प्लस एक और चीज़ आई विल सजेस्ट यू दैट जो अभी टेस्ट सीरीज आने वाली है हमारी, दैट विल बी मच बेनिफिशियल फॉर यू इफ़ यू आर स्कोरिंग लेस इन अनुभूति और एनी अदर टेस्ट सीरीज। इसके बाद अगर आपको कोई और भी दिक्कत आ रही है पढ़ाई को लेके या प्रीलिम्स को लेके कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं हो, you're most welcome to discuss any of the doubts regarding preparation here at SRIRAM's IES. So beginning with the discussion and starting the PPT with the first question, economy के जो questions थे question number 6 से start होते थे। The first question talks about GDP. बहुत ही easy concept, हम सबको पता है GDP का concept क्या होता है, सबने पढ़ा है। Still there is a confusion which most of the students come across is while understanding the difference between GDP and GNP and while understanding the difference between gross and net, that is NDP and NNP. ठीक है, so once you understand that there is difference between gross and net, the difference between gross and net is depreciation. What is depreciation? It is the wear and tear of all the assets over the period of time. Second, what is the difference between domestic and national? This is basically, there is one simple definition, that is normal residents of a country who reside in a country for 1 or more year. 1 year or more. Further, there is one more point which you must remember, that is that these persons who are working in this country, who are producing goods in this country, their economic interest should lie in this country. Then only they will be calculated in gross domestic product. Otherwise, in gross national product, we tend to factor in the income which is earned abroad and which the people from foreign are earning from our domestic economy. So that is the main difference between GDP and GNP. But here the question asks that which of the following scenarios correctly illustrates the components of GDP using the expenditure method. As we know that while we are dealing with income, this national income accounting, we have 3 methods, that is income method, value added method and expenditure method. This is also known as the consumption method. Why calculating GDP? Why do we need 3 methods? Because the numbers are complex in itself, the economy is complex in itself, and calculating the statistics behind this is a complex and tedious process. Therefore, what should we include and what not to include in this expenditure approach? A government building a new highway, a government is building a new highway to improve transportation infrastructure. What should be this? All the purchases which government will make, understand, रोड बनाते टाइम गवर्नमेंट जितना भी सामान खरीदेगी, चाहे वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर से खरीदे या चाहे वो किसी अपनी ही पीएसयू से खरीदे, है ना, वो जितना भी सामान लेगी उसको हम क्या बोलेंगे? गवर्नमेंट कंजप्शन. A family purchasing a newly constructed house, that is private consumption or household savings. A company investing in new machinery, private consumption, they are consuming for themselves, they are building assets to increase the production. Further, it is increasing the production also. So in GDP, what do we do is we understand the numerics behind production and we understand the numerics behind the numbers which are increasing in the economy. Lastly, an individual buying shares of a company in the stock market. This is the point, यहाँ पे आपको ध्यान रखना होगा that the person is buying shares of a company. He is buying shares of a company, those shares which or whose expenditure is already done. Now, it is similar to the concept that we do not calculate second hand goods. Second hand goods का जो sale and purchase होता है वो भी नहीं होता है कहाँ पे? GDP में. Similarly, जब हम stocks की बात करें तो stocks are not calculated in GDP because this is something which is just a transaction, it is a derivative, it is not the actual production which is happening. Understood? So therefore 4 shall not correspond to the question and answer shall be A, that is 1, 2 and 3. I hope this was clear. In the expenditure method, we check government spendings, we check the private investment, we see the household savings and consumer spending. Further, we will see that how much investment comes in, how much income comes in and what goes into the taxes of the government. What is the difference between export and import, and this is how the expenditure method is calculated. There is a particular formula for calculating income through this method. While we deduct the net exports or we deduct the net effect of exports and imports and we add all the consumptions which have been incurred in the economy throughout the year. Done? Next. Next, we have a question talking about the types of accounts which are maintained by foreigners in India, whether they are NRIs or PIOs, that is persons of Indian origin or non-resident Indians. They can have multiple accounts in India. Per se, just to understand, they can have NRO, NRE, FCNR and gift city and offshore accounts also. These number of accounts a person or an NRI or PIO can have in India. But there are conditions to these accounts while they keep their money in these accounts. Like the deposit currency in NRE and NRO account has to be Indian rupee, while as rest foreign currency or gift city account or the offshore accounts, they can deposit or they can keep their currencies in dollars, pounds, euro or the foreign currencies per se. Further, taxability की बात करें तो NRO account is the only account which is taxed as per the tax slabs in India. Rest, NRE account, FCNR is tax free. There are tax benefits and exemptions in these accounts also. Done. In the repatriation, which was asked in the question, repatriation, there is only one account, that is NRO account, which offers a partial this repatriability. However, rest of the accounts, they are subject to the regulations, or you can say NRE, FCNR accounts are both the interest and principal earned is freely repatriable, but not in the NRO account, which was asked by the question. It says that NRO accounts can be maintained in India, Indian rupees, and the principal and interest are freely repatriable, which is not the condition. Understood? So the statement 2 was wrong. However, statement 1 is correct, which says that the FCNR account cannot be maintained in Indian rupee, but the principal and interests are freely repatriable. Okay, this is FCNR account, it has to be maintained in foreign currency, but its principal and interest is freely repatriable. Rather than NRO, FCNR is freely repatriable. Done. Next question talks about digital, or you can say e-rupee. E-rupee is something different and CBDC is something different. We'll understand the difference between the two. This e-rupee, it can be assessed by individuals even without an internet and bank account. That was the purpose of introducing this e-rupee. That a person, basically what is e-rupee? E-rupee is a voucher. It is a prepaid voucher. अगर किसी को पता होगा बहुत टाइम पहले जब मोबाइल फोन्स का ज़माना था, GSM फोन्स यूज़ होते थे, तो छोटे छोटे वाउचर्स यूज़ हुआ करते थे जस्ट टू रिचार्ज दैट पर्टिकुलर SIM कार्ड. नाउ अंडरस्टैंड दिस इन द सेम मैनर दैट दिस इज अ डिजिटल वाउचर और वट एवर द कूपन्स यू हैव in your Paytm or other the intermediary apps, these vouchers, what you do with these vouchers is you just provide them to the person or to the, you can say any outlet or any brand, or you apply that voucher or that coupon code on the website and it provides you a discount. That is similar to e-rupee. E-rupee is a prepaid voucher which a person has already subscribed to, so that the voucher can be used by the beneficiary to pay at some other place. Understood? It serves as a digital legal tender. No, this is not a legal tender money, or there is no such legal banking behind this, but a digital legal tender money is CBDC. ठीक है? Which was issued earlier also. That is also our digital, you can say, currency. Next, that is a legal tender currency or digital legal tender currency. It can be customized for specific individuals and specific purpose. That was the main reason behind introducing e-rupee, that for a particular reason, in order, just to give an example, a person going to buy urea fertilizer, एक फार्मर जिसको यूरिया फर्टिलाइजर खरीदना है, he'll have e-rupee vouchers, he'll go and pay in that. What does that mean? That we can ensure that there is no such leakage in the subsidization of this fertilizer. Or at the PDS system also, if they have to pay, they can pay in e-rupee vouchers. Or if you are providing a subsidized vaccination, subsidized medicine, subsidized food, the beneficiaries can be provided with these vouchers so that they will pay at the outlets and they will avail the services without paying the cash to the person, and you can say that eliminating the threat of leakage in subsidies. That was the main reason behind this whole. But here we need to remove the option number 2 and our answer shall be 1 and 3. E-rupee, once it was issued, the launch of digital payment situation, that is e-rupee, it was mainly only to provide that the prepaid feature of this will ensure two things. One is timely payment. Make a note of keywords. One is timely payment to the service providers without involvement of the intermediaries. Second, it is expected to provide for leak-proof delivery. Now, why am I emphasizing on this question is because UPSC asked a similar question earlier also, when it asked that UPI was introduced and what could be the most potential benefit of UPI. And the answer was simple, that we can provide the benefits directly to the consumers or directly to the citizens' accounts. That is, the main feature of UPI was direct benefit transfer. This was the only thing which UPSC asked in a 4-line statement or 4-line answer. There was only one single answer, that was that we can transfer direct benefits directly into the accounts of the beneficiaries. Similarly, e-rupee was introduced to ensure there is leak-proof delivery of welfare services. Remember. Second, it can also be used to delivering services under specific schemes meant for providing drugs and nutritional support. As I said that if a beneficiary, suppose a pregnant woman or a woman after delivery needs specific nutritional aspect or specific nutritional needs, in order to purchase that from market, she can have these e-rupee vouchers and then she can be given these by the government and then she can purchase for her nutritional diet. Done. That was e-rupee. Next, question talks about the financial instruments of money market and capital market. Okay. You must understand that once you go through these instruments, there are various instruments which are being used in capital market and money market. Why do we need these instruments? Suppose the commercial paper, corporate bonds, state development loans, commercial bills, treasury bills, any other instrument or asset-backed securities. There are plethora of instruments which are being transacted in these two markets. But why do we need these instruments? There is only one reason for these instruments, that is to generate what? Or to raise funds. What do? We raise funds. Suppose, how do we raise funds? Remember, if we understand the basics behind this, then only we will be able to understand what? The question and its demand, and then we will be able to understand the answer or derive the answer very easily. In this question, very simple question, that why do we need these instruments or how do we raise funds? A person A, an owner of company A, issues a commercial paper, and he writes on this commercial paper that anyone who holds this commercial paper shall be given after 90 days an amount of 1 lakh rupees, as is mentioned on your all bank notes, that the governor of RBI promises you to pay you this much amount of value which the bill holds. Therefore, this commercial paper is another bill, a form of bill which it promises to be that you pay me at this moment of time, you pay me this much of amount. If it is 1 lakh, you pay me just 90,000. After specific amount of time, after 90 days, 180 days, 360 days, we will pay you back this much of amount. So this helps in what? In generating and raising funds from the market, because A must be in the need of funds. This is the transaction which is happening in what? Money market. But remember, in the capital market, similar transaction will happen, but the nature of that transaction will change. That will be either a bond or an instrument of loan or equity. Either an equity or a loan, advance, bond. Now remember that in the capital market, all the funds which have been raised, they are raised for a specific time period, particularly a longer time period. Why? Because they are raised in order to understand that we need to invest this money into something. There are two types of funds which we raise in the capital market, whether it is for the equity, that is we lend out or we provide the share or we provide the ownership of the shares of the company to those who purchase this equity. Understood? Therefore, the bonds and loans relate to capital market and commercial papers, commercial bills relate to money market. Understood? All the pairs are correct. Remember, there are other instruments also like stocks, preferred shares, bonds, debentures, futures, options, swap, convertible and preferred stocks. All of these are the capital market instruments, while as the money market has its own treasury bills, money funds, foreign exchange swaps and whatnot, accrual instruments. You just don't need to worry about all of these. Remember the nature of the funds and remember the transaction of the funds. You will be easily able to go through this question. Done? Okay, their maturity and the time period for which they are issued and the interest which they can gain or accrue the interest on that. Not actually, you don't need to remember all of it, but yes, remember the maturity of these, whether the CP or asset-backed commercial papers or the FRNs and government papers per se. Remember just there only one thing, that is their maturity. Bus. Rest we can see later. Next question. This question basically UPSC asked a similar question earlier also. It is about the external debt of India. India's long-term external debt is less than its internal debt. Very simple question. Should India's long-term external debt be less than internal debt? Is this a good thing for an economy that we have internal debt and not external debt? This is obviously a good thing, and that is how we come to know that India's external debt is just around 6 lakh crores and our internal debt is around 105 lakh crores approximately, which is a correct statement. More than 50% of India's external debt is denominated in dollars. Again, a true statement, around 56% of our debt is denominated in dollars, 31% is denominated in Indian rupees, and then comes the yen, and then comes the SDRs, which is around 4 to 5%. SDR is around 5.6% and yen is around 6%. That is again a true statement. Commercial borrowings have remained the largest component of external debt. Again, commercial borrowings have been around 39.6% of the debt. So all the statements are correct. Understanding the economics behind this. This was highlighted in economic survey, and every year economic survey gives you a snapshot about India's external sector. If you remember, or if you haven't read it yet, I'll recommend that you go through some of the particular components of economic survey, and the major one would be that the state of economic affairs or the state of Indian economy, the chapter on state of Indian economy. You should go through this chapter, and then only you will be able to understand that what are the situations in Indian economy, how the rupee flows and how Indian economy has been growing, and what are the future prospects of Indian economy. Foreign exchange reflects a strong buffer against the external vulnerabilities. Further, foreign exchange reserves of India stood at 640 billions, while as you need to remember that our debt to GDP ratio stood at around 19.4%. This statement or this concept of debt to GDP ratio was asked by UPSC in one of its PYQs. That is why I included it here, that how PYQs are shaped actually. Okay. Next question, very interesting question. It says that how many of the given factors are most likely to have a positive impact on economic growth of the country? Over the period of time, we have seen that UPSC has been asking questions based on the application part. Why? Because it again has focused its prelims paper on those students who try to build their understanding rather than mugging up all the notes which are available in the market. So building in your own strength, building your own understanding, building your own basics is the only thing which will help you in prelims. Understanding the question, which of the factors are most likely to have a positive impact on the economic growth of the country? First, positive economic growth कैसे होगा? FDI आएगा, होगा? Yes, होगा. Rise in domestic savings. If we start saving more, what will happen? Investment will increase. This investment will lead to growth. Why? Because the more the savings, the more the investment, and the more the savings, there will be cheaper loans. The more cheaper loans we get, the more investment it provides. Therefore, growth will be obviously a byproduct of more and more savings. However, there is a paradox of savings or paradox on domestic savings in the developed nations. If the statement was about developed nations, then this wasn't a correct option. However, here in India, this is a correct option. Why? Because in developed countries which already have a specific amount of development, or they already have developed a lot, if they start saving, it means that the demand in their domestic economy will decrease, and that is a problematic issue for them, and that will create a diamond paradox, or saving, you can say that the demand supply or saving expenditure diamond paradox, which we call. Now, leaving that aside, we'll discuss that in some other topics. Moving further, the third option says that decrease in corporate taxes. Now, this is something which the government, which the ruling party government had earlier done also. इससे पहले वाले टर्म में भी उन्होंने किया 2019 से लेकर 24 तक. What they did, they provided in the budget 2022, in the budget 2021, they provided tax rebates for corporates. The tax rebates were provided post COVID also. Why do we provide tax rebates to corporate sector? In order to make sure that they have enough resources left with them so that they invest, because corporate sector is run by the profit motive. They will invest this money back into what? They will invest this money back into the industry itself, and they will help the economy grow again. Understood? So this is also correct option. Expansion of infrastructural projects. Once government starts to build infrastructural projects, what will happen with this? They will indirectly supply money into the market. Okay. Like through Manrega, what we are doing actually is we are developing the rural infrastructure. But through that rural infrastructure, what we are giving? An impetus to everyone, a small amount of money to everyone, so that they spend this money, they save this money, and this money indirectly. It is said in economics by a very famous economist that if you do not have growth in economy, ask people to dig the pits and then fill them back and pay them by that, but do not provide them directly money into their accounts. Or you can say, do not provide them free money. Let them earn the money, because every earned money is income. Therefore, they will supply money into the market, and this expenditure or this capital expenditure in the market will indirectly give an impetus to growth. This is also a statement which is correct in nature. Higher inflation leading to increased consumer spendings. See, understand, if the inflation is increasing, what will happen? The purchasing power of person and the purchasing power of Indian rupee will decrease, which means that higher inflation will lead to consumer spending. It will lead to consumer spending, but does it lead to growth actually? No, it will not lead to growth, because a moderate level of inflation which we target, and the RBI Monetary Policy Committee has this target of targeting the inflation at 4% plus minus 2%. The bracket has to be maintained. Why? Because this only ensures a moderate inflation which runs parallel to the growth, and then only both growth and inflation can go hand in hand. Otherwise, if there is a, you can say, a high inflation, higher levels of inflation, galloping inflation or creeping inflation, which will create disastrous impacts on the economy, and that shouldn't be the case and that wouldn't be a case which we will wish or which will lead to positive impacts on Indian economy. Therefore, the statement 5 is wrong. So our answer comes to only 4 of the statements are correct. Next question, again a very basic question discussed in microeconomics class 11th NCERT, again and again NCERT. It is about stock variables. Basically economy, once we measure economy, we use 2 variables, whether that is stock variable and flow variable. Stock variable is basically at a particular time, a particular point of time. The measurement or the quantification of all the elements or any quantity at a particular point of time is a stock variable, while as over a period of time if we see a change or growth in numbers, that is a flow variable. Understanding this, which of the above are stock variables? Similar type of question also asked by UPSC in earlier of its PYQs. Now understand, how many of the above are stock variables? Wealth, yes, you measure wealth at a particular point of time, that how much wealthy is this person. Okay. investment, see again, investment is a term which is flow variable. Why is it a flow variable? Why is investment a flow variable? Because this is a term which leads or which in itself is over the period of time. Anyone does not stop the investment or do not try to begin with the investment if the investment per se, if we talk about the investment per se, the variable behind investment or investment in itself is a process which happens over the period of time. It is not something which stops or ends its life. Wealth can be quantified, but investment has to be over the period of time. There is a growth in the investment. Exports and imports, these two are also variable in nature. We tend to measure these two things over a period of time. That is, exports of this quarter, imports of this year have to be calculated over the period of time. Capital, yes, we invest the capital or we begin with the capital and we calculate and quantify the capital. Money supply is usually quantified and the estimates of money supply are released by RBI quarterly or half yearly or yearly, that how much money supply is present in the market and how much money supply at particular point of time shows the stock variable. Therefore, the two, that is investment and exports, are not correct. Rest 1, 2 and 3. So 3 are the variables which are here. Next, you can remember the difference between the stock variables and the flow variables, and what all are the flow variables and stock variables mein difference kya kya hai. You can remember it. Next question, very important question, already asked by UPSC, not this question but a concept based on this question asked by UPSC, that is tax elasticity was asked by UPSC. However, we need to understand tax buoyancy also and Laffer's curve also. Laffer's curve graphically represents the relationship between tax rates and tax revenue. Understand, there are two things. One is tax rate, another is tax revenue. What is the correlation between the two? In simple terms, if you tax a group of people at 10% and they have an income of 100 rupees, how much are you getting as a tax revenue? It is 10 rupees. But if you tax them at 20%, how much shall you get as tax revenue? 20 rupees. So more the tax rate, more the tax revenue. Understood? Very simple correlation. But does this hold ground at all the situations? No. That is what Laffer's curve will define you. That once you start increasing the tax rates, your revenue will increase. Once you start increasing the tax rates, your revenue will increase. But at certain specific time, the people will start evading the tax. They will start tax evasion and your tax revenue eventually will fall and come down back to a particular level. After that, it will not increase again. Why? Or after that, it will maintain an equilibrium and people will start this tax evasion, and this tax evasion will happen at a particular point of time when the saturation of people comes to the point. Understood? Why does this happen? Because the people at this point of time will face excess burden of taxation and they won't be able to accept and they will not be ready to accept these tax rates after a particular point of time. Understood? Because the money which you are taxing is hard earned by the people. Understanding two more concepts. One is tax elasticity, another is tax buoyancy. Tax elasticity talks about that how the tax revenue changes in response to the variations in tax rates. That if you increase the rate by 1 more %, how much will your tax revenue increase? Here in this question, if I talk about, if you increase this rate by 30%, the tax revenue may increase just 22 rupees. Why? Because there begins the tax evasion. The 8 rupees or the 30 rupees which you might have got by increasing 10 more % of tax rate this 8 rupees shall be now evaded by the people, and that is about the tax elasticity. Next is tax buoyancy. It measures how the revenue responds to the changes in economic growth. Very simple, that GDP growth or the GDP growth rate, if the GDP growth rate is increasing, if your GDP growth rate is increasing, how much is its effect on tax revenue? With the correspond, or with the, you can say the GDP growth rate, if it is increasing, which means that your population is earning more money, you are producing more, it means that your income is generating and you are generating more income, which corresponds to the fact that it should lead to more tax revenue. But is it actually happening or not? That is something different. Is it actually that the GDP figures are driven by inflation? Or is it actually the GDP figures are not driven by the production at the base level? Understood? But the statement is correct, the definitions are correct, all the three of the options are correct. You just need to remember that Laffer's curve. How does it work? It says that in the initial years, the revenue shall increase. In the initial years, the revenue will increase, but after a certain point of time where we calls the Laffer's curve peak, the revenue will start declining. Why will it decline? Because as I said that tax rates beyond a specific limit like 70%, it won't be acceptable to the public at large. Understood? Chalo, next. Question talks about increase in government borrowings leads to increase in lending rates by the banks. Second, when the fiscal deficit increases, the credit offtake by the corporate sector may decrease. Third, the increase in revenue expenditure leads to increase in real interest rate. Now, basically, if you see the question and just by a peripheral view, you can say that, okay, this question is a mix or a question deeper in understanding. Because you need to understand that what is the market mechanics which is happening behind the concept. Like simply, by simplifying the first statement, an increase in government borrowings. Government is borrowing more money. It means the money which was available in the market, the money which was available in the market, which was available for private sector, is now being borrowed by government, will lead to increase in lending rates. It means, again, what? If there were 10 private players fetching just 100 rupees from the market, they were borrowing 100 rupees from the market. Now this 100 rupees is asked by 2 players. Government is also asking for it, private players are also asking for it. This will lead to what? One, increase in the lending rates, the interest rates will increase by the banks. One thing, that is a true statement. Another, this will lead to the effect of crowding out. ठीक है, crowding out का effect आ जाएगा यहाँ पे. Similarly, in the last statement it says that the increase in revenue expenditure leads to increase in real interest rates. Now what is real interest rate? Again, nominal and real में फर्क कितना होता है? फर्क होता है inflation का. The difference between the two is inflation. Nominal minus inflation is real. Now apply the concept over here. That is, if you increase revenue expenditure, if the government is increasing revenue expenditure, it means that it is supplying more money into the market. It will lead to increase in real interest rates. Now understand, if government is supplying more money into the market, which means that money will be cheaper now, shall it increase the real interest rates, or would it increase the inflation? A cheaper money in the market will first impact inflation. Therefore, the inflation will increase, which means nominal interest rates minus inflation equals to real interest rates. Understanding the concept better? That is, if you see a revenue expenditure done by government in the market will increase inflation. This inflation, once impacted here, will leave a lesser real interest rate, not the more interest rate. The interest rate shall not increase but decrease, because inflation is already increasing. If it was earlier 10 minus 5, now it is 10 minus 9. Therefore, earlier the real interest rate was just 5%, now the real interest rate would be 1%. That is how the questions are framed. Understood? So third statement would be wrong. 1 and 2 is correct. Next, why do governments borrow? Because they want higher government spendings, they want to get out of recession, they want to invest in the public investments, public infrastructure, because the borrowings are politically less damaging than asking or raising taxes from the public. What is the impact of higher government spendings? This is the slide which I will request all of you to understand very properly. इस स्लाइड का स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो और इसको बहुत अच्छे से समझो. Like, if government is spending high, it will lead to inflation. How will it lead to inflation? Why government spendings will lead to inflation? Because government is supplying money into the market. It is doing more expenditure. It is increasing its revenue expenditure or capital expenditure, which means that it is indirectly supplying money into the market. And if government is borrowing this money from RBI, and then it lends this money and does what? Government spendings, does some public expenditure work, but this public expenditure work is leading to inflation. Then government is not paying the money back to RBI. This money, suppose government took 100 rupees from RBI, which was earlier a condition, not now. This is not actually a condition at present times. But yes, if government is not paying the money back, what RBI will do is it will print more money. This will lead to double, or this will lead to higher or immediate effects of inflation. Understood? That is how we understand. Higher economic potential growth, higher taxation, higher government borrowings may cause higher bond yields. Everything has to be understood which is on this slide. ठीक है? चलो, इसको ऐसे ही समझना deeper concepts के साथ, but खुद से. Now, which of the following is not an objective of day NRLM scheme? Very simple question, one-liner answer. Day NRLM or Deen Dayal Upadhyay, the National Rural Livelihood Mission. This is a livelihood mission. This is a livelihood mission. How do you ensure livelihood of people? बहुत ही easy. That is, you promote their inclusion, you promote or you enhance their financial independence. What you do is you facilitate access to government schemes. But if you want to increase the livelihood, do you provide direct cash? If you provide direct cash, it is income provided without any earnings. It is direct transfers, it is grant, and this will not lead to the livelihood support. Or you can say this may lead to livelihood support, but it does not build the capacity of the people to earn their own livelihood. Rather, this day NRLM scheme was basically to ensure 4 things. One is probity, that is transparency, and the poor people are at the center of this scheme, and they want all the institutions at all the stages to focus on poor people. It talks about inclusion and welfare of the community. The main objectives of this mission are like promotion of sustainable institutions, ensuring access to financial services, diversified sustainable income, and other, you can say, objectives are also highlighted here. Next question talks about MSP. Again 2023 में क्वेश्चन आया MSP के ऊपर, 2024 में क्वेश्चन आया MSP पे. I guess 24 में क्वेश्चन था या नहीं, I don't remember, but 23 में क्वेश्चन था. उससे पहले हमारे पास बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस आ चुके हैं, whether that was Niger seed, whether that was sesame, or whether that was the Kharif and Rabi ka distinction, whether that was per se who and which organizations are behind the fixing of MSP. Very hot topic, and always we have seen on one or the other alternative year, UPSC does ask a question on this concept. First statement talks about that private buyers are not legally obligated to purchase crops at or above MSP. Very simple statement that any private buyer is not legally forced to buy the products because this MSP scheme is by the Government of India. Therefore, Government of India to itself has taken this responsibility that we will procure your products, we will procure the crops. It is not the responsibility of private buyer, which is something natural to a human being, that this is a true statement that they won't be legally obligated for this. But again, read the second statement. Farmers can sell their produce to private buyers at a price lower than MSP. Farmers have their own discretion. Why this statement, or how do we understand this statement, I will tell you later. They can sell their produce to private buyers. Okay, you are a farmer, you produced, either you sell it to yourself or your neighbor or anyone who is purchasing in the market. It is your discretion at what rate you are selling it. Maybe 100 times more than MSP, maybe 10 times less than MSP. That is a discretion of farmer because it is his produce. Government mandates private buyers to match MSP for essential food grains. Again, something which contradicts the first statement. First statement was logical in nature, but third statement is contradicting the logic. Therefore, third statement shouldn't be true. But before we conclude this question, first and second statement are true. I want you to understand MSP a bit detailed. Why? Because this is a hot topic, always asked. Usually what happens in our India, in the agriculture sector particularly, is the farmers will grow the crops, FCI and NAFED, they will procure the crops, they will allocate the crops to states, and then states will give these crops to PDS shops and they will distribute the crops through public distribution system. That is one thing. Second, MSP, how does MSP actually is being recommended, or how the crops or price of crops, whether it is Kharif or Rabi crops, they are being set by CACP. Understood? How do they set the price of the crop? By the formula of A2 plus FL, A2 plus FL and C2. Understand, there are two prices, one is A2 plus FL and C2. C2 does have the component of A2 plus FL, that is the actual cost plus the imputed value or unpaid family labor. These two things are calculated in the second price. But in C2, the revenue foregone on owned land, that is the rent of the owned land, has to be added in C2. But this is not provided to the farmers. Next, once we do this, we also need to remember that why comes there a segment of private players in this. Why do we need private players? Why private players are playing a significant role while we deal with these two things, that is MSP. See, government procures around half of the produce which is produced by the farmers of India. Rest of the amount of production, the 50% of it, and in some cases more than 90% of the produce is not procured by government. Where shall this produce go? To the private sector. And how many crops are there in MSP? 23 crops. There are 7 cereals, 7 oil seeds, 4 commercial crops and 5 types of pulses, which you should remember because out of these only UPSC asks questions. Okay? So these are some of the key points and key terms which you should remember. Next is about urban cooperative banks. See, if you talk about the banking structure in India, RBI, at the top, if you see that we have banking structure from the top till the bottom. And at the bottom level, we have these cooperative banks, and at the bottom of cooperative banks, we have primary agricultural credit societies. Per se, you can say that there are commercial banks and there are cooperative banks. And in the cooperative banks, you must remember that there are rural cooperative credit societies and urban cooperative credit societies. These rural cooperative credit societies provide long-term and short-term loans both. In this, at the rural level, we have primary cooperatives and we have state cooperatives. We have state cooperative banks, district level and primary level cooperative societies also. Now, why do we need to understand this? Because cooperative societies and cooperative banks are regulated by Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act of 2002. This act has been in news continuously in 2024 and 2025. And recently we have also seen the formation of the Ministry of Cooperation also. ठीक है, अब यहाँ तक इतना हुआ. These urban cooperative banks, also known as the primary cooperative societies, they have plethora of functions when it comes to the urban needs. Understood? They are regulated by this Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 2002. Further, they are operated or regulated by the Registrar of Cooperative Societies. Now, understanding this concept, you need to understand that how much is the essentiality and how much is the potential of these urban cooperative banks while we deal with what? The financing through these banks. They are required to have at least 50% of their aggregate loans and advances consisting of small value loans. Yes, this is a true statement, and this small value loan should be less than 25 lakhs. Okay, one thing. Next, maximum amount of loan which they can lend to any of the borrower has to be less than what? Less than 1 crore per borrower. UCB's aggregate exposure on the commercial real estate loans is kept at 10% of its total assets. Yes, this is true, but there are some conditions associated to this. First condition is that its total exposure, जो loans ये देगा कहाँ पे? रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर में, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में जितने भी ये loans देगा, चाहे वो कमर्शियल loans होंगे, कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट में होगा या वो हाउसिंग loans होंगे, it should be just 10% of its total. ठीक है, जितने भी इसके टोटल एसेट्स होंगे, टोटल लोन्स देगा, उसका 10% ये रियल एस्टेट में देगा. बट उसके बाद देयर आर सम कंडीशंस दैट इट कैन प्रोवाइड एन एडिशनल, आई गेस 5%, additional 5% to housing loans. But remember, the condition is that these housing loans should be eligible under the priority sector lending. Then only these 5% are allowed. Further, a housing loan provided under this must not be more than 60 lakh rupees. Done? That's it. The statements are correct. Both the statements are correct, but the conditions have to be remembered. Structure भी याद रख लेना. Last में we have, I guess, 1 or 2 questions more. Sandbox framework. RBI's regulatory sandbox framework consists of, or consider the following statements. The framework allows selected fintech firms to test, innovate products in a controlled regulatory environment with certain relaxations. Second, once a product is successfully tested in a sandbox, it is automatically approved for commercial deployment without further regulatory scrutiny. Now understand the statements. First statement is a definition of sandbox framework. It says that fintech companies, they under the sandbox, what they do is they first check their program, they first check the impacts and consequences of the product which they have developed, and then only they are provided license and then they implement the product. That is the first statement, that they test it in a controlled environment, which is a true statement. But second statement says that there is no need of approval and scrutiny. Rather, they are automatically implemented in the market. This is not a correct statement. This is a wrong statement, an exaggerated statement. Statement 1 is correct, 2 is not. Understood? Chalo. Next question we have about yields, or just to understand that in securities, particularly in the bonds, we have two things to understand. Actually, three things. Bond has a principal amount. Bond has a principal amount, it has an interest, and there is one more thing which we need to understand, that bond has a price and yield. Okay. Very simple. A bond is a loan. Loan has a principal amount that you need to pay back or that you are lending to someone, and in response to this transaction you ensure or you can say you expect that there will be a repayment of this loan amount along with the interest on this loan amount. Per se, if I just give you a simple numeric example, a loan of 100 rupees with an interest rate of 10%, you expect that this loan shall pay me back 110 rupees at simple interest after 1 year. Very simple, 110 रुपये आ जाएगा. Now understand, how much is yield of this bond or how much is interest of this bond? Interest and yield at this point of time is just 10 rupees. Understood? This interest and yield is same at this point of time. But as I say that once the demand of this bond will increase, once I purchase this bond, once I subscribe to this bond, I have this bond paper in my hand. But now the company, suppose ABC company which issued this bond, is now doing good in its profits. This bond will be now in demand. All the people will come and ask me, can you please just sell this bond to me in the secondary market? Which means that I will send this bond or I will sell this bond at a higher rate. For example, if I purchase this bond at 100 rupees, I will sell this bond at 105 rupees. Why? Because I'll ask this person that once you pay me 105 rupees, this bond is in demand, it can fetch you more and you will also earn an interest of 10%. Now, what is at this point of time, what shall be the yield of this bond? It is just only 5 rupees. Why? Because already you have seen that the price of the bond has changed. Price of the bond has changed. Therefore, the bond yield, interest, price and the principal amount has to be understood very well, that how does it change. Now understanding the question, Indian corporate bonds yield may see expansion following India's inclusion in JP Morgan Global Index. बहुत ही easy question. If our bonds get into listed in an international index, which means that our economy is doing good, very well understood. It means that our economy is doing good. The corporate bonds or any other bond, if it gets listed in a better index, it means that bond is doing good. What does that mean? The demand of that bond will increase. Once the demand of that bond will increase, what does that mean? It means that the price of that bond will increase. If the price of the bond is increasing, what does it imply? That if the price is increasing, its yield will decrease. Because earlier, as I said, the yield was 10 rupees, but now the yield is just 5 rupees. The yield has decreased. Therefore, the price and yield of a bond are inversely proportional. There is an inverse relationship between the two which has to be understood and very well simplified in this slide. Therefore, yield is not the correct word which should have been here. Rather, if there was interest of, or if there was the price of bond will increase, or if there was the interest of the bonds will increase, that was a correct statement. This is not a correct statement. Masala bonds give Indian borrowers an option for extra commercial borrowings with the risk on foreign investors. Now understand this statement again. A statement linguistically complex, but if you try to simplify it, it is very simple statement. Masala bonds are those bonds which are issued by Indian borrowers, or they give Indian borrowers an upper edge or they give them an option for extra commercial borrowings. Masala bonds are issued for commercial borrowings or external commercial borrowings. Once you issue a bond, what do you do in the foreign market? If you issue a bond in the foreign market, it has to be denominated in the foreign currency. But if the bond is denominated in the Indian currency, that is called a masala bond. That it is denominated in the Indian currency, but it is supplied or issued in the foreign market. Now what will this bond do? This bond will secure the issuer of the bond from all the impacts of forex or from all the impacts of exchange rate. Whether the exchange rate with respect to that foreign economy will increase or decrease, the effects will not be on Indian borrowers, rather the effect will be on the foreign person or on the foreign investor who has invested into the bond. Understood? So this statement is correct. Next one is not, we already have the answer. Next statement talks about, this is the last question, this talks about the reinstatement effect. Very well, you must understand this reinstatement effect, because this is a concept which you can say that need to understand very well. Why? Because this is a concept which is currently in economic debates. The first statement talks about that in high demand markets, technological advancements create new tasks where human labor remains competitive and human labor increasing productivity and reintegrating workers. Very well understood concept, because I'll tell you just a story that post-industrial revolution, there was a massive discourse at the international level that we should go back to the pre-industrial era, or we should leave these industries aside. And this discourse went on. Many of the people subscribed to this discourse that these industries, or at this moment artificial intelligence or machine learning or the large language models, they will replace what? They will replace the human capacity, they will replace the human labor. However, actually, when the industrial revolution came, it generated more employment, it generated different types of employment, it generated the skills which we need for it, and the population also increased. However, what actually remained a fact was this reinstatement effect. That is, even after the advent of industries, even after the advent of these artificial intelligence and machine learning, we still had some portion of jobs and skills, creativity which was left for humans, which the machines could not invade into. And that is the definition of this reinstatement effect. Done? With this, I wish you all the best. Thank you for joining in here. Hope to see you soon. And if you have any problems, contact us in the numbers given below in the comment section. You are all welcomed at our mentorship desks. We will guide you through for your preparation. If you are still facing issues in conquering or in achieving your prelims 2025, you are most welcome. Come and see all your doubts solved at SRIRAM's IES. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So hello guys, welcome to SRIRAM's IES. So now we'll discuss the history sections question which we basically took in ANUBHUTI-2 of the GS part, paper 1. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the first question of history, which is 16th number question. With reference to Vedic age, consider the following statements. The concept of Varna system is mentioned in the Purush Sukta of the Rig Veda, which is absolutely right. Purush Sukta जो है वो 10वें अध्याय में है, 10th book of Rig Veda. Okay, so the 10th book of Rig Veda contains Purush Sukta and that contains Varna system. जो 4 वर्ण हैं, ब्राह्मण, क्षत्रिय, वैश्य और शूद्र, ये इस पुरुष सूक्त में mentioned है. So that's why this is very important and very important fact which you all need to be knowing. Okay, the next statement is the Rig Vedic's economy was largely based on rural settlements. This is absolutely right. This is stark difference from Harappan. Harappan was urban by nature, but the Vedic was village settlement by its nature. अब ये विलेज सेटलमेंट के पहले इट वाज पैस्टोरल, बट लेटर ऑन इट डेवलप्ड इनटू वेस्टर्न विलेज सेटलमेंट ओनली एंड इट कंटिन्यूड इवन ड्यूरिंग महाजनपद काल। और महाजनपद काल के एंड में जाके वी कैन सी दैट ह्यूज सिटीज लाइक पाटलिपुत्रा इमर्ज्ड। Before that, it was a rural settlement only, so we can say the Vedic economy was rural based. Barter system पे चलती थी and all these things were there present during the Vedic age. The next statement is cattle rearing was significant aspect of Rig Vedic economy. बिल्कुल सही बात है, उस टाइम पर जो भी लड़ाइयाँ होती थी, all wars which used to happen, they were on the basis of cattle only. The real income, property or possession of people in that period was cattle only. खासकर काव के नाम पर गोश्ती और इस तरह के टर्म्स रखे गए हैं। इवन वॉर के लिए भी गाय से रिलेटेड टर्म्स को ही यूज किया गया है। सो दैट्स व्हाई ऑल द थ्री स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट। ओके, द करेक्ट आंसर इज डी। नाउ मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, which of the following inscriptions of Ashoka mentions the name of Greek rulers? इनमें से कौन से अशोकन इंस्क्रिप्शन के अंदर ग्रीक रूलर्स को मेंशन किया गया है? एंड द ऑप्शंस आर माइनर रॉक एडिक्ट 1, कंधार इंस्क्रिप्शन, मेजर रॉक एडिक्ट 13th एंड पिलर एडिक्ट 7। तो इनमें से कौन सा वाला है? तो इसका सही आंसर है मेजर रॉक एडिक्ट 13, which was the last rock edict of Ashokan inscriptions. So in that various rulers, Ptolemy II and these kind of rulers, Greek rulers, were mentioned in this particular rock edict. So the correct answer is C. Now moving on to the next question, which is regarding to the Indian national movement. Now it is a assertion reasoning based question. As you can see here, it's a assertion reasoning based question, which basically the assertion says in 1939 the Indian National Congress amended its policy to lend support to the All India States People Conference. अब यहाँ पे गौर देने वाली बात कौन सी है? ये बात कर रहा है 1939 की। इसका मतलब कि जो डेकेड है ऑफ आवर आज़ादी विच इज 1940s, उसके हम एकदम डोर स्टेप पे खड़े हुए हैं। और उसका रीजन क्या बता रहा है? रीजन दे आर टेलिंग दैट इन द लेट 1930s देयर वाज अ राइजिंग टाइड ऑफ नेशनलिज्म एंड पॉलिटिकल मोबिलाइजेशन इन द प्रिंसली स्टेट्स। यू ऑल नो कि जो ब्रिटिश कॉलोनी थी इंडिया में, वो दो तरह के चीजों में बटी हुई थी, दो तरह के डिविजन्स क्लासिफिकेशंस थे उसके। पहला तो वो था जो कि डायरेक्ट अंडर ब्रिटिश कॉलोनी या ब्रिटिश एम्पायर या ब्रिटिश क्राउन आता था, और दूसरा था प्रिंसली स्टेट्स विच एक्सेप्टेड द सुजरैनिटी, आधिपत्य मानते थे वो ऑफ व्हाट? ब्रिटिश क्राउन। ब्रिटिश क्राउन को अपना पैरामाउंटेसी मानते थे। तो इस तरह से दो में बटा हुआ था। अब हम जहां तक भी पढ़ते हैं, एनसीईआरटी बुक्स में पढ़े, चाहे हम बाकी किताबों में पढ़े, तो व्हाट यू फाइंड इज व्हाट काइंड ऑफ एट्रोसिटीज वर हैपनिंग इन द ब्रिटिश कॉलोनियल डायरेक्ट प्रेसिडेंसीज लाइक कलकत्ता, कलकत्ता, मद्रास, बॉम्बे एंड दीस काइंड ऑफ प्रेसिडेंसीज। बट व्हाट अबाउट प्रिंसली स्टेट्स? प्रिंसली स्टेट्स के अंदर भी इंडिपेंडेंस जो है, कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस जो है, उसको लेके कांग्रेस इन 1930s और खासकर लेट 1930s में काफी ज्यादा सीरियस हो गई थी। सो दैट्स व्हाई द रीजनिंग इज द करेक्ट रीजन फॉर द असर्शन। सो द करेक्ट आंसर इज ए। द नेक्स्ट इज in the context of Gandhian mass movements. Again, question from same part, and it's a very unique fact. So you should all take very much interest in this particular part. The term हिजरत, हिजरत बेसिकली क्या कहलाता है कि जब मोहम्मद साहब मक्का से मदीना की तरफ गए थे तो उसे हिजरत कहते हैं, एक तरीके का पलायन, एक तरीके का माइग्रेशन। तो वो जो हिजरत का टर्म है वो गांधीयन मूवमेंट के टाइम पर भी हम देख सकते हैं, जैसे कि इस क्वेश्चन में मेंशन्ड है। द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज इट रेफर्स टू द वॉलेंट्री माइग्रेशन, वॉलेंट्री अपनी मर्जी का माइग्रेशन, और टेम्पररी विड्रॉल बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्रीज ऑफ ए स्टेट एज अ फॉर्म ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट। चाहे मोहम्मद साहब गए हो, चाहे उसके बाद ड्यूरिंग नेशनल मूवमेंट भी ये टर्म यूज किया गया हो, तो उस टाइम पर ये एक तरीके का टेम्पररी विड्रॉल था इन द फॉर्म ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट, जिसके की फेवर में गांधी जी थे। जो कि सेकंड स्टेटमेंट कहता है, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट ये कहता है कि गांधी जी एनकरेज द पेजेंट्स ऑफ बारदोली 1928 टू अडॉप्ट दिस मेथड। बिल्कुल सही बात है, बारदोली मूवमेंट जो है इसमें फॉरेस्ट लॉज भी वायलेट किए गए थे। इसके ऊपर हम आगे भी कुछ क्वेश्चन, आगे एक और क्वेश्चन है जिसमें हम वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस इट। सो ड्यूरिंग बारदोली सत्याग्रह गांधी जी सजेस्टेड दैट दे शुड बी डूइंग हिजरत, और इस मेथड को एज अ सिविल डिसोबीडियंस और एज अ व्हाट वी कैन से सत्याग्रह यूज किया जाना चाहिए। तो इसके फेवर में थे गांधी जी। तो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट भी करेक्ट है और फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट भी करेक्ट है। नाउ व्हाट अबाउट द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट? द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज By 1931, he recognized his stance, no longer regarded it as an essential aspect of purest form of satyagraha. Getting it? What Gandhi thought is that कि इस तरीके से पलायन कर जाना, माइग्रेट कर जाना, वहां से चले जाना, वो सही तरीके का प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है, बल्कि उससे अच्छा प्रोटेस्ट ये है कि आप रहकर वहां पर ही सत्याग्रह करो और कहीं ना कहीं अपने राइट्स के लड़ो, कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस के लड़ो. और अगर फॉरेस्ट लॉज या फिर वहां के लैंड रेवेन्यू एक्ट, सेटलमेंट एक्ट जो है, दे आर नॉट इन फेवर ऑफ द पीजेंट्स देयर, देन दे शुड बी फाइटिंग फॉर इट, नॉट गोइंग अवे फ्रॉम दैट प्लेस. Okay, so all the statements are correct in this case also. Now, the next question is regarding geography. So we'll be switching over to question number 47. Yeah, so coming on question number 47, it is a very important question. Why is it important? Because the temple which is mentioned in this particular question has been recently visited by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Okay, so the question says, in 1930, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and social activist Pandurang Sadashiv Sane led an agitation to demand access to Hindu temples for Dalits at Kalaram Temple. Now, see, बाकी सब है कथा, जो कीवर्ड है इसमें वो है कालाराम टेम्पल. और दूसरी बात जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो ये है कि पीएम मोदी visited this. So that's why I would like to tell all of you people that this misconception that in case of history and in case of other such parts which are supposedly static, you just don't, you are not required to be so much aware about the current affairs. No, you need to be very much aware about the current affairs where all important dignitaries are visiting. If some US president comes and visit a particular temple or a particular shrine or some place like this, then that becomes very important. You need to look at that particular junction from an historical point of view. उससे history, उससे इतिहास की कौन सी बातें जुड़ी हुई हैं, ये जानना आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है. Okay, so the first statement is, it is located in the Panchavati area of Nashik, which is absolutely right. The second statement is a Nagara style temple. ठीक है, नगरा द्रविड़ा, नगरा नॉर्थ के थे टेम्पल्स, द्रविड़ साउथ के टेम्पल्स थे, तो वहां पर ये नगरा स्टाइल टेम्पल है डेडिकेटेड टू लॉर्ड राम, which is again absolutely right, and it is located on the banks of river Godavari. जहां भी नासिक की बात आएगी वहां पे गोदावरी अपने आप पिक्चर में आ जाता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं यहां से आपकी ज्योग्राफी भी चेक हो रही है. इसलिए इस तरह के फैक्ट्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू ऑल. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड वेयर ऑल इंपॉर्टेंट, आई एम अगेन रिपीटिंग इट, वेयर ऑल इंपॉर्टेंट डिग्निटरीज आर विजिटिंग, एंड इफ दे आर विजिटिंग एनी टेम्पल, ट्राई टू लुक those places from a historical point of view. So then you'll be able to correct these kind of questions in exam. We have kept all the options correct here so that we want to give an information to you that these kind of facts are very much important to you all. Okay, now moving ahead to the next question. Next question is about Mughal art and architecture. It's a very good question. Try to understand, these kind of questions have come in past UPSC exams and they can come again because it is a cross function of historical or static history as well as art and architecture and your understanding about the concurrent issues. Okay, so the question is, consider the following statements about Mughal art and architecture. The use of red sandstone in the Mughal architecture reached its peak during Akbar's reign, which is absolutely right. इसका एग्जाम्पल क्या है? इसका एग्जाम्पल फतेहपुर सीकरी है. ठीक है, फतेहपुर सीकरी में रेड सैंडस्टोन जो है वो एक्सटेंसिवली यूज हुआ है, तो ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल सही है, ये पीक रीच कर गया था अपना यहां पर. द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज द ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम रेड सैंडस्टोन टू व्हाइट मार्बल बिकेम प्रोमिनेंट अंडर जहांगीर, नॉट जहांगीर. दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. इट बिकेम प्रोमिनेंट अंडर शाहजहां. और वैसे भी इसमें कोई ज्यादा डाउट की गुंजाइश है नहीं, क्योंकि अगर आप ताजमहल की बात करेंगे, अगर हम ताजमहल की बात करेंगे तो व्हाट वी फाइंड इज दैट ताजमहल वाज कंस्ट्रक्टेड बाय एवरीवन नोज, इट वाज कंस्ट्रक्टेड ड्यूरिंग द रेन ऑफ शाहजहां. तो वहां से आप व्हाइट मार्बल से जोड़ सकते हैं. और वहां से ये स्टेटमेंट अपने आप गलत हो जाता है। लेकिन यहां पर डाउट कहां क्रिएट होता है, मैं एक बार रब कर देता हूं इसको, सो दैट यू विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड। इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रोमिनेंट। ओके, यहां पे कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है। प्रोमिनेंट शाहजहां के टाइम पे ही हुआ था, बिकॉज शाहजहां के बाद औरंगजेब का टाइम आया था, जिस टाइम पे कि यू वुड हैव सीन दैट कंस्ट्रक्शंस, आर्किटेक्चर काफी कम हो गए थे, ऑलमोस्ट खत्म ही हो गए थे, बिकॉज औरंगजेब के टाइम पे एक्सचेकर जो है वो डेक्कन जो एस्केपेड्स थे औरंगजेब के, उसमें इन्वॉल्व होने के कारण काफी हद तक खत्म हो गया था। इवन शाहजहां के टाइम पे भी जो इंसेसेंट कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ था, उस कारण से भी कहीं ना कहीं एक्सचेकर जो है इट वाज फाइंडिंग इटसेल्फ शॉर्ट of getting involved in any infrastructure activity which is not actually required. So that's why the white marble gained its prominence during Shahjahan. This is incorrect. The next is Itmat-ud-Daula in Agra. It is very important structure because it is the first Mughal building which has been made entirely of white marble. बिल्कुल सही बात है। इत्माद-उद-दौला कौन थे? जो नूरजहां हु फॉर ऑल प्रैक्टिकल पर्पसेस वर रनिंग जहांगीर रेन। जहांगीर जब मुगल एम्परर थे उस टाइम पर जो पूरा का पूरा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था वो उनकी रानी नूरजहां संभालती थी, और नूरजहां के फादर के ऊपर, मिर्जा गुलाम बेग के ऊपर इत्माद-उद-दौला का कंस्ट्रक्शन किया था नूरजहां ने, इसलिए, और इसके अंदर कंप्लीटली टोटली व्हाइट मार्बल का यूज किया था, तो इसलिए ये वाला फैक्ट इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, तो ये भी करेक्ट है। करेक्ट आंसर इज 1 and 3 ओनली। ओके, सो मूविंग हेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। So this question is very important. It is about life of Buddha and all the terms which are basically have happened during Buddha's age. The first one is Mahavinishkarma marks the event of leaving home for Buddha. बिल्कुल सही है ये। This is basically एक तरीके का रॉयल विड्रॉल। जब भगवान बुद्ध ने एज सिद्धार्थ, प्रिंस सिद्धार्थ, रॉयल्टी अपनी छोड़ दी और अपने राज्य से, अपने राजपाट छोड़ के वो बढ़ चले टुवर्ड्स, वी कैन से, बुद्धता की तरफ, उस पर्टिकुलर टर्म को महाविनीश क्रम कहा जाता है, उस पर्टिकुलर इवेंट को कहा जाता है, तो ये एकदम एग्जैक्टली राइट है। द नेक्स्ट इज निर्वाण। निर्वाण इन बुद्धिज्म मींस एक्सटिंग्विशमेंट ऑफ द फ्लेम ऑफ लाइफ, नहीं फ्लेम ऑफ डिजायर। सो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट। नाउ व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन extinguishment of the flame of life and extinguishment of the flame of desire? बुद्धिज्म ये कहता है कि जो जीवन है वो दुख है, और वो दुख का रीजन जो है वो है डिजायर। आप क्या चाह रहे हो जीवन में, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है, वही रीजन है सारे दुखों का। इसलिए इससे पार पाना या इससे ऊपर उठ जाना, उसको निर्वाण कहा है उन्होंने, ना कि लाइफ खत्म हो जाने को कहा है। तो द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग। The third one is Pavarna. Pavarna is Buddhist ceremony that marks the end of Vasa. ठीक है ना? ये बेसिकली एक बुद्धिस्ट सेरेमनी है जो इस महीने में भगवान बुद्ध का जन्म हुआ था, उस टाइम पर इस वाली सेरेमनी को मनाया जाता है, और इसके एंडिंग को पवर्ण कहा जाता है। तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट है बुद्ध की लाइफ से जुड़ा हुआ, या उससे जुड़े हुए जो फेस्टिविटीज हैं उससे लेकर ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल सही है। सो दिस इज करेक्ट। ओके, सो द नेक्स्ट वन इज okay, so the next question is 64. The 64th question says that with reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statements. The movement led to the revival of transitional Indian art, literature and music as a means of promoting nationalism. Absolutely right. क्या हुआ था स्वदेशी के टाइम पे? जब पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल अनाउंस हो गया बाय लॉर्ड कर्जन, तो उस टाइम पर जो हमारे नेशनल लीडर्स थे उन्होंने स्वदेशी मूवमेंट लॉन्च किया ये दिखाने के लिए कि देयर इज हिंदू मुस्लिम एकता, देयर इज हार्मनी बिटवीन हिंदूज एंड मुस्लिम्स। और ये जो अल्टीरियर मोटिव था ब्रिटिशर्स का कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के नाम पे ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दे आर पार्टीशनिंग बंगाल, दैट बंगाल इज टू लार्ज टू बी एडमिनिस्टर्ड बाय अ सिंगल अथॉरिटी, सो for that they are partitioning Bengal, but the real reason was it was the epicenter of Indian national movements as well as it was the epicenter of Hindu Muslim unity, जिस पर कि Britishers want to basically they want to create division. So for that Swadeshi movement started and the movement led to the revival of traditional Indian movement। और इस मूवमेंट में कहीं ना कहीं स्वदेशी इसका नाम पड़ा कि स्वदेशी एक्टिविटीज जैसे कि आपकी फैक्ट्रीज हो गई, केमिकल फैक्ट्रीज हो गई, साबुन से लेकर हर तरीके का आइटम, दे स्टार्टेड डूइंग इट ऑन देयर ओन। दोज नेशनल लीडर्स अर्ज्ड इंडियन पीपल टू मेक इट ऑन देयर ओन। और वहीं पर ट्रेडिशनल आर्ट फॉर्म्स भी डेवलप हुए, कई सारे कॉलेजेस बने, तो इस तरीके से चेंजेस आए थे स्वदेशी मूवमेंट के टाइम पे। ये एक स्ट्रेटेजी अपनाई गई थी बाय इंडियन नेशनल लीडर्स ऑफ दैट टाइम। So the first statement is correct. The second is the British responded to the movement by using repression. Absolutely right. Including lathi charge, censorship of the press and the mass arrests of leader. Absolutely right. Obviously British, how would have British behaved? This was the only way they knew. So that's why they became started persecuting Indians, and despite of the fact that all the Swadeshi movement was peaceful by nature, still they did lathi charge and other kind of activities to suppress Indians. The next one is Swadeshi movement succeeded in forcing the British to reverse the partition of Bengal before World War I. Now this statement might look like the correct one, but this is wrong. देखिए स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो है फॉर ऑल प्रैक्टिकल पर्पसेस 1908 तक फिज आउट हो गया था, वो खत्म ही हो गया था 1908-1909 तक। उसके बाद कुछ इंडिविजुअल रिवॉल्यूशनरी एक्टिविटीज जो हो रही थी वो जरूर हो रही थी, लेकिन जो स्वदेशी मूवमेंट है उसका इंपैक्ट काफी हद तक खत्म हो चुका था। पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल के थ्रू ब्रिटिशर्स जो अचीव करना चाहते थे वो अचीव कर चुके थे। एक तरीके का हिंदू मुस्लिम फैक्शन क्रिएट हो चुका था, और यही हमको दिखेगा आगे चलकर जब एक्चुअल पार्टीशन हुआ इंडिया का, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो रीजन जो पहले ही पार्टीशन बंगाल का हो चुका था वो रीजन प्रेजेंट डे बांग्लादेश है, उस टाइम पर ईस्ट पाकिस्तान बन गया था। ओके, सो दैट्स व्हाई द पर्पस रिजॉल्व for their own administrative purposes they shifted the capital of India of their British colony from Calcutta to Delhi, और उसी तर्ज पर बंगाल के पार्टीशन को निरस्त कर दिया गया। लेकिन उसके पीछे स्वदेशी मूवमेंट का सक्सेस नहीं था, क्योंकि अगर आप देखेंगे तो कोई भी मूवमेंट जो था उस टाइम पर which Indians were doing, we can't call them successful because whatever they wanted to achieve and when they wanted it to achieve, that didn't happen. Britishers didn't conquer to it. अगर हम इस तरीके से देखेंगे कि कौन सा ऐसा मूवमेंट है फाइनली जाकर जिसमें कि ब्रिटिशर्स फाइनली दे सेड कि ओके दे आर फाइन विद इट, तो वो आप देखेंगे कि वो एंड में आके 47 में इंडिया का इंडिपेंडेंस ही है। उसके पहले जो भी मूवमेंट्स हुए उसमें एक गिव एंड टेक हुआ करता था। आप ये मान लो हम पीछे हट जाते हैं इतने, ठीक है। तो इस तरह की चीजों को देखते हुए हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि स्वदेशी मूवमेंट फोर्स्ड ब्रिटिशर्स to annul the partition of Bengal, balki it was their own administrative requirement because of which they did it. So the third statement is incorrect. Now this is again a very important question. मैंने पहले ही आपको बताया है, जो हम previous year questions का सीरीज करते हैं उसके अंदर I have told you that संगम एज के टर्म्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऐसा ही एक टर्म है मरक्कलम टर्म जो है, इसमें 4 ऑप्शंस दिए हुए हैं। द फर्स्ट वन इज अ टाइप ऑफ टेंपल आर्किटेक्चर डेवलप्ड बाय द पांड्या रूलर्स, दिस इज रॉन्ग। द सेकंड वन इज अ वुडन शिप यूज्ड बाय तमिल ट्रेडर्स फॉर मैरीटाइम ट्रेड, दिस इज करेक्ट। मरक्कलम इज अ वुडन शिप, बेसिकली अ टर्म गिवन इन संगम एज इन संगम टेक्स्ट फॉर अ वुडन शिप, जिसके थ्रू ये रोमन्स, अरब्स और इस तरह की जो ट्रेडर्स हैं उनसे ट्रेडिंग करने जाते थे। रेस्ट द टू द फॉर्म ऑफ मिलिट्री कैवेलरी एंड अ सिस्टम ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू, दीज आर आल्सो इनकरेक्ट। द करेक्ट आंसर इज बी। बहुत जरूरी है ये संगम एज के टर्म्स जानना, बहुत जरूरी है। वी आर गोइंग टू ब्रिंग सम कंसेप्ट सीरीज टू यू ऑल इन विच वी विल बी डिस्कसिंग दीज टर्म्स सो दैट यू ऑल बी वेल अवेयर ऑफ दीज टर्म्स। इनको बस एक बार पढ़ना है, इनका छोटा सा नोट्स बनाने हैं, ताकि आपके अपकमिंग 2025 यूपीएससी सीएसई प्री एग्जाम में if these kind of terms come, then you are able to handle them. इनको आपने पढ़ा नहीं होगा, इनको जानते नहीं होंगे, तो एग्जाम में आप हैंडल नहीं कर पाएंगे. ओके, द नेक्स्ट वन इज द रॉयल इंडियन नेवी म्यूटिनी, RIN म्यूटिनी, बिल्कुल बहुत फेमस है ये. इट वॉज द लास्ट नेल इन द कॉफिन ऑफ ब्रिटिश एम्पायर इन इंडिया. ब्रिटिश हुकूमत की ताबूत पे आखिरी कील था ये RIN. उनको समझ में आ गया अब आर्मी भी हमारे बस में नहीं रही है. नाउ इट्स आवर टाइम, वी आर डन इन इंडिया एंड वी शुड लीव इंडिया. सो द रॉयल इंडियन नेवी म्यूटिनी ऑफ 1946 was a significant event in India's struggle for independence. Which of the following statements about the mutiny are correct? The first one is the mutiny began with a hunger strike by naval ratings stationed at HMIS Talwar in Bombay. This is correct. HMIS तलवार बेसिकली शिप था, इंडियन तो नहीं कहेंगे, इंपीरियल नेवी का, ब्रिटिश नेवी का शिप था जो इंडिया में स्टेशन था. इट वाज व्हाट वी कैन से पॉपुलेटेड बाय इंडियन सोल्जर्स ओनली. इंडियन नेवल रेटिंग्स बोलते हैं, जो नेवल सीमैन होते हैं उनको कहते हैं. सो उससे स्टेशन था. HMIS तलवार पे एक तरीके की भूख हड़ताल की गई थी, क्योंकि जो इंडियन वहां पे व्हाट वी कैन से इंडियन नेवी मैन थे, जो उनके साथ भेदभाव होता था, रेशियल भेदभाव होता था, उनको सैलरी भी कम दी जाती थी, उनके जो वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट था, इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर देम टू लिव देयर. सो दैट्स व्हाई दे डिड अ हंगर स्ट्राइक. दिस करेक्ट. द इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस एंड द मुस्लिम लीग एक्टिवली एनकरेज एंड सपोर्टेड द म्यूटिनी एज अ पार्ट ऑफ फ्रीडम मूवमेंट. नो, सी इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस का ऐसा लगता है कि, और मुस्लिम लीग जो है उनका ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो ये है, इन्होंने सपोर्ट किया होगा रॉयल इंडियन नेवी की म्यूटिनी को. बट दिस इज नॉट राइट. ओके, व्हाई दिस इज नॉट राइट? दिस इज नॉट राइट because they couldn't have come in open in supporting Royal Indian Navy mutiny, क्योंकि वो एक तरीके का what can say it was violent by nature. And as far as violence are concerned, मुस्लिम लीग तो बिल्कुल भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मीन्स लेके चल रही थी. बिकॉज आप जानते ही हैं कि मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना को पाकिस्तान में कायदे आजम तक कहा जाता है. वो कायदे आजम कहने का रीजन यही है कि ही वॉज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इन हिज वेज. ओके, नाउ व्हाट अबाउट इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस? तो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस भी वॉयलेंस के डर से उसे सपोर्ट नहीं किया, बल्कि बाहर रहते हुए उन्होंने रॉयल इंडियन नेवी म्यूटिनी में जो लोग इन्वॉल्व थे उनसे अर्ज किया कि आप अपनी म्यूटिनी खत्म कीजिए, आप इस तरीके से वॉयलेंट मीन्स ना अपनाइए. तो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. द थर्ड इज वन ऑफ द की डिमांड्स ऑफ द म्यूटिनियर्स वाज द रिलीज ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी प्रिजनर्स. बिल्कुल सही. इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी के जो 3 ऑफिसर्स जिनके ऊपर की रेड फोर्ट पे ट्रायल चल रहे थे, उसके फेवर में चले गए थे रॉयल इंडियन नेवी के नेवल रेटिंग्स, और वो शहर शहर जाकर उनके सपोर्ट में they were what we can say, they were calling out movements and association of people. So that's why the third statement is absolutely right. The correct answer is 1 and 3. The next question is, it is on Pabna revolt of 1870s. Okay, now these are some peasant revolts which happened before the first independence movement, which happened in 1857. जो सिपाही म्यूटिनी हुई थी 1857 में, उसके पहले जो peasant movements हुए थे उनमें से एक बहुत ही important peasant movement है Pabna revolt of 1870s. The revolt was largely confined to eastern Bengal and did not spread to other parts of India. This is right. क्योंकि ये बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक, ये पाबना रिवोल्ट का बहुत ही यूनिक फीचर ये था कि जो जमींदार थे वो भी एजिटेट कर रहे थे, और इसलिए ही सेकंड स्टेटमेंट देखिएगा आप, वो करेक्ट रहेगा, बिकॉज पीसेंट लीडर्स विच वर बेसिकली जमींदार्स तालुकदार्स, peasant leaders successfully utilized colonial courts to challenge the जमींदार्स excessive rent demands. छोटे जमींदार भी इन्वॉल्व थे, और यहां पर आप देखिएगा कि कॉलोनियल कोर्ट्स को यूज किया गया है किस तरीके से, जो ब्रिटिश लीगल सिस्टम है, जो चेंजेस आए थे उनको यूज करते हुए इस पर्टिकुलर रिवोल्ट को शांत करने की कोशिश की है, जो भी इसके कारण इफेक्ट हो रहे थे. Okay, so the second statement is also right. The British administration, while initially suppressing the revolt, later introduced legal reforms to address peasant grievances. सही है, जो बंगाल टेनेसी एक्ट आया और जो बाकी इस तरीके के एक्ट आए, वो इन्हीं सब रिवोल्ट्स के एंड रिजल्ट हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं इस रिवोल्ट को हम इस तरीके से यूनिक मान सकते हैं, बिकॉज इसमें उस टाइम पे ऑल्दो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तो नहीं था, लेकिन ये लीगल एक तरीके का मूवमेंट कह सकते हैं, बिकॉज इन विच courts were taken, courts help was taken, and then an act was passed in favor of the peasants which were at loss because of the laws of British laws in these regions about land revenue settlement. Fine. So all the statements are correct in this one only, this one also. Now the next is about civil disobedience movement which happened in various other parts of India. So the first one is Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, C. Rajagopalachari led salt satyagrah and boycotted foreign cloth. This is right. Regarding Tamil Nadu, salt satyagrah happened in Tamil Nadu, led by C. Rajagopalachari. You need to remember these personalities also along with what happened in Tamil Nadu. Next is Gujarat. Now what happened in Gujarat? In Gujarat, defiance of forest laws and non-payment of land revenue. ठीक है, ये भी चीजें हुई सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट के टाइम पर, और इसके पहले ही ठीक पहले बारदोली सत्याग्रह भी हुआ था गुजरात में, तो आप उससे रिलेट कर सकते हैं. तो द करेक्ट पेयरिंग इज दिस वन. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट नॉर्थ वेस्ट फ्रंटियर प्रोविंस? जो आज का नॉर्थ फ्रंटियर प्रोविंस जो है वो पड़ता है कहां पर? पाकिस्तान में, बॉर्डरिंग अफगानिस्तान. ओके, सो व्हाट अबाउट दैट रीजन? नॉन वायलेंट रेजिस्टेंस लेड बाय खुदाई खिदमतगार्स, जो खान अब्दुल गफ्फार खान हुए, रेड शर्ट मूवमेंट हुआ, ये सारे के सारे जिन्हें की फ्रंटियर गांधी भी बोला जाता है बिकॉज ऑफ हिज नॉन वायलेंट अप्रोच टुवर्ड्स getting independence for their own place and for India at large. So that's why Northwest Frontier Province, you can match it with non-violent resistance led by Khudai Khidmatgars. This is correct. The next one is Andhra Pradesh. Now what about Andhra Pradesh? No tax campaign and forest satyagrah. यहाँ पे important क्या है कि गुजरात और आंध्र प्रदेश के अंदर अलग चीज ये है कि जो no tax campaign है वो डिफरेंशिएट करता है, उसके अलावा फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह. ना व्हाट इज फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह? फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह ये है कि जो ब्रिटिशर्स हैं, उन्होंने जो इंडियन फॉरेस्ट हैं और जो फॉरेस्ट ड्वेलर्स हैं, जो फॉरेस्ट में रहते हैं, उनके लाइवलीहुड या फिर उनके लाइफ जीने की तरीके हैं उसको अपने लॉज से डिक्टेट करना चाहा. तो सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट के टाइम पे जब सिविल लॉज, इंडियन फ्रीडम मूवमेंट्स, इंडियन फ्रीडम फाइटर्स उसको ब्रेक कर रहे थे, तो उस टाइम पर उन्होंने फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह करके फॉरेस्ट लॉज को भी ब्रीच किया. दैट्स वाई द करेक्ट पेयरिंग फॉर 4 इज 1. Now, we'll be discussing the last 2 questions or 3 questions. Now, question number 94. It's a very simple question, factual question. Now, 94 says that thoughts of Pakistan, Buddha और कार्ल मार्क्स एंड फेडरेशन वर्सेस फ्रीडम, ये बुक्स किसने लिखी हैं? तो आप ये समझिए इस बात को कि ये सारी बुक्स जो हैं वो B.R. अम्बेडकर ने लिखी हैं ऑन दीज टॉपिक्स. सी, जो फेमस पर्सनालिटीज हैं उनके ऊपर कई बार इस तरह के यूनिक क्वेश्चंस आ जाते हैं कि किस तरह की बुक उन्होंने लिखी है, इसलिए आपका जानना बहुत जरूरी है. ट्राई टू मेक अ लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनालिटीज of our Indian freedom movement and even constitution making process, and try to see which all books, which all texts they made, which all essays or which all seminars they attended and what they said. उनका बेसिक थॉट प्रोसेस क्या था ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है, इसलिए ये क्वेश्चन जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है. ओके, नाउ द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज next question is 97. 97 is about theatre, places and theme. This is more of an art and culture related question. The first one is Terukuttu, which is Tamil Nadu, which is right. But is it about mythological story? No, it is about street plays. ये street plays के बारे में है, not the mythological stories. Now next one is भावना. Okay, Assam Hindu epics. This is right. ये वन एक्ट प्ले जैसा है. वन एक्ट प्ले आप जानते होंगे, इसमें पर्दा नहीं लग सकता है एक बार भी, बिकॉज अगर पर्दा लग के एक्ट चेंज होता है तो उसे स्किट कहा जाता है. सो दैट्स व्हाई भावना इज करेक्ट रिगार्डिंग असम एंड हिंदू एपिक्स. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट कुट्टियट्टम? कुट्टियट्टम केरला डिवोशनल. दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट. ये सबसे पुराना संस्कृत थिएटर है. अगर आप जानना चाहेंगे तो ये सबसे पुराना संस्कृत थिएटर है. सॉन्ग स्टोरी टेलिंग फॉर्म है थ्रू डांस एंड ऑल. So that's why Kuttiyattam is very important. It's a theatre form which belongs to Kerala, and it has everything to do with devotional music, devotional music, devotional theatre, and all these kind of things. Okay, so that's it for history part of it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to SRIRAM IS. In this video we are going to understand about the science and tech part of Anubhuti All India Mock Test, जिसमें कि 12 to 14 questions हैं. And we are going to understand ki what is the rationale behind the options and which kind of questions asked and from which sources they are asked. So we are going to understand about these things. So without any delay, let's get started. So first question is about the stellar life objects, Cepheids, magnetar and Betelgeuse. ये basic question है जो कि UPSC ने 2023 में भी पूछा था. It is related to the pulsars and Cepheids. तो हमें थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में ना इसका बैकग्राउंड जानना जरूरी है. तो व्हेन इट कम्स टू दीज क्वेश्चन ना, एक ये जो डायग्राम होता है अबाउट द स्टेलर लाइफ साइकिल, ये हमें पता होना चाहिए. व्हेन इट कम्स टू स्टेलर लाइफ साइकिल, इट टॉक अबाउट द बर्थ ऑफ अ स्टार, कि हाउ एक्चुअली द बर्थ ऑफ अ स्टार टुक प्लेस. इवन जैसे अर्थ है, अर्थ इज ऑल्सो अ स्टार. तो ये स्टेलर लाइफ साइकिल ना हमें थोड़ा जानना जरूरी है. सो व्हेन इट कम्स टू स्टेलर लाइफ साइकिल, इट ऑल स्टार्टेड विद द प्लैनेटरी नेबुला. ये नेबुला जो होता है, इट इज अ गैसियस क्लाउड जिसमें कि डस्ट होती है. अब ये जब कॉन्ट्रास्ट होना स्टार्ट होता है तो इट फॉर्म्स अ प्रोटो स्टार. अब ये जो प्रोटो स्टार होता है, इट ऑल केम अंडर द बेसिक प्रोसेस दैट इज नोन एज द बर्थ प्रोसेस. यहाँ पर न्यूक्लियर फिजन नहीं होता है, और जो मेन सीक्वेंस होता है, इट इज अ प्लेस फ्रॉम विच द न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन एक्चुअली स्टार्ट्स. एंड व्हेन दिस न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन स्टार्टेड ना, इसके कारण होता है फॉर्मेशन ऑफ अ स्टार. अब इसमें भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट गौर करने वाली चीज ये है कि ये जो फॉर्मेशन ऑफ अ स्टार होता है ना, इट इज बेस्ड ऑन द सोलर मास. कि जो भी एक सन का मास है, उसके रिस्पेक्ट में जितना भी मास उस प्लैनेटरी ऑब्जेक्ट का होगा, वो उसका फेट डिसाइड करेगा. जैसे कि अगर 0.8 सोलर मास से किसी प्लैनेटरी ऑब्जेक्ट का मास कम है, देन इट इज गोइंग टू बर्न आउट. वहां पर फ्यूजन जैसी प्रोसेस नहीं होगी. बट अगर वो 0.8 सोलर मास से 8 सोलर मास के बीच में है, देन इट कैन टर्न इनटू अ प्लैनेटरी नेबुला और अ प्लैनेटरी स्टार. तो ये जो होता है ना 0.8 से 8, इट इज नोन एज द एवरेज स्टार. और अर्थ लाई करता है इसमें ही. इसमें प्रोसेस होती है विथ विच फर्स्ट इट बिकम द रेड जायंट, देन देयर इज अ प्लैनेटरी नेबुला, व्हाइट ड्वार्फ एंड ब्लैक ड्वार्फ. अब इसमें एक और चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज 1.4 सोलर मास. इट इज ऑल्सो नोन एज द चंद्रशेखर लिमिट, कि अगर इतनी लिमिट है देन इट इज गोइंग टू बिकम अ प्लैनेटरी नेबुला. अब अगर 8 सोलर मास से ज्यादा है मास, देन इट टर्न इनटू द मैसिव स्टार. और इसमें होता है रेड सुपर जायंट, देन सुपरनोवा, एंड देन इट कम्स टू द न्यूट्रॉन स्टार. एंड व्हेन इट कम्स टू द मैग्नेटर, बेटेलग्यूज, इनकी जो बात की गई है सेफाइड्स की, दीज आर द न्यूट्रॉन स्टार. सो विदाउट एनी डिले हम समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि सेफाइड्स क्या है. सो दीज आर द पल्सरेटिंग वेरिएबल्स स्टार. दैट मीन्स कि दे रेंडमली और रिदमिकली एक्सपैंड एंड कॉन्ट्रास्ट. और ये जो दो टेलीस्कोप है ना, दैट इज अ हबल स्पेस टेलीस्कोप एंड गाया. एंड गाया इज ऑल्सो इन न्यूज रिसेंटली बिकॉज इसने एक ब्लैक होल को डिस्कवर किया है, जो कि बहुत सबसे बड़ा ब्लैक होल बोला जा रहा है. ओके, सो द Cepheids is a pulsating star. So the option first one is correct, that it says that a variable star that pulsates regularly between the dim and bright phases. Second is about the magnetar. So it is a neutron star with the ultra powerful magnetic field releasing X-rays and gamma ray burst. तो ये भी बिल्कुल सही है कि ये डिफरेंट टाइप के होते हैं न्यूट्रॉन स्टार. जैसे कि पल्सर्स है, इट इज ऑल्सो अ न्यूट्रॉन स्टार. Then there is a magnetar. This is also a neutron star. And third one is a Betelgeuse. It is a red supergiant in a final stage of the stellar evolution. अब अगर हम इसमें देखेंगे फाइनल स्टेज जो होती है ना, इसमें क्या होता है कि सोलर मास बहुत ज्यादा होता है एंड ये जो स्टेलर ऑब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं ये बर्न आउट होने लगते हैं, खत्म होने लगते हैं. सो बेटलग्यूज इज वन ऑफ सच कि इट इज अ रेड सुपरजायंट which is in the final stage of the stellar evolution. So when it comes to the option, answer will be C. That is, all three are correct. So answer of the 26th is C. So let's move to the next question. Next question is about the Wolbachia method. 2023 में ये question UPSC ने पूछा था, and in this particular question we are going to understand the different concept related to the Wolbachia method. So first statement says that Wolbachia bacteria do not cause illness in the human and animals. तो ये सही बात है. अभी तक ऐसी कोई स्टडी नहीं पाई गई है जिसने ये बताया हो कि ये जो Wolbachia बैक्टीरिया होता है ये डायरेक्टली ह्यूमन और एनिमल्स को कुछ प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करता है या कुछ डिसीज कॉज करता है. सेकेंड, mosquito carrying the Wolbachia bacteria are not genetically modified. Yes, it is also correct because उसमें माइक्रो इंजेक्शन किया जाता है. That is a process with which a bacteria is inserted. उसमें जो मॉस्किटो का जेनेटिक ऑर्डर होता है उसको चेंज नहीं किया जाता है, उसको अल्टर नहीं किया जाता है. That's why this option is also correct. Third, Wolbachia bacteria are not naturally present in the Aedes mosquitoes. So yes, it is also correct. माइक्रो इंजेक्शन की एक जो प्रोसेस होती है उसके थ्रू ही ये वोल्बाकिया जो बैक्टीरिया होता है उसको मेल मॉस्किटो में इंसर्ट किया जाता है और जेनेटिक कोड इसमें अल्टर नहीं किया जाता है. सो ऑल थ्री स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. इसमें पूछा गया था कि विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट आर नॉट करेक्ट. सो आंसर विल बी डी, दैट इज नन. And this is how a Wolbachia bacteria looks like. It is found in the more than 60% of the insect and species. Okay, and there is no evidence related to the infection in humans, unlike the Salmonella molesta or E. coli. Now let's move to the next question. This question is about the small language model and large language model. AI, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, जेमिनी, ये सब लगभग 2 साल से न्यूज में है एंड दे ऑल वर्क ऑन द नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग. एंड उसमें आता है LLM, दैट इज लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल, और उसके बाद ही आता है SLM, दैट इज अ स्मॉल लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स. अब ये जो लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स होते हैं इट यूजेस अ वाइडर डेटाबेस. जो भी कोड्स होते हैं, जो भी रिसोर्सेज होती हैं, और उससे आपका जो प्रिफर्ड रिजल्ट है, आपको जो आपने जो इसमें कमांड दिया है वो प्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश करता है. तो अगर इसमें हम ऑप्शंस देखें तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट कह रहा है दैट SLM ड्यू टू इट्स लो कंप्यूटेशनल रिसोर्स रिक्वायरमेंट आर बेटर सूटेड फॉर द इमर्जेंट टेक्नोलॉजी कंपेयर टू द LLMs. तो इसमें जो फर्स्ट लाइन है ना, दैट इज करेक्ट, दैट इट इज यूजिंग अ लो कंप्यूटेशनल रिसोर्सेज. ये परफेक्ट है कि ये जैसे कि मुझे एक जैसे आई एम रनिंग अ कंपनी दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड अ सॉल्यूशन फॉर अ फिजिक्स क्वेश्चंस. अब मुझे एक ऐसा मॉडल क्रिएट करना है कि जिसमें कि सिर्फ फिजिक्स से रिलेटेड ही सवाल हो, फिजिक्स से रिलेटेड ही रिसोर्स हो. सो यस, आई कैन यूज इट कि फिजिक्स से रिलेटेड सवाल वाला एक मैंने बना लिया. अब इसमें मुझे बहुत ज्यादा रिसोर्सेज भी नहीं लग रही है और कंप्यूटेशनल कॉस्ट भी कम आ रहा है, बट इट इज नॉट यूजिंग फॉर द इमर्जेंट टेक्नोलॉजी जिसमें कि डेटाबेस भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है एंड यू रिक्वायर्ड अ वाइडर पूल ऑफ डेटा. सो दैट्स व्हाई दिस सेकंड लाइन इज इनकरेक्ट. ये इमर्जेंट टेक्नोलॉजी में इसकी जरूरत नहीं होती है. सो फर्स्ट ऑप्शन इज incorrect. Second, SLM are optimized for the efficiency and low computational cost, making them ideal for the edge devices and real-time processing. It's perfect. कि when it comes to the SLM, it can be used for the efficiency. जैसे कि मुझे जैसे if I want a solution of a particular problem, अब अगर मैं उसको थ्रू आउट जितने रिसोर्सेज है, डेटा सेट है, मान लीजिए मेरे पास 1000 डेटा सेट है, अगर मैं उनको उसका आंसर निकालने की कोशिश करूंगा तो मेरे लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट होगा. वेरस अगर मेरे पास एक 100 डेटा सेट का एक SLM है जिसमें कि जो मेरे क्वेश्चंस हैं उनसे रिलेटेड ही आंसर है, सो इट कैन इजीली फाइंड आउट. दैट मीन्स कि इसकी एफिशिएंसी बनेगी एंड इट कैन बी यूज फॉर द एज कंप्यूटिंग. दैट मीन्स कि यू आर कंप्यूटिंग एट द सेम प्लेस और सेम टाइम. that is known as the edge devices. So here answer will be B, that is 2 only. Now without any delay, let's move to the next question. This question is about the walking pneumonia. Okay, and recently it is in news because Center for Disease Control and Prevention ने बोला था that mycoplasma pneumonia have been increasing. ओके अब इसमें कुछ चीजें हमें जानना है, जैसे कि इन्फेक्शन के रूट्स क्या होते हैं निमोनिया का, दैट इट इज अ एयरबोर्न ड्रॉपलेट, फिजिकल कांटेक्ट, एंड इसका जो इंक्यूबेशन पीरियड होता है इट इज 2 to 3 वीक्स लॉन्ग, और इसमें सिम्टम्स होते हैं फीवर, फटीग, हेडेक, कफ, एंड इसकी जो वैक्सीन्स हैं उसके बारे में भी हमें थोड़ा सा पढ़ना है, तो वो ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो सबसे पहले हम स्टेटमेंट देख लेते हैं। तो इट सेज दैट walking pneumonia shows more severe lung infection, whereas the typical pneumonia offer cause a milder symptoms. So it is incorrect. ये जो स्टेटमेंट है इसमें जो ये बोला गया है typical pneumonia shows the milder symptoms, so it is incorrect option. So first option is incorrect. Second, walking pneumonia is always caused by the bacterial infection, whereas typical pneumonia can be caused by a viral infection. So walking pneumonia is also always caused by the typical bacterial infection. Yes, it is correct. And typical pneumonia can be caused by the viral infection. Yes, it is also correct. So second statement is correct. Third statement says that both typical pneumonia and walking pneumonia can be treated with the specific vaccine. No, it is incorrect. When it comes to the bacteria, when it comes to the typical pneumonia or the walking pneumonia, when it comes to the walking pneumonia, there is no such vaccine or a particular vaccine. Okay, specific vaccine nahi hai. So that's why third statement is incorrect. So answer will be B, that is 2 only. अब इसमें ना निमोनिया से रिलेटेड हमें थोड़ी सी चीज जाननी है, जैसे कि इसमें क्वेश्चन आया था दैट इट इज ऑलवेज कॉज्ड बाय द बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शंस. ओके, सो ये सही है दैट हॉस्पिटल एक्वायर्ड निमोनिया कि देयर इज अ बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शन एंड देन देयर इज अ फंगल इन्फेक्शन, वायरल इन्फेक्शन. Okay, so option B is correct. So without any delay, let's move to the next question, that is about the cryopreservation. When it comes to the cryopreservation, cryo जब भी आ जाता है ना, that means कि बहुत कम टेम्परेचर -डिग्रीज में किसी चीज को प्रिजर्व किया जा रहा है. तो इसके स्टेटमेंट हम देख लेते हैं. इट सेज दैट cryopreservation involves the preserving tissues by defreezing them at the sub-zero temperature. Yes, मैंने इनिशियली बोला था that we need a -degree temperature, okay, for the cryopreservation. So first statement is correct. Second, this technique is not applicable for preserving the plant germs plasm such as the seed or shoot tips. Incorrect. It is used for the both things, animal or the plant cells. जिनको भी preserve करना है, it can use for the both of the things. So second statement is incorrect. Third, the use of the liquid nitrogen at -196 degrees central to cryopreservation process for the animal tissues. ये एक factual question है, and it can be used directly कि कितना temperature use किया जाता है. So statement will be correct. So answer will be C, that is 1 and 3. Now let's move to the next question. This question is about the NAVIC system. ये बहुत important question है, and we need to know about this NAVIC system or Indian regional satellite system. So the first statement says that the aim of this system is to meet the positioning navigation requirements. Exactly. कारगिल में क्या हुआ था? We needed a navigation system, but हमारे पास नहीं था. So we developed IRNSS or a NAVIC system. Second statement says that the satellites are designed with the constellation of the 7 satellites. Perfect. 7 satellite है, geosynchronous and geostationary. Okay, ये चीजें हमें याद रखनी है. Third statement says that the satellites are placed in the inclined geosynchronous, perfect, and polar orbit. No, geostationary orbit. तो ये statement है incorrect. So answer will be C. That is 1 and 3. Now let's see about something about the IRNSS or a NAVIC system. तो इसमें जो 3 satellite है, that is in the geostationary orbit, and there are 4 satellite is in the geosynchronous orbit. Geostationary that means कि it is stationary to the particular place, कि किसी भी एक place में stationary है जहाँ पे आपने इसको place कर दिया है. Synchronous, it is in the inclined and sync with the particular place. That is the geosynchronous and geostationary orbit. So this is about the IRSS and answer is C, that is 1 and 3. Now let's move to the fourth question. It is about the quantum computing. ये question काफी important है and we need to know about the quantum computing a little bit. So when it comes to the quantum supremacy, it refers to the point where quantum computers can perform tasks that classical computer practically cannot. Yes, it is correct कि quantum computing में एक ऐसा होता है that at a place जहाँ पे कि क्लासिकल कंप्यूटिंग में क्या होता है दैट वी आर यूजिंग द बिट्स दैट इज 0 and 1 एंड ये बहुत ज़्यादा डेटा बढ़ते जाता है और इसमें जो टाइम होता है ना वो बढ़ जाता है. तो क्लासिकल कंप्यूटर जहाँ पे नहीं कर पा रहा है, क्वांटम सुप्रीमेसी कैन लीड टू द वर्क एट दैट प्लेस. एंड इसमें कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट हैं जैसे क्वांटम इंटेंगलमेंट, सुपरपोजिशन, दीज आर द इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स. Second statement says that qubits in the quantum computer operates independently unlike the classical bits. No, they are in the sync or a superposition. इसमें ये थोड़ी ना है कि they are working independently, they are working in a sync. और अगर हमें इसे और चीज समझना है तो क्या होता था कि जनरली इन द क्लासिकल कंप्यूटर और बिट्स व्हाट यूजुअली हैपन, 0 होगा या 1 होगा, दोनों में से एक होगा. क्या दोनों एक साथ हो सकता है? बट इन द क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग इट इज जस्ट लाइक द कॉइन कि इसमें एक साइड हेड है और एक साइड टेल है. अब एक ऐसी सिचुएशन क्रिएट हो जाती है जहां पे कि ये हेड भी और टेल भी एक साथ होगा एक ही पॉइंट पे. दैट इज द क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग. सो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. थर्ड, quantum decoherence lead to the loss of the quantum properties in qubits, making it a major challenges in the quantum computing. Quantum computing का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है टेम्परेचर और इम्प्यूरिटीज. अगर थोड़ी सी भी इम्प्यूरिटी हुई इसमें क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग में, दैट मीन्स कि जो रिजल्ट है इट इज गोइंग टू वेरी. इसलिए आपने देखा होगा कि ये जो क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग होते हैं, कंप्यूटर्स होते हैं, उनको इस तरीके से क्लोज इनलेट में रखा जाता है जहाँ पे कि बहुत ज्यादा ही टेम्परेचर को मेंटेन किया जाता है. सेम गोस विद दी लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स में जो यूज होती हैं चिप्स, कि उसमें जो इम्प्योरिटीज ऐड की जाती है और उसकी जो प्रोसेस होती है उसमें टेम्परेचर का रोल बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. सो हेयर स्टेटमेंट सेकंड इज इनकरेक्ट. सेकंड किस में है? इसमें है सेकंड एंड इसमें है सेकंड, दैट इज बी एंड सी. तो बी एंड सी तो इसमें हम एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं. देन आंसर विल लाइज बिटवीन द ए एंड डी. So first statement is correct and third statement is correct. So answer will be D. That is 1 and 3. So without any delay, let's get move to the next question. This question is about the mitochondrial replacement therapy. It is also known as the 3-parent baby. इसमें क्या होता है? There is a donor cell. Donor cell का जो mitochondrial होता है उसको लिया जाता है and the nucleus of the बायोलॉजिकल पेरेंट्स इज यूज्ड. अब इसमें दो टेक्निक्स होती हैं. एक होती है स्पिंडलर टेक्नोलॉजी, इन वर्टो फर्टिलाइजेशन भी करते हैं जिसको, एंड एक होती है प्रो न्यूक्लियर ट्रांसफर. एंड इन द प्रो न्यूक्लियर ट्रांसफर जो जाइगोट फॉर्म होता है विद द स्पर्म सेल एंड द एग्स, उसमें चेंजेस किए जाते हैं. तो इसी को हम समझने की कोशिश करते हैं एंड इसके ऑप्शंस देखते हैं दैट व्हाट अनुभूति आस्क्ड अबाउट द माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल रिप्लेसमेंट थेरेपी. So the first statement says that it is a technique that transfers the mother's nuclear DNA into the donor egg with the healthy mitochondria either before or after fertilization. Exactly, I told you that it can be done before the fertilization. Fertilization is just like the zygote, okay, zygote formation. So it can be done before or after fertilization. So first statement is correct. Second, a baby born through this method carries genetic material from the 3 individual but follows the maternal inheritance from the mitochondrial DNA. That is the perfect thing. कि इसमें जो भी बच्चा 3-parent baby, मैंने आपको पहले ही बोला था, it is also known as the 3-parent baby. But इसमें जो genetic material होता है वो तो usually उनका होता है, but the maternal inheritance जो होता है ना, it is from the mitochondrial DNA. So this statement is also correct. So answer will be C. That is both 1 and 2. इसको हम थोड़ा सा और अच्छे समझ लेते हैं. सो दिस इज अबाउट द प्रो न्यूक्लियर टेक्नोलॉजी. इसमें क्या होता है? देयर इज अ पेरेंट एम्ब्रियो एंड इट फॉर्म्स द जाइगोट. इट इज लाइक द जाइगोट. इसमें क्या होता है? मदर्स की जो न्यूक्लियस होता है इट इज करेक्ट, बट दीज माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया ना, मदर्स माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया, ये जो होता है ये फॉल्टी होता है. सो क्या करते हैं इसमें न्यूक्लियस रिमूव करते हैं एंड डोनर का जो एम्ब्रियो होता है उससे डोनर का जो न्यूक्लियस होता है उसको रिमूव कर लेते हैं एंड जो माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया है उसको यूज कर लेते हैं. एंड इन दी माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया व्हाट वी डन, वी इंट्रोड्यूस द न्यूक्लियस, कि डोनर्स का न्यूक्लियस जो है उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया है एंड पेरेंट्स न्यूक्लियस आर इंसर्टेड इन द डोनर्स माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया, जिसके कारण ये जो ऑफस्प्रिंग होती है इसमें ये डिसीज नहीं होती है एंड इट इज it can be used, okay, and it is used in the pronuclear technology. Now let's move to the next thing, that is a maternal spindler technology. इसमें क्या होता है कि इसमें जो भी मदर्स का एग होता है उससे निकाल लिया जाता है हेल्दी न्यूक्लियस एंड इट इज ट्रांसफर टू द डोनर nucleated healthy egg, and it is also known as the after or in vitro fertilization, that is the MST technique. So this is all about the mitochondrial replacement therapy. It is very important for the UPSC में इससे पूछा जा सकता है क्वेश्चन. So without any delay, let's move to the next question. This question is about the facial recognition technology. ये बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में है एंड अगर हमने अगर पॉलिटी में भी पढ़ा है तो पॉलिटी में भी इसका यूज़ किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि पॉलिटी में बात चल रही है कि देयर इज अ नीड फॉर द फेशियल रिकॉग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इसमें बात हो रही है इज इट वायलेट्स द राइट टू लाइफ एंड लिबर्टी अंडर आर्टिकल और अ राइट टू प्राइवेसी अंडर द आर्टिकल 21. तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में है. तो इसमें एक बहुत कीवर्ड है जिसमें कि यूपीएससी जा सकता है एंड यूजुअली हमें वो पता होना चाहिए कि हम फेशियल रिकॉग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी को अगर पढ़ रहे हैं सो देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू द प्राइवेसी एंड एथिकल कंसर्न और उसमें वर्ड यूज होता है दैट इज अ फंक्शनल क्रीप. अब इस क्वेश्चन में जो स्टेटमेंट है अगर आप इसको थोड़ा सा समझने की कोशिश करेंगे ना तो आपको इजीली पता चल जाएगा और इसलिए आप आंसर तक पहुंच जाएंगे. इसको फंक्शनल क्रीप को आपको साइड में रख के ऊपर पढ़ना है स्पार्क डिबेट्स ओवर द प्राइवेसी एंड ethical concerns. तो स्टेटमेंट देखने की कोशिश करते हैं. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज दैट द अनचेक्ड एक्सपेंशन ऑफ द एफआरटी बियॉन्ड इट्स ओरिजिनली इंटेंडेड पर्पस लीडिंग टू द मास सर्विलेंस, privacy violation and potential misuse. Privacy, ethical concern and something related to the misuse. Second, the growing dependence on AI driven facial recognition gradually reducing the role of the human side oversight in the security and authentication. It is something related to the functional creep? No, this statement is incorrect. Third, the decline public trust in the biometric system due to the frequent data breach and unauthorized use of the facial data. ये भी सही हो सकता था, बट यहाँ पे क्या लिखा है स्पार्क डिबेट ओवर द प्राइवेसी एंड एथिकल कंसर्न्स कि पब्लिक स्पेसेस में इसको यूज कर रहे हैं तो कंसर्न से रिलेटेड है. सो इट कैन बी यूज, बट इसमें क्या है फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट द अनचेक्ड एक्सपेंशन ऑफ द एफआरटी बियॉन्ड इट्स ओरिजिनली इंटेंडेड पर्पस. इट इज अ फंक्शन एंड इट इज अ क्रीप. दैट मीन्स इफ it is an intended function and something unlikely is happening, that is known as the functional creep. Okay, so third statement is also incorrect. Fourth statement says that the technological limitation of the FRT in accurately distinguishing between the genetically similarly individuals resulting in the authentication errors. तो ये तो outrightly incorrect होगा. So the first statement is correct. इसमें हम अगर थोड़ा सा इसको समझने की ऑप्शंस को समझेंगे ना और इसका जो फ्रेम किया गया क्वेश्चन इट इज परफेक्टली फ्रेम्ड कि जैसे यूपीएससी में पूछा जाता है उसी तरीके से इसको फ्रेम किया गया है कि बोला गया है व्हाट इज द एफआरटी, देन इट इज व्हाई इट इज इन न्यूज, इसकी यूज वैल्यू क्या है, फर्स्ट टॉपिक है, देन देयर इज अ पर्सपेक्टिव, देन इट रिलेटेड टू द यूज वैल्यू, देन एग्जाम्पल. ये जो पैटर्न फॉलो किया गया है ना यही क्वेश्चन में दिख रहा है हमको एंड इट इज रिलेटेड टू द फंक्शन क्रीप. और ये जो कीवर्ड क्वेश्चन है इनको हम थोड़ा सा तोड़ के सोचने की कोशिश करेंगे दैट देयर इज अ फंक्शन इंटेंडेड फंक्शन, देयर इज अ क्रीप, दैट समथिंग अनलाइकली इज हैपनिंग इन इट. सो दैट इज द मेन मोटिव बिहाइंड दिस क्वेश्चन. सो आंसर विल बी ए, दैट इज द अनचेक्ड एक्सपेंशन ऑफ द एफआरटी बियॉन्ड इट्स ओरिजिनल इंटेंडेड पर्पस. सो आंसर विल बी ए. Now let's move to the next question, that is about the neuromorphic computing. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है एंड बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है, आई कैन टेल यू अबाउट द कंप्यूटिंग, क्योंकि रिसेंटली ब्रेन कंप्यूटर इंटरफेस इज इन न्यूज and ICT is in news and neural network is in news. So that's why it is very important for us to know. So statement देखते हैं कि क्या कहना चाह रहा है. So this question says that which of the following best describe the neuromorphic computing, a cutting edge technology inspired by the human brain. So first says that a deep learning framework that replicates the human cognitive function by directly mapping brain wave patterns. No, it is incorrect. It is not about the neuromorphic computing. It is about the deep learning. And इसमें जो directly mapping है ना, it cannot be directly mapping. So first statement is incorrect. Second, a brain-machine interface that enables direct communication between the neurons and the digital device. So it is a brain-computer interface. Neuralink, that is a company created by the Elon Musk. इसको रिसेंटली ह्यूमन ट्रायल का अनुमति मिली है कि ह्यूमन ट्रायल कर सकते हैं. इसके कारण ये बहुत न्यूज में था. एंड दिस स्टेटमेंट परफेक्टली डिपिक्ट्स द ब्रेन कंप्यूटर इंटरफेस. सो दिस स्टेटमेंट इज दो correct for the BCI but not for the neuromorphic computing. Third, a neurological biological technique that enhances brain plasticity using the artificial intelligence driven stimulation. So this statement is correct, but for the TMS, this is a transcranial magnetic stimulation that enhances the brain plasticity, but it is not related to the neuromorphic computing. So answer option 3 is incorrect. Fourth, a computing model that mimics the neural network of the brain to process information in a highly energy efficient manner. Yes, it is correct. Neuromorphic computing जो है, इसका यही मकसद है to mimic the neural network of the brain and processes it in a highly efficient manner. तो इसमें हमने ना 4 चीजें पढ़ी हैं और इस टेस्ट सीरीज को हमको यूज करना है टू अंडरस्टैंड क्या इसमें पूछा जा सकता है. जैसे जनरली अगर हमने यूपीएससी में जनरली हम लोगों ने अगर पढ़ा होगा व्हाट इज अ ब्रेन कंप्यूटर इंटरफेस, तो इसमें आपको समझना है दैट अगर ब्रेन प्लास्टिसिटी बढ़ा रहा है दैट इज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू टीएमएस, ये हमें जानना है. एंड समथिंग इज रिलेटेड, अगर ये डीप लर्निंग की बात कर रहा है देन समथिंग इज रिलेटेड टू द brain wave patterns. And if it is asking about the neuromorphic computing, then it is about the highly efficient use of the brain computer interface. Okay, so this is about the question number 79, जिसका की आंसर है D. Now let's move to the next question. This question is one of the toughest question I can say. Okay, कि ये question जो है ये बहुत मतलब कि इस टेस्ट में भी आप देख सकते हो सबसे टफ क्वेश्चन होगा, क्योंकि ये अक्टूबर 2023 में ये न्यूज में था. उसके बाद भी ये न्यूज में था एपिजेनेटिक्स, और एपिजेनेटिक्स जो है इसके बारे में थोड़ा जानना है. एपिडेमियोलॉजी जो होती है उसके बारे में जानना है. एंड इट इज रिलेटेड टू द डीप, दैट इज अ डाइवर्स एपिजेनेटिक एपिडेमियोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप. अब एपिजेनेटिक्स होती है ना, इट टॉक अबाउट अ डिफरेंट सिनेरियो. इमेजिन देयर आर 2 kids, वन इज बोथ आर बोर्न इन अ सेम फैमिली. इनकी फैमिली एक है बट ये दोनों एक मेले में गए और बिछड़ गए. वन वेंट टू द फैमिली एंड ही और शी रेज्ड इन अ स्लम एंड वन इन द हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स, ओके, और अ मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी विद द HNI, हाई नेट इंडिविजुअल, कि ये अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ ही था. नाउ द किड दैट इज इन अ स्लम लिविंग इन अ एनवायरनमेंट जहाँ पे कि इसका IQ तो इसके पेरेंट्स से आया है, बट इसका जो सराउंडिंग है इट इज ऑल्सो अफेक्टिंग इट्स जेनेटिक्स, कि उसके जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है, उसका जो थॉट है, इट इज इफेक्टिंग इट ऑल्सो. एंड व्हेन इट कम्स टू दिस ना, यहाँ पर जो बंदा है और जो बच्चा है इसका क्या होगा, ये जिस इन्वायरमेंट में है, जैसा IQ इसका है वो और एनहेंस हो रहा है. तो दिस इज हाउ द इन्वायरमेंट डिफाइंस द जेनेटिक्स. इसी का जो एक प्रोजेक्ट है दैट इज डी. इससे रिलेटेड 2-3 स्टेटमेंट है, उसे हमें समझना है and we are going to understand it now. First statement says that it is an epigenetic mechanism that can regulate gene expression without altering the DNA sequence. Yes, इसमें DNA का जो सीक्वेंस होता है उसको अल्टर नहीं किया जाता है, whereas the gene expression जो होता है और उसको समझा जाता है. So First statement is correct. Second, DNA methylation typically occurs at a adenine basis in the eukaryotic organism. No, it is in the cytosine basis. So second statement is incorrect. Third, aberrant DNA methylation pattern have linked to the various diseases including the cancer. Yes. अगर DNA methylation pattern जो है it is aberrant, then it can lead to the major diseases just like the cancer. So third statement is also correct. Fourth, the diverse epigenetic epidemiology partnership studies the DNA methylation to understand the health disparity across the population. Yes. मैंने जो आपको एग्जांपल दिया, there are two different, both are in the same DNA but their DNA due to the environment are different, and that is about the epigenetics. Okay, so this statement is also correct. So answer will be C, that is only 3. इसमें थोड़ा सा आपको डीप के बारे में पढ़ना है, and then you will got to know about the each and everything. What is the DNA methylation, what is the epigenetics, what is a epidemiology partnership. So answer will be C. Now let's move to the next question, and I talk about this study that ये 2023 में आया था and subsequently न्यूज़ में है. इसमें कुछ वर्ड्स हैं जैसे epigenetics, epidemiology and methylation. ये हमें थोड़ा समझना है, and this is how the addition of the methyl group take place. So this is all about the question number 80. Now let's move to the next question, that is about the intellectual property rights in India. This question is related to the intellectual property, जिसमें कि पहला बोला है that copyrights need to be registered with the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the Copyright Act of the 1957. No, it is incorrect. Copyright आपको directly मिल जाता है under the Copyright Act of the 1957, and there is no need to register with this or this department. So option A, first one is incorrect. Second, evergreening of a patent delays the entry of the generic drugs in the market. इसमें ना थोड़ा सा हमें evergreening of the patent समझना है. तो what is the evergreening of patent? तो first, if there is a ABCD called drug, कि जो ABCD इसका composition है, उसको आपको एक patent मिल गया है for the 10 years. अब 10 साल बाद क्या होगा कि वो pharmaceutical company होगी ना, वो क्या करेगी, इसमें ABCD में थोड़ा सा ना कुछ compound X मिला देगी. वो बोलेगी कि भाई साहब हमने नया फॉर्मुलेशन बनाया है विद द स्लाइट मॉडिफिकेशन, सो यू कैन यूज इट एज वेल. तो ये जो थोड़ा सा चेंज किया है ना, इसके कारण वो एक नया पैटेंट लेती है और फिर 10 साल के लिए आ जाती है. तो ये एग्जैक्टली सही बात है कि इफ देयर इज द एवरग्रीनिंग ऑफ द पैटेंट, देन इट कैन लीड टू द एंट्री और डिलेज द एंट्री ऑफ द जेनरिक ड्रग्स इन द मार्केट. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट सेज दैट द गवर्नमेंट कैन गिव कंपल्सरी लाइसेंस टू एनी मैन्युफैक्चरर टू प्रोड्यूस जेनेरिक ड्रग्स ऑफ द पेटेंटेड वर्जन. यस. अब कुछ जो ऐसे ड्रग्स होते हैं दैट इज द लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग और सॉरी लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स, तो यहाँ पर जो गवर्नमेंट होती है ना, इट कैन गिव द लाइसेंस टू द एनी मैन्युफैक्चरर. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट, सो आंसर विल बी ए, दैट इज ओनली वन. सो आंसर विल बी ओनली वन फॉर दिस. ओके, नाउ लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. दिस क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट द ग्राफीन अरोरा प्रोग्राम. रिसेंटली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ केरला प्लस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इन्होंने ग्राफीन अरोरा प्रोग्राम को लॉन्च किया है. इसके स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज दैट इट इज रिलेटेड टू द स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन. ग्राफीन का स्पेस में क्या लेना देना है, दो लेना देना है बट नॉट डायरेक्टली. सेकंड, एडवांस नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च. नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने ग्राफीन पढ़ा है क्या? यस. थर्ड, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी डेवलपमेंट. नो. फोर्थ, AI एडवांसमेंट्स. नो. सो आंसर इसमें थोड़ा सा हमें पता है कि ग्राफीन इज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू द नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी. वी कैन इजीली कम टू द कंक्लूजन दैट इज अ बी, एडवांस नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च. अब इसमें ना थोड़ा सा हमें ग्राफीन के बारे में जान लेना है. ये इट इज जस्ट लाइक द वैल्यू एडिशन. सो व्हेन इट कम्स टू ग्राफीन, सो आई ऑलवेज यूज दिस एग्जांपल टू टीच कि व्हाट इज द ग्राफीन. सो यूजुअली 1985 तक ना दो कंपाउंड होते थे कार्बन के, दैट इज अ डायमंड एंड ग्रेफाइट. बट इस ग्रेफाइट रॉड को यूज करके ना एक बॉम्बार्डमेंट किया गया एंड कुछ फाइन पार्टिकल्स निकले सामने एंड इट वाज ग्राफीन, जो कि 1D में थे. एंड देन इट टर्न इनटू द कार्बन नैनो ट्यूब्स, जिसको कि रोल अप किया गया, तो इट बिकम्स द सिंगल वोल्टेड कार्बन नैनो ट्यूब्स एंड मल्टी वोल्टेड कार्बन नैनो ट्यूब्स. ओके, सो ये कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन है एंड इसका जो हेल्थ रिलेटेड एस्पेक्ट है उस पर UPSC ने क्वेश्चन ऑलरेडी पूछ लिया है. सो आंसर विल बी बी, that is advanced nanotechnology research. Now let's move to the next question. This question is about the consumption of atmospheric oxygen molecules. So तीन चार प्रोसेस है, इनमें से कौन सी प्रोसेस है जिसमें कि ऑक्सीजन मॉलिक्यूल जो होते हैं उनका कंजम्पशन होता है इन द रिएक्शन. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सेज दैट इट इज अबाउट द लाइटनिंग, सेकंड इज अबाउट द एसिड रेन, थर्ड इज अबाउट द बायोलॉजिकल नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन, फोर्थ वन इज अबाउट द ग्राउंड लेवल ओजोन फॉर्मेशन. तो व्हेन इट कम्स टू द लाइटनिंग, इसमें होता है पहली प्रोसेस दैट नाइट्रोजन ऑक्सीजन को एब्जॉर्ब करता है एंड इट फॉर्म द 2NO. देन फाइनली इट इज अबाउट द, इसको बैलेंसिंग कर दिया तो दिस इज अबाउट द NO, 2NO plus O2 is equal to 2NO. तो इसमें ऑक्सीजन यूज हो रहा है, एब्जॉर्ब हो रहा है, कंज्यूम हो रहा है. यस, सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. सेकंड, एसिड रेन. व्हेन इट कम्स टू द एसिड रेन में क्या होता है, देयर इज अ सल्फर ऑक्साइड प्लस NOx. तो NOx में ऑक्सीजन है, यस. सल्फर ऑक्साइड में है तो ऑक्सीजन कंज्यूम हो रही है, यस. सो सेकंड वन इज आल्सो करेक्ट. थर्ड, बायोलॉजिकल नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन. दो कुछ प्लांट्स होते हैं वो यूज करते हैं एरोबिक, बट नॉट डायरेक्टली जो बायोलॉजिकल नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन होता है ना प्लांट में, इट कैन नॉट डायरेक्टली यूज द ऑक्सीजन. ओके, सो इसमें हमें नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन प्लांट थोड़ा जाना है, जैसे एजोटोबैक्टर, ये सारे जो होता है ना, वो हमें थोड़ा पता होना चाहिए. पीस जो होता है, अगर पीस आया कहीं पे तो वो नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन प्लांट्स है, बट डायरेक्टली इट कैन नॉट कंज्यूम. सो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. फोर्थ, ground level ozone formation. Yes, it is correct. When it comes to the ground level ozone, there is a NO2, it converted into the NO and O. इसमें जो free oxygen होती है, it combines with the O2 to form O3. So here there is a consumption of the atmospheric oxygen molecules. So answer is C, that is only 3. So this is all about the science and technology part of the ANUBHUTI-2 All India mock test. Thank you. I wish you all the best.